Chapter 36-39. The second-ranked emperor god, Zhang Tianjue, had appeared and asked for 3 conditions. Lin Fei was really surprised. Since when did he have so much face? Although he didn't say what the conditions were, it was very tempting. No one could reject such a temptation. Zhang Tianjue was very confident. I've already made such a request. Why don't you nod obediently? Once you agree, I can guarantee that no one will touch you in the wind and cloud territory in the future. Emperor God Zhang Tianjue was very confident. Being ranked second was not as simple as it seemed. Zhang Tianjue was very pleased. With this, he was not afraid that this guy would not agree. But would Lin Fei agree? Of course not. Without Gu Heng's glove, his power would plummet. Even if he had an emperor god physique, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. It was normal for him to be suppressed. An emperor god's physique wasn't indestructible. Senior Zhang, your conditions are very tempting. However, I could still agree to them for now. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of Zhang Tianjue, especially at a time like this. Don't think that Zhang Tianjue's actions were very secretive. He might have been targeted long ago. You rejected. Zhang Tianjue was in disbelief. Don't you know what these 3 conditions mean? This was the first time someone rejected a god emperor's conditions. I know, Lin Fei nodded. However, I can't bear to use Emperor Gu Heng's treasure to exchange for it, unless you can kill the few emperor gods in the wind cloud territory. Zhang Tianjue rolled his eyes. Kill emperor gods? That was easy for him to say. If emperor gods were so easy to kill, the wind cloud territory would have been unified and there wouldn't be 9 emperor gods. Are you sure you won't regret it? Emperor God Zhang Tianjue really wanted to crack open the other party's head to see what was in it. He rejected the 3 conditions just like that. Was there something wrong with his brain? Perhaps, Lin Fei said. However, I won't regret it now. Of course, if there comes a day when I no longer need it, I might contact you. Zhang Tianjue felt that it was quite embarrassing. I hope you remember what you said today. Zhang Tianjue disappeared and left a sentence. In the dark, the god emperors were also paying attention. The first 6 emperor gods feared each other, except for Emperor God Tianfeng. After all, he was the strongest among the 9 emperor gods. At the same time, he was recognized as the strongest god emperor. There's something wrong with this guy's brain. The god emperor shook his head. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. He didn't expect there to be such a person. 3 conditions. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They're finally gone. Lin Fei could clearly feel the vague aura disappearing. Fortunately, they didn't make a move. Sometimes, restraining each other isn't a bad thing. Lin Fei thought to himself, now that the fiends have been wiped out, it seems that I won't be able to make a move on the other top races. It's a pity that the God Emperor isn't stupid enough to make me fight them all the time. The God Emperors of the Wind Cloud Weave were indeed more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. In the end, it's all because of my own strength. Brother Lin, don't blame us for this. Fluttering Snow and the other 2 God Emperors looked embarrassed. Lin Fei knew that this was beyond his expectations. 6 Paths God Emperor's temper was worse than he had imagined. He attacked the moment he appeared. Fortunately, he managed to resist in the end. This was a good consolation for Fluttering Snow and the others. At the very least, Lin Fei wasn't as weak as he had imagined. It's fine. Lin Fei didn't mind. I underestimated them. I thought I could restrain them, but I was thinking too much. It was unrealistic. To the 3 God Emperors, they naturally hoped that Lin Fei was as strong as possible. That way, they would have an advantage in the territory war. It seemed like they could only leave it to fate. Lin Fei didn't want to continue suppressing the experts. After what happened to 6 Paths God Emperor, the remaining God Emperors would have made arrangements. If he wanted to fight again, it might be God Emperors who would attack. Fighting a God Emperor at this time was purely stupid. It would be a waste of energy. In the remaining time, Lin Fei decided to comprehend the 2nd stage of God-Slaying Fist. God-Slaying Fist, 1st stage 10 times. God-Slaying Fist, 2nd stage 20 times. Lin Fei planned to use the remaining time to break through God-Slaying Fist and improve his power greatly. Of course, before that, Lin Fei had something to do, which was to find Yi Tianhong from Tianji Hall. He hadn't forgotten that he had tricked him last time. Ever since he fought with Six Paths God Emperor, Lin Fei was confirmed as the #1 person below God Emperor. Everyone in the territory knew about it. But after that battle, Lin Fei disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he went. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. Those who had been paying attention to him were curious. As time passed, all sorts of gossip appeared. If Lin Fei wasn't suppressed, he was killed by a God Emperor. None of it was good news. 10 years later, in a huge mountain, this was a special place in the Wind Cloud territory. It was called Dream Swamp Forest. A figure walked through the forest. Demonic beasts kept appearing, but as soon as they got close, they were killed. Their corpses were unharmed. Then it should be in this area, on a huge tree. Lin Fei retracted his aura. It was as though he didn't exist. I used 10 years to find you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and sat down. His figure faded. The wind blew, and the leaves floated past Lin Fei. For 10 years, Lin Fei had been looking for Tianji Hall. He thought that Tianji Hall definitely had a secret that even God Emperor might not know about. Because of Tianji Hall's mystery, Lin Fei didn't ask fluttering Snow God Emperor and the others. He didn't want to attract attention. Fortunately, after 10 years, Lin Fei found Tianji Hall's base camp. Dream Swamp Forest was where Tianji Hall's base camp was. However, this place was huge. If Lin Fei wanted to search inch by inch, it might take a long time. Wait, that was the only thing Lin Fei could do now. Fortunately, he had a lot of time. He believed that as long as anyone from Tianji Hall dared to come out, they wouldn't be able to escape his senses. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5th year, he's really like a mouse. It's been 5 years. He's finally willing to come out. In the void, there was a spatial fluctuation. Lin Fei revealed himself and stepped out. At an inconspicuous cliff in Dream Swamp Forest, 2 figures walked out. They were both Heaven God Realm experts. I can finally come out. That's right. I remember the last time I came out was 30 years ago. I heard that there's a Lin Fei outside now. He's the most powerful person below the God Emperor. Chapter 3640. Lin Fei was too fast. Before the other 2 could react, he killed one, captured the other alive, and quickly disappeared into the void. The flesh and blood of the Heaven God expert who was killed were also wrapped in energy and taken away quietly. No one knew what happened in this place. In a place in the forest, Lin Fei unleashed a great deal of power, sealing the area and creating a vacuum. Who are you? The Heaven God expert who was captured alive was so scared that his face turned pale. He did not expect to be ambushed at the entrance of his base camp. He did not even have the time to react. Scary, very scary. You just need to answer. Lin Fei waved his hand. His energy was like a knife, chopping off one of the man's arms. If you say a word of nonsense, I will take an item from you. I'll talk. Under the shroud of death, the other party became obedient. Is Tianji Hall inside? Lin Fei asked. Yes. The Heaven God expert nodded. That's right. That's the answer. Lin Fei finally felt relieved. The place he had spent 10 years looking for was the right place. This Yunza mountain range was indeed the hiding place of Tianji Hall. Lin Fei could not help but admire the awesomeness of the secret fortune hall. If not for the fact that he had followed the clues all the way here, finding the secret fortune hall would not have been an easy task. Tell me about the experts inside Tianji Hall. Lin Fei did not barge in because he felt that Tianji Hall was not ordinary. He knew where the treasures left behind by God Emperor Guhong were. Tianji Hall must have some secrets. Lin Fei felt that he had to be careful. When this Heaven God expert told him the secret of Tianji Hall, Lin Fei secretly rejoiced. In our heavenly secret hall, the strongest expert is the forefather of heavenly secret. He's at the peak of 5th sky of King God Realm. In the headquarters of the Heavenly Secret Hall, with the support of the formation, he can have the competence of a God Emperor. With every piece of information that came out, Lin Fei was secretly shocked. A God Emperor expert. Other than that, there were 36 Tiangang protectors in Tianji Hall. When they teamed up, there were 36 pseudo-emperor god experts. When the news came out, Lin Fei was shocked. This Tianji Hall was really strong. There were many experts in their headquarters. Even if they were pseudo-god emperors, any one of them would be an overlord. But Lin Fei did not hear any information about Tianji Hall outside. Currently, Tianji Hall's public image was that it was a second-rate sect with only 2 or 3 insignificant members. It was very inconspicuous and was even holed up in a small place. What a good trick! When he was almost done asking, Lin Fei killed them directly. His strength crushed them into pieces and turned them into nutrients for the earth. Luckily, I didn't barge into Tianji Hall in a hurry. Otherwise, I might be in trouble. Even though Lin Fei had the strength to fight a god emperor, he was still in a passive state of defense. He still needed some time before he could truly fight against a god emperor. This Tianji Hall must be hiding some big secret. I have to go in and take a look. Lin Fei couldn't help but be very interested. Why would such an expert hide in such an inconspicuous place? 10 years. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't even think about it without 40 to 50 years. It was too secretive. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Fei's corporeal body muscles wriggled. At the same time, his aura changed too. Finally, he became that innate heaven god expert. It's finally time for my mortal rebirth technique to be useful. Lin Fei sized up his current self. There was no flaw in his body. When I get inside, I'll change my face. I'll take it one step at a time. Lin Fei reappeared in the forest and went straight to the cliff. He took out a token and activated it in the void. In the void, a faintly discernible door appeared. Lin Fei took a step in. This door is really well hidden. Even if a god emperor expert came, he probably wouldn't be able to find any traces here. After walking through the door, Lin Fei was amazed by Tianji Hall's means. Amazing. Isn't this brother Tianyin? Why are you back? After passing through the door, Lin Fei came to an independent space. Several figures appeared. The heaven god expert killed by Lin Fei was Yi Tianyin. Now, Lin Fei was pretending to be this person. Don't mention it. Lin Fei knew in advance, so he didn't panic at all. He was very indifferent and said helplessly, "Aren't we going out? Who knows? There are many experts outside. I heard that a God King expert is wanted. I sent him to inquire about the news, and I came back first to avoid being framed by them. Don't you think it's an unlucky year to go out today?" While Lin Fei was speaking, he was also observing the place. Then you're really unlucky. Those big forces like to clear the place. It's good that you came back. Our Tianji Hall can't be exposed. Sigh. Lin Fei sighed. I don't know when they will leave. It's not easy to go out. My good mood is gone. Ha ha. The guard roared with laughter. Lin Fei easily dealt with the guard's search and successfully entered Tianji Hall. Tianji Hall was in an independent space. This space wasn't small, but it was also very sturdy. Lin Fei saw many people and felt many powerful auras. As mentioned, there were 36 celestial dipper protectors and an extremely tyrannical aura. Originally, he thought it was like this, but suddenly the ancient hung glove and ancient hung space-time pendant on his hand emitted a trace of fluctuation. Although it was very subtle, it was still easily detected by Lin Fei. My ancient hung emperor armor has been completely refined by me. How can this be? Lin Fei remained calm and was secretly shocked. According to the normal situation, it shouldn't be like this. Could it be that there are emperor armor parts in this Tianji Hall? This shouldn't be. Lin Fei didn't think that there were extra parts. This was really a puzzling question. If it wasn't a part of ancient hung emperor armor, why would the 2 treasures on his body emit such fluctuations? Suddenly, a light flashed, and Lin Fei's expression changed. Damn, it can't be. Once this thought came out, it was immediately out of control. Tianji Hall, that's really a hidden big fish. That's right, it was a real big fish. Lin Fei himself was shocked. I need to change my identity. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Perhaps, if I catch a celestial dipper protector and change my identity, I might be able to find out the specific situation. Lin Fei was even more glad that he didn't force his way in. At that time, Tianji Hall would definitely suppress him and never let him leave. From the moment they took control of an independent space, this place might have been turned into an iron bucket. Chapter 36:41. The Hall of Heavenly Secrets was very spacious. There were heaven god experts everywhere, and there were many divine king experts as well. It was a powerful hidden force. That is, when they entered the city, Lin Fei saw a huge statue. This statue was mighty and domineering. Just by standing there casually, it was as though it was an invincible existence. This was the most imposing statue Lin Fei had ever seen in his life. When he inspected the statue, he was shocked again. The statue gave off an oppressive aura. Under that aura, everyone was like an ant. This is Emperor God Gu Hong. This kind of invincible aura was something Lin Fei had never felt before, even from Emperor God Zhan Tianju. But from this statue, Lin Fei felt it. Emperor God Gu Hong. Lin Fei realized that his guess was correct. The existence of Tianji Hall was very likely related to Emperor God Gu Hong. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause an uproar among the experts of the Wind Cloud Weave. Who would have thought that an insignificant Tianji Hall would be related to Emperor God Gu Hong? He was an invincible expert who suppressed an era. A true, top-notch expert. Lin Fei, why are you here? Tianshan Protector Elder is looking for you. At this time, a figure came to Lin Fei's side with a hint of urgency. Lin Fei was surprised. Why is he looking for me? Even though he did not know the person in front of him, Lin Fei still pretended to be familiar with him. Who knows? The person said. I was just worrying about where to find you. I didn't expect you to be here. Let's go together. I just happened to pass by and felt a little emotional, Lin Fei said. You won't have to feel emotional soon. The newcomer chuckled and lowered his voice. The ancestor of our Tianji Hall will soon have a great increase in strength. Once he comes out of seclusion, the 9 great emperor gods will all become a thing of the past. At that time, our Tianji Hall will be able to stand tall in this world and become the overlord of the Wind Cloud Weave. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. How is this possible? I heard that the number 1 God Emperor Tianfeng, has an unparalleled defense and is almost completely immune to damage. Emperor God Tianfeng's strength is built on the treasures. What if there are no more treasures? I heard from the Guardian Elder that the old ancestor will refine them completely very soon. Once he succeeds, all the treasures that Emperor God Gu Hong left behind will return to their original owners. At this moment, Lin Fei's heart shook. There's such a thing. If the news was true, Lin Fei could imagine that any Emperor God's abilities would plummet after losing the enhancement of the treasure's attributes. It was the same for himself. Remember not to say such things. Lin Fei nodded. I won't. I'm a tight-lipped person. When I think about what you said, I can't stay calm anymore. That's right. The disciples of Tianji Hall will have a good life from today onwards. No one can stop us. Very soon, in a mansion in the big city. It was different from other mansions. Lin Fei could clearly feel that the 36 celestial star protectors were arranged according to the position of celestial star, protecting a position in the middle. From that, he came to a conclusion. There was a high possibility that there was a super great formation in the big city. After walking into the mansion, the 2 treasures that Lin Fei had on him were excited. It was unprecedented. Fortunately, he had refined them completely and suppressed any reaction from leaking out. But this also made Lin Fei realize something. Emperor God Gu Hong definitely had something up his sleeves. If he hadn't found out such a secret by accident, Lin Fei might have regretted it for the rest of his life. Emperor God Gu Hong had some tricks up his sleeve. His calculations were precise. Lin Fei admired him more than usual. Elder Tianshan, they are here. There was a strong aura in the mansion. Lin Fei could even feel that there was a powerful formation in the mansion. It was very mysterious and special. He was even more sure that there was a super formation in the big city. Come in. A stern voice came from the door. Lin Fei pushed the door open and entered. I heard that there's a force capturing criminals outside. Yi Tianshan's voice was like a bell, his eyes like knives. He was very strong. Peak 5th sky of God King realm. Lin Fei lowered his head. Yes, there are many experts outside. Luckily, we were careful when we went out. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. Do you know which force it is? Yi Tianhong frowned slightly. We didn't dare to get close. But on the way back, we heard them mention Emperor God Tianfeng. Lin Fei said, I can't guarantee that it's not Emperor God Tianfeng's men. What? Emperor God Tianfeng? Yi Tianshan stood up, his face solemn. If Emperor God Tianfeng's men are here, we will be in trouble. Yi Tianshan understood clearly that Emperor God Tianfeng's men were here. It was an invisible threat to Tianji Hall. If they didn't handle it well, it would be a big problem. You lead the way. I will go with you. Yi Tianshan had to confirm if it was true or not. Lin Fei said, I don't think they are Emperor God Tianfeng's men. Anyway, our place is so inconspicuous. Who would come to our place at this moment? Just in case. Yi Tianshan shook his head. Hurry up. Lead the way. Lin Fei was so happy. He was worried about where to take action and how to avoid making a commotion. Today, the other proactively suggested it. He wanted to be on good terms with them. Lin Fei walked out of the mansion one more time. This time, he had Yi Tianshan at the peak of fifth sky of King God Realm with him. From Yi Tianshan's solemn attitude, Lin Fei was even more sure that something big was happening in Tianji Hall. Moreover, it was a crucial moment. No one was allowed to destroy it. That was why Yi Tianshan wanted to check it out personally. We saw them over there, but we don't know where they are now. Lin Fei said, maybe they left. Yi Tianshan didn't feel the aura of an expert, but he didn't dare to belittle them. After all, Emperor God Tianfeng was the acknowledged #1 expert. If the other Emperor Gods didn't join hands, Emperor God Tianfeng would have created a new era. Not good. I can't contact him. Lin Fei suddenly shouted. His face changed. Yi Tianshan raised his hand and slapped the sky. A black shadow came down from the void. It was the myriad essence pool. It was powerful. How dare you ambush me? Yi Tianshan said angrily. At this moment, Lin Fei attacked without any warning. His punch was like a mountain and hit Yi Tianshan's body. Since the distance was so close, half of Yi Tianshan's body was destroyed. Suppress. Yi Tianshan screamed. Aren't you? Chapter 3642. Yi Tianshan was caught off guard and was suppressed by the myriad essence pool. Lin Fei didn't care about the peak 5th stage God King realm. No matter how good Yi Tianshan was, he wouldn't be able to predict that the person beside him was an imposter. Tianji Hall had always been mysterious. Yi Tianshan didn't expect that someone would impersonate him and injure him severely. He didn't even have time to react and fell for the trick. Who are you? In a temporary underground cave residence, layers of sword intent sealed the void. Yi Tianshan fell out of the myriad essence pool with little strength left. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at the other party. A person who is very interested in your Tianji Hall. Lin Fei smiled. You know Tianji Hall? Yi Tianshan's face twitched. Of course I know. Lin Fei said. The Heavenly Mysteries Hall is very low-key. However, no matter how low-key they are, they're still unable to hide the relationship between the Heavenly Mysteries Hall and Emperor God Guhong. In fact, there's an item that Emperor God Guhong had on him that is in the hands of the Heavenly Mysteries Hall. How? How do you know? This is our Tianji Hall's top secret. Yi Tianshan was terrified. Only a few people in Tianji Hall knew about this secret. Lin Fei said disdainfully, Heaven is watching. Nothing can be hidden. Do you know why I kept you here? Yi Tianshan realized that the person in front of him was definitely a God Emperor expert. Even if he wasn't a God Emperor, he was no different from one. This was a nightmare for Tianji Hall. Tianji Hall was at a crucial moment. If this person barged in, the consequences would be unimaginable. What do you want? Lin Fei said indifferently. I want to understand Tianji Hall better. You just need to tell me what you know. I can spare your life. After all, I don't care about trash like you. Yi Tianshan wouldn't forget the painful nightmare of being refined in that treasure. Will you really let me go? Of course, Lin Fei said. It depends on your choice. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish immediately. Yi Tianshan still chose to lower his head. The headquarters of Tianji Hall was so secretive, yet someone had managed to find it and even infiltrate it. Even a protector like him could not prevent it. Perhaps no one in the entire Tianji Hall would be able to detect it. How could he fight against such an expert? It was a complete nightmare. He might as well tell the truth. Therefore, every time Lin Fei asked a question, Yi Tianshan would answer. Yi Tianshan told Lin Fei everything he knew. Soon, Lin Fei had a more detailed understanding of Tianji Hall. Thank you for telling me everything. Lin Fei knocked Yi Tianshan out with a palm strike and suppressed him in the 10,000 essence pool. He did not refine him, wanting to keep him alive. Now I can finally go in and check it out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei's body wriggled and turned into Yi Tianshan's appearance. His aura gradually changed until it was exactly the same as Yi Tianshan's. It was difficult to tell the difference. Once again, he entered Tianji Hall. Lin Fei returned to his residence with ease. Everything was as expected. There were no unexpected changes. Leaving Yi Tianshan alive is still effective. Lin Fei thought to himself, I don't have to worry about exposing my identity. Tianji Hall must have many tricks up its sleeves. It's never wrong to be careful. Lin Fei pretended to be Yi Tianshan and flipped through the information in the residence. There was a lot of information stored in Yi Tianshan's residence. After flipping through it, Lin Fei was shocked to find all sorts of secrets. No wonder Tianji Hall would plot against me. It turns out that the founder of Tianji Hall is Emperor God Gu Heng's nominal disciple. This has never been exposed in the Wind Cloud Weave. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and was secretly speechless. Nominal disciple. He really hit it well. Lin Fei rejoiced that he came to look for Tianji Hall. Unknowingly, he encountered such a thing and unknowingly dug out a huge secret. If this news gets out, the 6 Emperor Gods will go crazy. Lin Fei chuckled. The only thing I can do now is to wait. I believe there will be results soon. Lin Fei waited calmly. It was as expected. On the 10th day of pretending to be Yi Tianshan, a strong aura entered the residence. Brother Tianshan, it's our turn. It was a middle-aged god-king expert. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. The pressure from his body was very heavy and tyrannical. It made people shudder. It was very scary. Lin Fei came out to welcome him. You are still here? I was about to go look for you. Let's go. The middle-aged god-king expert did not feel anything wrong. Endure a little longer, and we will have chance. Old Ancestor's refining of the arm has reached a crucial moment. As expected, Lin Fei was secretly delighted. The old ancestor of Tianji Hall really had an idea. He actually wanted to refine Emperor God Gu Heng's arm. Once old ancestor refines it, our Tianji Hall won't need to continue hiding. Lin Fei added, at that time, in Windy Weave, all Emperor Gods will have to step aside. Our Tianji Hall will create a new era. That's right, the middle-aged God-King expert said proudly. Once old ancestor refines the arm, he will be able to grasp the back door of the remaining Emperor God Gu Heng's treasures. From there, he will be able to refine Emperor Gu Heng's armor. Old ancestor's strength will also skyrocket. He will become the #1 expert in Windy Weave, the #1 Emperor God, and dominate the world. Lin Fei had some guesses about the back door. Now that he heard it again, he confirmed his guess. A god emperor was a god emperor. Even at death's door, he would scheme. Moreover, the back door was hidden so deeply. Lin Fei and the middle-aged god-king expert walked side by side. In the center of Tianji Hall, Lin Fei and the middle-aged god-king expert passed through the array formation. This array formation was very powerful and needed to be opened from the inside. Walking in the array formation, there was a heavy aura of death. Even the current Lin Fei felt threatened. If he forced his way in, he would definitely not have a good ending. He might even suffer a great loss. This was a small matter. The worst-case scenario will be being surrounded. Lin Fei followed without batting an eyelid. After a while, a black palace appeared in his vision. In the void, there were many strong auras hidden. The palace was empty, but in the center of the palace, a teleportation door appeared. You're here. Beside the teleportation door, 2 figures floated out. Lin Fei nodded slightly and did not speak. He observed secretly. There were also 5th Heaven God King experts, but their auras were very weak. They seemed to have consumed a lot of energy. You've worked hard. The two smiled bitterly. It'll be over after a while. You guys are the ones who have worked hard. Old Ancestor is at a critical moment. There can't be any mistakes. You have to be especially careful. Chapter 3643. When he came out through the portal, an extremely cold aura hit him in the face. A terrifying chill seemed to penetrate deep into his bones, freezing his entire body. What's wrong? The middle-aged God King expert asked. Lin Fei lamented. Everyone thinks that the land of extreme cold is outside. Every time I come in, I find it laughable. The land of extreme cold is definitely here. Boom, boom, boom. With a shake of his body, the cold aura that swept over was shattered. They're just sitting in a hole and looking at the sky. The middle-aged God King expert sneered. This place is controlled by formation. Otherwise, even an Emperor God expert would be frozen in less than 10 breaths of time. The middle-aged God King expert walked forward. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. It was just a casual sentence, but he heard a different piece of information. The extremely cold aura here was not at its full power. It was sealed by a formation. Lin Fei did not doubt this. Tianji Hall could be related to Emperor God Guhong. It was not impossible for them to control a terrifying land of extreme cold. As he walked inside, there was a constant wave of cold frost. Not long after, about an hour later, a large altar appeared. The center of the altar was emitting a terrifying chill. There were 8 small altars around it. At this moment, there were 2 positions above the small altar. They are all 5th sky God King experts. Lin Fei observed calmly. The aura around the altar is extremely cold. Even my 13-tier golden body incantation can't withstand it. As Lin Fei observed, his eyes quickly fell on the large altar. On the large altar, there was a white-haired old man sitting cross-legged. His aura was constantly changing. In front of the white-haired old man, there was an arm frozen. This was a crimson arm. Even though it was wrapped in layers of ice, it still emitted an extremely domineering aura, like a peerless beast. This should be the arm that I'm looking for. The arm that Emperor God Guhong left behind after he was suppressed by someone. At that moment, the part of the arch armor that Lin Fei had hidden emitted a slight commotion and was quickly suppressed. This was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it effortlessly by chance. Lin Fei had been trying to gather information in the wind cloud weave. He had not expected that one of God Emperor Guheng's arms would be in a place like Tianji Hall. If he had not been schemed against back then, he would have missed a great opportunity. That explained why Yi Tianhong had sent him the star chart. Many of the treasures that Emperor God Guhong had collected back then should have landed on this white-haired old man. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and activate the heavenly flame to refine this ice. The middle-aged divine king said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. He finally understood why the God King powerhouse he had seen earlier would expend so much energy. As it turned out, he had to refine the ice on his arm. This ice had a powerful background. Lin Fei sat on the small altar and followed the middle-aged godly king expert to activate a ball in front of him. When the ball was activated, a ball of fire appeared on the large altar and burned fiercely. This fire was purple in color. When the purple flames appeared, Lin Fei, who was right in front of him, felt a tinge of fear. He felt as though his body was about to burn in front of this flame. Lin Fei had not felt this way at all when he was in Skybreaking City. Heavenly flame. It is definitely a heavenly flame, and it is even an extremely ancient one. Lin Fei thought to himself. The ice that sealed my arm seems to be very frightening. The purple flames are so powerful, but when they burn the ice, they only melt it a little. What exactly is the origin of this ice? Lin Fei had not recognized all the treasures in the wind cloud weave. This ice, this purple flames, he was completely confused. Lin Fei maintained his normal output as he pondered how to act. He had finally found Emperor God Guheng's arm, but it was wrapped in ice. Even if he snatched it away, it would probably be difficult to remove. Wait, There was only a thin layer of ice left on Emperor God Gu Heng's arm. This was very good news. Among the God King experts here, only the white-haired old man was terrifying. Under the burning of the purple flames, he was completely fine. Lin Fei decided to act according to the situation. No matter how much energy he consumed, he had the myriad essence pool, which could recover his strength rapidly. And his own accumulation was not something these fifth sky of God King experts could compare to. The ice that wrapped Emperor God Gu Heng's arm was very tenacious. Even if it was just a thin layer, it still took 3 months to complete. Lin Fei did the hard labor for 3 months. He kept telling himself that this arm was his. The white-haired old man wanted to refine the arm to retrieve the Emperor God Gu Heng's armor. Since the white-haired old man could obtain a complete set of Emperor God Gu Heng's armor, Lin Fei could also take it. As for the mission that Kong Lin had left behind, Lin Fei had directly forgotten about it. No matter how good the great overarching divine fetus was, who knew if there were any restrictions? But the Emperor God Gu Heng's armor was the real deal. In these 3 months, Lin Fei learned about the origin of the ice and the purple flames. The ice was called the Heaven Frigid Ice, the top ice in the wind cloud territory. The purple flames were the eternal heaven flames. A wisp of the purple flames could kill a God King expert. This place was the place where the heaven frigid ice was condensed. At the same time, the eternal heaven flames were also a special existence underground. This place was a place of death with 2 extremes. There was no other place in the world with such a place of death with 2 extremes. When he learned about this, Lin Fei was shocked. No wonder the headquarters of Tianji Hall was hidden in such a place. It was for this place of death with 2 extremes. Lin Fei even suspected that when Emperor God Gu Heng was still alive, he might have known about this place of death with 2 extremes. Perhaps Tianji Hall had existed at that time. A cunning rabbit had 3 burrows. Emperor God Gu Heng had managed to hide it from everyone. In the 5th month, the last wisp of the heaven frigid ice was finally melted by the eternal heaven flames. A majestic aura swept out and shattered the eternal heaven flames. At the same time, it swept over everyone. The God King experts vomited blood, their faces pale. The white-haired elder, who had been sitting cross-legged on the great altar, erected the heaven frigid ice around him to resist the onslaught of the pressure. He stood up and let out an old voice. "Ah, my time has come." The white-haired elder grinned maliciously as he stretched out a pair of withered hands. Traces of death aura emanated from his body. "Master, since you've already left the wind cloud weave, let this hand fulfill your disciple's wish. Eternal heaven flames, refine it for me." The white-haired elder waved his hand. Under the altar, the eternal heaven flames gushed out and wrapped around his arm. The purple flames rushed into his arm. Lin Fei vomited blood as he sprawled on the altar. He paid full attention to the situation. "Luckily, I didn't rush to make a move. This fellow is really an old thing. He has the eternal heaven flames and the heaven frigid ice. He is an invincible existence. How dare you?" Chapter 36:44. When he heard this voice, the white-haired old man's expression changed drastically. He revealed a rare solemn expression and cried out, "Master Yu, why aren't you dead yet?" Yi Wudi was the white-haired old man's name. Ever since God Emperor Gu Heng had fallen, the white-haired old man had almost forgotten his own name. Memories from long ago surfaced one after another. The heavens' frigid ice and thousand-world celestial fire continued to crumble. A vacuum appeared around the phantom. "I, your master, am not someone anyone can kill," God Emperor Gu Heng's phantom said. "Are you surprised? You planned for so long, but in the end, you still failed. Do you remember that I was the one who gave you the name Wudi? Unfortunately, you've disappointed me." Yi Wudi roared and laughed viciously. "You're wrong. You should be the one who's disappointed. Since you've left the wind cloud weave, why did you leave behind all these arrangements? Why don't you disperse your divine consciousness and let me refine your arm? I'll help you unify the wind cloud weave." "You're quite ambitious," God Emperor Gu Heng's phantom said. "Do you think that's possible?" The scene before him shocked Lin Fei, who was pretending to be injured. This is a dog-eat-dog situation. It's best if both sides suffer. Even though it was a phantom's divine consciousness, Lin Fei could still feel its tyrannical power and even the hint of a death threat. Yi Wuti threw caution to the wind. Nothing is impossible. Even if your divine consciousness fights me, you have no chance of winning. Back then, you found this place of two extremes and wanted to seal your arm. This place of two extremes was your hope, but it will soon become a place of despair. Heaven's frigid ice, thousand-world celestial fire, beeth at my disposal. Yi Wuti shouted. The heaven's frigid ice rushed out of the ground and turned into a set of armor. It was silvery white in color and emitted a terrifying chill. It covered his body. Other than his eyes, his entire body was covered. He was fully armed. Damn, the heaven's frigid ice is indestructible. This should be his trump card. Lin Fei thought to himself. The thousand-world heaven fire will probably become the strongest offensive weapon. One for defense, one for offense, and the other for defense. If I were to fight against it, it would be extremely difficult for me to injure the other party. To be able to become Emperor God, Gu Heng's unofficial disciple, and even be given the name Invincible, it is indeed extraordinary. The heaven's frigid ice turned into a silver-white armor, forming a powerful defense. The myriad world heaven flame gathered together, forming a blazing spear. This armor is known as the Sky Armor, and this spear is known as the Everworld God Spear. Yi Wuti grabbed the World God Spear with one hand, and with a slash, the space was sliced open. Flames burned and didn't dissipate. I have to thank Master for leaving such an arrangement back then. It gave me enough strength to deal with you. Ha 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 ha! Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom laughed. You're really not bad. You can use the double extreme lands that Master left behind to comprehend such a move. In addition to the layers of arrangements here, your strength is comparable to an Emperor God expert. You can even be ranked in the top 3. Yi Wuti revealed a hint of pride. Master, since you have seen it, then your era has passed. I advise you to disperse your divine will. Once I make a move, the myriad world heaven fire will make you experience despair and pain again. A great battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Yi Wuti, do you know why Master only accepted you as a disciple in name and not a direct disciple? Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom said. This question had been bothering Yi Wuti. Back then, his talent was outstanding, not inferior to the other senior brothers. However, they were direct disciples, while he was a disciple in name. He was unknown, and no one in the world knew him. Yi Wuti was still holding his breath. Why? Yi Wuti said coldly. Because you are the cauldron that Master left behind. Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom laughed. You, Yi Wuti, are a natural cauldron. You want to refine Master, but in Master's eyes, your entire body belongs to Master. That's impossible. Hearing the answer, Yi Wuti couldn't believe it. I can't be a cauldron. Even if I am, you don't have the right to have me. Whoosh! Yi Wuti's face was ferocious. He shook the myriad world god spear and brought a flame down. After the myriad world heaven fire was condensed, its power increased tremendously. With a furious strike, the sky full of flames enveloped Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom. I said you are a cauldron, and you will always be a cauldron. Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom raised his hand, and the surrounding myriad world heaven fire collapsed silently. The myriad world god spear in Yi Wuti's hand also gradually dissipated. My myriad world god spear. Not only that, even the armor of heaven on his body dissipated silently. Yi Wuti's strongest attack and defense were instantly lost. Master has already refined the heaven ice and myriad world heaven fire. How is it possible for you to control them to deal with Master? Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom said calmly. You tricked me, you tricked me. Yi Wuti's entire life was to refine the arm so that he could obtain a complete set of the arch armor and dominate the wind cloud territory. But in the blink of an eye, all his hopes were gone. How could he bear it? I'll fight you to the death. Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom waved his hand, An endless cold air surged over, freezing Yiwudi. A cauldron should have the awareness of a cauldron. Emperor God Guheng's phantom walked out. The moment he was frozen, Yiwudi lost his life. Yiwudi himself probably didn't expect such an ambitious person to die under the sky frigid ice in such a humiliating way. No matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't beat the cunning Emperor God Guheng. Whoosh whoosh. Emperor God Guheng's phantom came in front of Yiwudi, and the heaven ice disappeared automatically. Only Yiwudi's face was pale, and his eyes were wide open as if he died with a grievance. After so many years, I can finally regain my body. Emperor God Guheng's phantom sighed. I'm sorry, your body, no. This cauldron is going to leave you. A low voice sounded, and a majestic force attacked, exploding on Yiwudi's corpse. A ball of blood exploded, scattering all over the sky. Emperor God Guheng's phantom was stunned. Cauldron, this emperor's cauldron, how dare you destroy it? His cold gaze swept across, and he saw a figure on the altar not far away. He was very young, and at this moment, he was looking over with a face full of excitement. Fifth heaven of celestial God. Emperor God Guheng's phantom felt disgusted, as if he had eaten a fly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold air of the heaven ice instantly swept over. Chapter 36:45. Once the river of time and space appeared, the endless cold air was disintegrated. Even if a portion of it landed on Lin Fei, its power became very weak. I didn't expect an expert like you to be hidden here. Emperor God Guheng was quite surprised. No wonder you dare to destroy my cauldron. Even if I'm just a divine will, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Lin Fei actually didn't plan to attack so quickly, but he couldn't withstand the formless deterrence of Emperor God Guheng's phantom. Yiwudi, an expert, was easily killed. Lin Fei secretly decided to attack in advance. No matter what, he had to destroy Yiwudi, the cauldron, first. He didn't believe that Emperor God Guheng's divine will could last that long. Emperor God Guheng, you are an overlord, and I am just a small figure. However, I'm very interested in your arm. Why don't you hand it over? Lin Fei pounced forward and punched out with a god-killing fist. The power was like a mountain, suppressing the area. 10 times the power. The fist's shadow was like a pillar, trampling through a large area of the void, causing the space around Emperor God Guheng's phantom to become unstable. There are actually two. Emperor God Guheng's phantom waved his hand, and the sky ice blocked in front of him, shattering heavily. You've really surprised me. A space-time pendant and an ancient hung glove undoubtedly made Emperor God Guheng's phantom very excited. It didn't matter that Yiwudi was gone. Once he controlled this person, his strength would soar in a short period of time. Burn! After the sky ice, the myriad heaven fires spewed out, and the entire space turned into a purple sea of fire. The scorching air wave seeped in, and Lin Fei's entire body seemed to be burning. His body turned red, and even the 13-stage golden body technique was having a hard time resisting. This myriad heaven fire is really terrifying. After its power was weakened by the river of time and space, its influence is still so great. What the hell? Lin Fei gritted his teeth and endured it. He didn't stop attacking, and he kept punching. Young man, you can't beat me. The ancient Emperor God Emperor's shadow said calmly. In this double death ground, the heaven's ice and the 10,000-world heaven fire are all under my control. Even if you have the ancient hung glove and the ancient hung space-time pendant, it will be useless. Lin Fei was suffering, but this was not his limit. He sneered and said, Emperor God Guheng, you think too highly of yourself. You're just a divine thought in one arm. I don't believe you can outlast me. It's still uncertain who will emerge victorious. Even though the power that Emperor God Guheng had displayed was very frightening, if the real Emperor God Guheng was here, Lin Fei would leave immediately without a second word and run as far as he could. The person before him was nothing more than a strand of spiritual will. He couldn't even control the ancient eternal glove. His arm had been frozen for so long. Lin Fei didn't believe that he couldn't defeat his opponent. The moment Lin Fei said those words, the virtual image of God, Emperor Gu Heng, inadvertently revealed an uneasy expression. After that, it flashed by, as though it had never appeared before. Then go ahead and try. The virtual image of God, Emperor Gu Heng, said indifferently. He raised his left hand, and endless cold air sealed over. One fire, one ice. At that moment, they became orderly. The pressure on Lin Fei increased again. The speed of his attacks slowed down. The cold air of the heavens ice was also very frightening. It was very hard. Frost gradually appeared on Lin Fei's body and gradually spread. Young man, stop struggling. You will never be able to defeat me. The virtual image of God, Emperor Gu Heng, said. He couldn't calm down. Under the attack of two methods, he could still persist. It was really rare. That might not be the case. Blocking two different attacks, Lin Fei consumed a lot of energy. Whoosh! The myriad essence pool flew out and landed on the top of Lin Fei's head. Mighty divine power surged into his body. Emperor God Gu Heng, are you surprised? Once the exhausted divine power was replenished, Lin Fei became lively again. With a whoosh, the myriad essence pool disappeared. Now, do you still think you can defeat me? Heavenly Dance Divine Nation's myriad essence pool. The virtual image of God Emperor Gu Heng was shocked. As a divine sense, he dominated an era. God Emperor Gu Heng recognized the myriad essence pool on the spot. This was a powerful treasure. No, this guy has the myriad essence pool. His consumption will be replenished, and if this emperor drags on, the last of my source power will be used up. Then it will really be over. A fifth firmament celestial deity guy was so difficult to deal with. It really exceeded the virtual image of God, Emperor Gu Heng. If it continued, there would be no advantage. An ancient Hung spacetime pendant could resist the power of the attack. A war of attrition was not what God Emperor Gu Heng was willing to see. He had to end it quickly. Ice and fire double kill, one heaven. A low voice sounded. Lin Fei's heart instantly turned cold. An aura of death shrouded over. In his vision, purple flames and white cold air, one on the left and one on the right, two streams of light. They broke through the restrictions of the void and directly strangled him. With this strangulation, Lin Fei vomited blood on the spot, riddled with wounds. Two kinds of power tore apart his body, wreaking havoc in his body. Even the celestial deity power in his body was in chaos, about to lose control. A big move. This is definitely a big move. It seems that the power isn't as terrifying as I imagined. It should have been reduced by a lot by the river of space-time. Lin Fei suffered heavy injuries, but it was still within a bearable range. He quickly mobilized the celestial deity power in his body to suppress it. God Emperor Gu Heng, this big move of yours is really interesting. Lin Fei's body swayed, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. However, it's still lacking a little to kill me. With the ancient Hung space-time pendant reducing the power, the God Fiend race's top-notch body tempering cultivation technique, an encounter with God Emperor Gu Heng's virtual image formed from divine sense, Lin Fei really withstood it. You're actually a body tempering cultivator. Your fleshly body actually reached the celestial emperor level. God Emperor Gu Heng's virtual image looked over, completely moved at this moment. Good eyesight. I indeed have a celestial emperor-level fleshly body. Lin Fei said proudly. Your big move couldn't even kill me. It must have consumed a lot of energy, right? Are you very disappointed? Of course he was disappointed. God Emperor Gu Heng's virtual image wanted a curse. You're a fifth firmament celestial deity realm with a celestial emperor-level fleshly body. Do you have to be so monstrous? Even if it was God Emperor Gu Heng at this realm back then, compared to this guy in front of him, the gap was not an ordinary kind of big, and he could even smash his head to death. What a bully. You can still continue to use it. With this body of mine, I can barely hold on for another 3 to 5 times. Lin Fei said with a smile. I believe that Lord God Emperor shouldn't care how many times you kill a small character like me, right? God Emperor Gu Heng's virtual image was currently just a virtual image. His power was limited. Heaven's cold ice and thousand-world heavenly fire were reserved to deal with Yi Wudi. However, encountering a monstrous guy like Lin Fei was truly unexpected. That big move just now consumed a lot of energy, and he originally thought that he could kill the other party. Who would have thought that the other party still had a Celestial Emperor-level body? It was no different from pouring a bucket of cold water on the spot. Young man, your strength is not bad. How would God Emperor Gu Heng's virtual image dare to attack again? After that big move, his power was mostly consumed, so how would he dare to attack again? It just so happens that this emperor is lacking people by my side. Your talent is not bad. As long as you are willing to follow this emperor can not only let you become a celestial emperor, but also an existence above tens of thousands of people. Lin Fei laughed loudly. God Emperor Gu Heng, you are feeling guilty. Chapter 3646. Once the river of space-time appeared, it quickly suppressed him. The surrounding time started to pass. This power affected Emperor God Gu Heng's projection even more. His entire body started to become blurry, and he kept struggling, trying to rush out. This is your treasure. Enjoy it. Don't miss it. Lin Fei smiled as he attacked. He punched directly, overturning the void and forcing Emperor God Gu Heng's projection to raise his hand to block. Brat, must you kill me? Emperor God Gu Heng's projection was not his real body, but a manifestation of his divine sense. Once the river of space-time enveloped him, he revealed his true form, which was rare for him. You are Emperor God Gu Heng, an existence that dominated an era. How would I dare to kill you? Lin Fei kept attacking, each punch as powerful as a mountain. I just want to destroy this divine sense. I have the guts to do so. Emperor God Gu Heng said coldly. Aren't you afraid that I'll revive and chase you down? Lin Fei bombarded the heavens' frosty ice, causing cracks to appear. Then you'll still have to chase after me. But I remember that your original body has long since left the wind cloud weave. Otherwise, your registered disciple wouldn't be covetously eyeing you like a tiger watching its prey. He wouldn't be thinking of refining your arm and ascending to the heavens in a single bound. Threat? Lin Fei was not afraid now. Moreover, he was in wind cloud weave. Little brother, stop first. We can discuss this. Emperor God Gu Heng's projection's expression changed. This fellow had guessed the core. His divine sense was the only one left in wind cloud weave. Even if it was destroyed, no news could be transmitted. At this moment, Emperor God Gu Heng's projection was anxious. Once it was destroyed, there would be nothing left. Hee, you're anxious now. Lin Fei punched out like shadows, laughing proudly. Weren't you very awesome just now? Enveloped by the river of space-time, Emperor God Gu Heng's projection became fainter and fainter. Controlling the heaven's ice to defend also became slower, as though he was powerless. The consumption was severe. You win. As long as you spare my life, I can tell you a big secret regarding God Emperor Gu Heng. That's right, God Emperor Gu Heng said with a sigh. This was also the only capital that the virtual image of Emperor God Gu Heng could take out. Did Lin Fei need it? Of course not. Although the secret left behind by such an old monster was tempting, Lin Fei really did not want to know. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in your affairs. Lin Fei shook his head. With a punch, he pierced through the sky frost and landed a heavy blow on Emperor God Gu Heng's shadow. I want to kill you right now. This emperor will fight it out with you. Emperor God Gu Heng's shadow let out a miserable shriek. His entire shadow turned into a ball of origin energy, and his ferocious and venomous voice reverberated. Possession. This was the only thing that the apparition of Emperor God Gu Heng could do. Take over this guy's body. The final burst of strength broke free from the river of space-time's restraints, tore open Lin Fei's glabella, and charged in. Your body will soon belong to me. Emperor God Gu Heng's shadow laughed hideously. Idiot. After that, the desperate voice of Emperor God, Gu Hong, resounded in his mind. Bastard, what exactly are you? The voice stopped abruptly. Who? Lin Fei gasped and rubbed his glabella. I have the system. Even if I am in deep sleep, it is not something that you can fight against. Lin Fei raised his eyelids and smiled. Running in on your own accord and seeking your own death is really rare. If Emperor God Gu Heng's shadow were to struggle, it would be troublesome for Lin Fei to get rid of it. He might even get injured. Emperor God Gu Heng's shadow chose such a method. Lin Fei wanted to clap and applaud. What a great man. And this is... Suddenly, a large number of memory fragments appeared in his mind. The memory fragments contained a large amount of information. These are the memories left behind by this consciousness. My luck seems to be too good. Lin Fei laughed and quickly refined them one by one. Immediately, there was a large amount of information in his mind. It was familiar yet strange, but it was as if he had experienced it personally. Half an hour passed. Lin Fei completely refined the vast amount of memory information. From now on, I truly understand the wind cloud weave. I also know some things about the outer regions. Lin Fei took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with joy. These memories came at the right time. Even if 10,000 or 100,000 years had passed, Lin Fei did not think that he could accumulate as much as the other party did. Accumulating one's own knowledge was actually a long process. But Lin Fei did it easily. Emperor God Gu Heng's shadow did not think that he would help Lin Fei and contribute a large amount of memory information. Emperor God Gu Heng has died. From today onwards, this arm belongs to me. Lin Fei stood in front of the floating arm. At this moment, this arm did not have the support of consciousness and became very ordinary. However, it contained frightening power. Myriad Essence Pool, suppress. Take it out of the wind cloud weave. Lin Fei did not have such a thought. From the words of Emperor God Gu Heng's shadow, Lin Fei could clearly hear that this consciousness had betrayed him. It wanted to stand on its own and become a new Emperor God Gu Heng. Lin Fei also seemed to understand why Kong Lin had asked the three of them to come to the wind cloud weave. Emperor God Gu Heng's arm resisted, but it only lasted for a moment before it was sucked into the myriad essence pool. Refining this thing will take a long time. During this time, I can first refine the heavenly ice and thousand world heavenly fire to make them my strongest attack and strongest defense. Lin Fei had seen the power of this power before. The old ancestor of Tianji Hall was strong, but in front of Emperor God Gu Heng, he was killed by these two powers. He could not even fight back. It was impossible not to be jealous. In fact, Lin Fei had other ideas, but he had to refine Emperor God Gu Heng's arm first. At this moment, in a faraway territory, in the depths of the lava flowed and waves of air surged. A crimson figure sat cross-legged in the lava. He suddenly opened his eyes. Who destroyed this old man's divine will? With a low voice, the whole area of magma tumbled and collapsed, and the area around him turned into a vacuum zone. This old man's arm is completely gone. The crimson figure roared. Below his naked body, there were many huge scars. His entire body looked like it had been pieced together. Anyone would have sucked in a breath of cold air. Under the piecing, the crimson figure was missing an arm and looked empty. Everyone in the wind cloud weave should die. Lin Fei sneezed. Who is thinking of me? Chapter 36:47. While Lin Fei was refining heaven's ice and thousand world celestial fire, Tianji Hall's celestial star protectors had entered, but Lin Fei had killed them on the spot without leaking any news. Lin Fei was truly afraid that the divination hall would leak the news. At that time, he could imagine that once the news spread, the 9 god emperors of the wind cloud weave would rush over. Done. Half a month later, heaven's ice and thousand world celestial fire were refined without any difficulty. With Emperor God Gu Heng's refining memory, all Lin Fei had to do was erase the imprint and refine them again. It was just a waste of time. Lin Fei stretched out his hands. His left hand was cold air formed by heaven's ice, and his right hand was 1,000-world celestial fire. The scorching aura could burn everything. At that moment, Lin Fei easily mastered these two powers. This is good stuff. The strange power of heaven and earth is really not to be underestimated. Lin Fei could feel the terrifying power of these two powers. From now on, this power is mine. Lin Fei refined them completely and turned them into a powerful technique. Even an Emperor God expert would not be able to break through it easily. Now, all that's left is to refine this arm. Originally, it would take a lot of time to refine it with the Myriad Origin Pool. After refining the two powers, Lin Fei controlled 1,000-world celestial fire to enter the Myriad Origin Pool and attack the arm to speed up the refinement and destruction. Day and night, he refined it. Emperor God, Gu Hang's arm finally started to loosen. Wisps of vigorous energy flowed out and quickly turned into divine power. Lin Fei beamed with joy. Success comes from two places of death. Failure comes from two places of death. 1,000-world celestial fire is mighty and domineering. Myriad Origin Pool was awesome, but 1,000-world celestial fire was even more awesome. Lin Fei was even more motivated. Once he absorbed the power of the Myriad Origin Pool, the god power in his body would definitely rise to an extremely high level. He would have the power to fight an Emperor God. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. It wasn't a long time. I finally finished refining it. Emperor God, Gu Hang's arm is really strong. Lin Fei's spirit, energy, and spirit revealed a trace of exhaustion, but his face still revealed a happy expression. Just how powerful was he at his peak? It was just an arm, but it took more than 5 years. Lin Fei had no choice but to accept it. He even suspected that Emperor God Gu Hang's physical body had stepped into the immortal level and was truly immortal and indestructible. If it wasn't at the immortal rank, then it would take 5 years to refine. Now it's my turn to increase my strength. The 13-fold golden body incantation was currently at the 3rd level, and it had not reached its limit yet. Lin Fei could improve and refine it without any worries. I'm really looking forward to seeing how many wisps of Heavenly God's power I can condense this time. Lin Fei was excited just thinking about it. Boom! When the majestic power entered his body, he still suffered a huge impact, as if his body was about to explode. It had been a long time since Lin Fei had experienced this. This feels great. A trickle of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Lin Fei's eyes were filled with excitement. This is the power I need. The amount of Heavenly God's power that had stagnated began to break through again. Each time, it increased by dozens of wisps. The aura on Lin Fei's body became stronger and stronger. Boom, boom, boom. I've finally broken through to 100,000 wisps of Heavenly God's power. From 5 digits to 6 digits. When the Heavenly God's power broke through to 100,000 wisps, Lin Fei was wild with joy. It wasn't easy. Although it was only 100,000 wisps of Heavenly God's power, Lin Fei knew how much he had suffered. It's really high risk, but high reward. 100,000 wisps of Heavenly God's power surged like the sea in his body, and it was extraordinarily ferocious and domineering. After breaking through to 100,000 wisps, Lin Fei's joy did not last long before he realized that this body could no longer condense Heavenly God's power. In other words, it had reached its limit. 100,000 wisps of Heavenly God's power is the limit. Lin Fei was rather displeased. My river of space-time can control the flow of time. I can attempt to break through to the 4th level. If not for the river of space-time, Lin Fei could not guarantee success, but it was different now. Perhaps after breaking through this threshold, the Heavenly God's power will be able to accommodate more. This should also be a big threshold. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and summoned the river of space-time to envelop himself. Bang! Lin Fei's body shattered, and he began to charge. With the support of 100,000 wisps of Heavenly God's power, he did not believe that he could not break through from the 3rd level to the 4th level. It took him more than half a year to break through from the 3rd level to the 4th level. That was close. That was close. When he broke through from the third level to the fourth level, Lin Fei heaved a long sigh of relief. How did that god-fiend Lord cultivate back then? I only managed to break through with 100,000 wisps of heavenly god's power and the help of the river of space-time. From the third level to the fourth level of the 13 levels golden body art, Lin Fei clearly felt that his body had improved tremendously. As for how much it had improved, he did not dare to be sure, but it was definitely a shocking number. Heavenly God's power, injected into me. After his physical body broke through, Lin Fei activated the myriad essence pool, and his body instantly became like a dried-up river as he frantically absorbed the power that surged in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large amount of power surged in. This time, the feeling of his body exploding did not appear again. Awesome. A vast amount of power surged in. Lin Fei no longer felt that way as he focused on refining the heavenly god's power. 110,000, 120,000, 130,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 430,000. The increase in the heavenly god's power clearly exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. 500,000 wisps. This is too scary. Lin Fei's eyes widened as he felt the vast heavenly god's power. He found it difficult to adapt. My body can accommodate 500,000 wisps of heavenly god's power? Is this the limit of the fourth stage? No more, no less. 500,000 wisps of heavenly god's power. His body could not accommodate any more. After Lin Fei recovered from his shock, he laughed maniacally. I've really picked up a treasure. Lin Fei was truly grateful to the divine demon master for helping him so much. 500,000 wisps of heavenly god's power was definitely like reaching the heavens in a single step. With such a burst of power, one could only imagine how terrifying Lin Fei was. His body and power had undergone earth-shattering changes. At this moment, Lin Fei truly had the battle prowess of an emperor god. In fact, he was not inferior to that veteran emperor god. The power of the myriad essence pool was also mostly absorbed. There was not much left. Lin Fei was excited for a long time before he regained his composure. From now on, I can finally do whatever I want in the wind cloud territory. Lin Fei felt the power in his body and the corners of his lips curled up. I can collect the full set of the arch armor. After refining the arm power and obtaining Emperor God Gu Heng's memories, there was a secret method to control the back door of the arch armor. The prerequisite was that he had to be strong. Chapter 3648. Recently, the wind cloud weave had been abnormally peaceful. The commotion caused by Lin Fei had been suppressed. Several years had passed, and there was no news of Lin Fei in the wind cloud weave. No one knew where he had gone. In any case, there was no trace of him at all. Dead or alive, no one knew. After a long time, no one cared anymore. Those who were worried that Lin Fei would become the 10th God Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. They could not wait for something to happen to Lin Fei. Six Paths Palace. Ever since he had failed to suppress Lin Fei, God Emperor Six Paths had not been in a good mood. Having missed such a good opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to encounter it again. That was the only time God Emperor Six Paths had a legitimate chance to suppress him. Unfortunately, once he thought of this, the God Emperor of Six Paths felt uncomfortable. It was a great opportunity. God Emperor Six Paths. A loud voice reached God Emperor of Six Paths' ears. God Emperor Six Paths, who had been daydreaming, recognized the voice. It was Lin Fei, whom he had always wanted to kill. He dares to come again. God Emperor Six Paths was overjoyed. Kill him. This time, I must kill him and snatch the arch armor part. At that time, I will definitely be able to fight against the veteran God Emperors. Lin Fei, God Emperor Six Paths, stepped out of the Six Paths Palace and traveled through the void. In the blink of an eye, he was hundreds of millions of miles away. You're quite bold. God Emperor Six Paths saw Lin Fei in the sky as soon as he came out. He looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll. You dare to come to my territory again? After his strength skyrocketed, Lin Fei's realm was still the same, but his strength far surpassed God Emperor's 6 paths. I'll give you 2 choices. Submit to me or be killed by me. Lin Fei smiled at God Emperor's 6 paths. When they met again, the other's aura was no longer threatening and returned to normal. God Emperor's 6 paths was so angry that he laughed. Arrogant fellow, do you really think you can kill me with 2 arch-armors? Even God Emperor Tianfeng, who is ranked first, would not dare to say such a thing. Disdain, thick disdain. He was the God Emperor of 6 paths, one of the older God Emperors among the 9 God Emperors. God Kings could be killed, but God Emperors could not. This saying had been passed down for a long time because God Emperors were powerful and proficient in all sorts of secret techniques. Once a God Emperor wanted to leave, no God Emperor will be able to stop them. Looks like you've chosen the second one, Lin Fei said regretfully. The God Emperor and the others can't kill you, but to me, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. River of Space-Time. Lin Fei summoned the River of Space-Time. 6 paths of reincarnation. 6 paths God Emperor used his ultimate move to fight against the River of Time and Space. This move is useless against me. The terrifying reincarnation killing force swept over. The River of Space-Time was being strangled by the 6 paths of reincarnation, constantly collapsing. It was clear that the 6 paths Divine Emperor was still very powerful. Do you see that? You have the River of Time and Space. I have the 6 paths reincarnation. The power of reincarnation can reincarnate everything. 6 paths Celestial Emperor sneered. You can't kill me. After the 6 paths Celestial Emperor attacked, the remaining 8 God Emperors in the Wind Cloud Weave felt the fluctuations from a battle. Only they, who were also God Emperors, could feel the fluctuations. One by one, their gazes landed on the void. He wants to kill 6 paths Celestial Emperor. Is that guy crazy? If God Emperors were so easy to kill, there would be more than 9 God Emperors in the Wind Cloud Weave. The veteran God Emperor shook his head. This Lin Fei didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He wanted to kill 6 paths Celestial Emperor in 1,000 years. What is he doing? Fluttering Snow God Emperor was surprised to see this. Lin Fei, who had disappeared for so long, attacked 6 paths Celestial Emperor the moment he appeared. He even tried to kill him. This White Bones God Emperor and Breaking Heaven God Emperor were dumbfounded. Crazy, he's really crazy. The God Emperors understood each other the best. If it was so easy to kill, they would have done it long ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. It was because God Emperors were too difficult to kill. Under normal circumstances, it was rare for them to fall out with each other. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that 6 paths Celestial Emperor used the 6 paths reincarnation killing move to block the River of Time and Space. After all, it was 6 paths Celestial Emperor's ultimate killing move. No one dared to underestimate its power. What about this? Lin Fei laughed and pounced forward. Ancient Heng's glove glowed, and he punched with a terrifying aura. A black flowing light shot over. The punch shook heaven and earth. It was a terrifying, destructive power of 5 million strands of power of Heaven God. Oh no! The observing God Emperors were shocked. 6 paths Celestial Emperor is in danger. Even the veteran God Emperors would be afraid of such a powerful punch, unless it was God Emperor Tianfeng, who was ranked first. 6 paths Celestial Emperor was shocked. The surrounding void was shaken by the punch, and it looked like it was going to collapse. 6 paths protection. A divine wheel appeared behind 6 paths Celestial Emperor. Colorful lights filled the sky. It was 6 paths Celestial Emperor's strongest treasure, 6 paths pagoda. This treasure could not only attack, but it could also defend. It was a treasure that could both attack and defend. Even though 6 paths Celestial Emperor was ranked 6th, even the top few did not think that he could defeat 6 paths Celestial Emperor. After all, treasures that could both attack and defend were rare. The explosive power collided with the 6 paths pagoda. The 6 paths pagoda turned and blocked most of the power, but the rest still penetrated and hit 6 paths Celestial Emperor, causing him to vomit blood. In just a few years, your power has increased so quickly. Six-Paths Celestial Emperor was in disbelief. Last time, his opponent could only defend passively, but now a punch could injure him. Even his strongest treasure, the Six Paths Pagoda, could not completely block the power of the punch. It could only be said that his opponent was terrifyingly strong. But even if your power has increased, I still have the Six Paths Pagoda. I think it will be very difficult for you to kill me. Six Paths Celestial Emperor was secretly glad that he had this treasure. What if I lose this treasure? Guess how many punches I'll take to kill you? Lin Fei smiled and raised his left hand. He reached out and said, "Return." Lose? Six Paths Celestial Emperor reacted quickly, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Buzz, the Six Paths Pagoda, which he had refined, trembled when he heard the word return. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. The Six Paths Pagoda broke away from him and flew toward Lin Fei. My Six Paths Pagoda. Six Paths Celestial Emperor reached out to grab it, but the river of time and space enveloped him. He could only watch as the Six Paths Pagoda left, turned into a wheel, and landed behind Lin Fei. First punch. Lin Fei revealed a faint smile. He took a step forward and punched out. No. Six Paths Celestial Emperor looked desperate. Stop. Stop. Chapter 3649. The 8 God Emperors in the Void were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Six Paths God Emperor's supreme treasure was taken away just like that. That was a treasure that they might not even have a chance to get. But it was taken away by Lin Fei just like that. It was so fast that no one could keep up. Stop it. They must stop it. The God Emperors attacked from a distance. At the same time, 5 powerful forces pierced through heaven and earth and fell from the sky, bombarding the position where Lin Fei was. Lock on and attack. Fluttering Snow and the others widened their eyes, but they did not follow. After all, they were new God Emperors and would not attack Lin Fei. Lin Fei, how did he do it? Emperor God of 6 Paths of Reincarnation was snatched away, just like that. Emperor God White Bones opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Did Emperor God of 6 Paths go easy on him? It seems like he refined it. I have never heard of such a situation before. Breaking Heaven God Emperor blinked. Could Brother Lin Fei have obtained the secret technique left by God Emperor Guhong? Fluttering Snow God Emperor said after recovering from the shock. She could not help but gasp. If it was true, the situation in the Wind Cloud territory would change completely. You are too late. Feeling the 5 God Emperors' attacks, Lin Fei laughed. He was full of excitement and was not surprised at all. Without the protection of the 6 Paths Reincarnation, 6 Paths God Emperor was like a toothless tiger. Lin Fei's punch exploded his body. The power of 5 million Empyrean God powers was not something that 6 Tao God Emperors could withstand. After his body was destroyed, the 6 Paths Celestial Emperor was seriously injured. He knew that he had lost. Without the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, was he still the 6 Paths Celestial Emperor? I am not satisfied. 6 Paths God Emperor said hopelessly. A black shadow descended. No, it turned out that Lin Fei had released the 10,000 Essence Pool to suppress 6 Paths God Emperor. After being seriously injured, 6 Paths God Emperor had no power to resist Lin Fei's attack, let alone the power of the 10,000 Essence Pool. 6 Paths Reincarnation. The third part was instantly refined. There was a connection between the 3 parts, and Lin Fei was overjoyed. This was something that had never happened before, and it indirectly proved that Emperor God Gu Heng's the Archarmor was unusual. A massive world appeared, and within this world were 6 other worlds. It was like a cycle of reincarnation, with each reincarnation forming a new world. At the same time, a terrifying aura swept out in all directions, reverberating throughout the entire wind cloud weave. At this moment, figures dashed out one after another. Under this aura, all of them could feel the threat of death. They sensed the aura of the God Emperor. There was a total of 5 Emperor Gods, including the strongest Emperor God Tianfeng. With the help of treasures, The top experts of the various forces saw the scene of the 5 emperor gods surrounding and attacking Lin Fei. It's that Lin Fei. He is controlling the 6 paths, reincarnation. What's going on? How did the 6 paths of reincarnation fall into that person's hands? Where are the 6 paths, celestial emperors? The 6 paths of reincarnation withstood the attacks of 5 god emperors. How is this possible? A massive world appeared. Lin Fei stood in the center of the world. The power of the 5 emperor gods was terrifyingly strong. They smashed the 6 paths world along the way with an overwhelming force. To be worthy of 5 god emperors dealing with me, just thinking about it makes me excited. Lin Fei laughed out loud. The power of the heavenly god in his body continued to be channeled. The 13th-stage golden body art was also pushed to the limit as he withstood the waves of boundless power. It's broken. Lin Fei has been hit. 5 emperor gods teamed up against a young man who was not even a god emperor. This was the first time in the history of the Wind Cloud Weave that something like this had happened. The defense that the 6 paths reincarnation displayed was beyond their imagination. At least, it was not like this when it was used by the 6 paths god emperor. However, when it was used by Lin Fei, it was a completely different story. His emperor god body seems to be even stronger. Zhang Tianjue attacked with all his might. He could feel that his power landed on Lin Fei's body. However, it only tore through a layer of defense and caused a small area of damage. After that, he could not move an inch. A god emperor's senses were very strong. Just from this, Zhang Tianjue knew that this Lin Fei was already strong enough. With such a god emperor body, they could not kill Lin Fei even if they teamed up. His physical body was amazing. Even they had not cultivated their physical bodies to such a strong degree. We miscalculated. Regardless of which god emperor it was, they all realized that they had missed the best opportunity. Who would have thought that Lin Fei's strength had increased again? Who would have thought that Lin Fei had a secret technique that could quickly refine the 6 paths reincarnation treasures? With the 3 treasures working together, they formed a certain connection. Be it attack power or defense, they all had an obvious increase. After the 5 god emperors attacked once, they retracted their power and did not attack again. It was as if they knew that it would be very difficult to kill Lin Fei. He won just like that. Emperor God White Bones opened his mouth. That fellow withstood the attacks of 5 god emperors just like that. This improvement is too fast. Emperor God White Bones, who did not think much of Lin Fei previously, was now envious. From today onwards, the Wind Cloud Weave would welcome the 10th god emperor. Moreover, it was a special god emperor whose strength was not inferior to the old god emperors. Too fast. Emperor God Fluttering Snow smiled bitterly. Emperor God Tianfeng and the others are about to give up. The Wind Cloud Weave is about to have the 10th god emperor. Such a powerful god emperor was ranked 10th. How would Emperor God Fluttering Snow and the other 2 god emperors feel? The 10th god emperor. The peak god king experts in the Wind Cloud Weave exclaimed. They realized that the situation in the Wind Cloud Weave was about to change. The 10th god emperor had appeared. To withstand the attacks of 5 god emperors, if it was not the strength of a god emperor, what else could it be? They retreated just like that. Lin Fei raised his head. The 5 god emperor auras had disappeared without a trace. Apart from the remnant aura in the void, it proved that the god emperors had attacked. It's so boring. Lin Fei shook his head. He was rather disappointed. I was prepared for a big battle. With the 3 parts in hand, Lin Fei witnessed the extraordinary power of the arch-armor by activating the 6 paths of reincarnation. It withstood 50% of the attacks from the 5 god emperors, and the remaining 50% was withstood by the 13-stage Golden Body Secret Art. Even though it looked like Lin Fei was vomiting blood, his injuries were not as serious as he imagined. It's a pity that we alerted them. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. It won't be easy to get the other 5 parts. They won't just sit and wait for death. There was no other way. The news about the 10th god emperor, Lin Fei, quickly spread throughout the Wind Cloud Weave. The 10th god emperor had appeared. The entire Wind Cloud Weave was in an uproar. Chapter 3650. As Lin Fei became the 10th Emperor God, it caused a huge commotion in the Wind Cloud Weave. To be able to withstand the combined attack of the 5 strongest Emperor Gods was not something that just anyone could do, especially when Emperor God of 6 Paths was suppressed. With the 3 parts of the Emperor armor in hand, it once again shocked the other forces. Lin Fei's power surpassed all the other Emperor Gods, and even surpassed Emperor God Tianfeng, who was ranked first. Within the Wind Cloud Weave, news about Lin Fei was everywhere. As for the 10th Emperor Lin Fei, everyone knew very little about him. He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, which made people suspect his origins. Just when everyone thought that the 10th God Emperor, Lin Fei, would cause a commotion, this God Emperor did not do anything at all. This was beyond everyone's expectations. The more it was like this, the more uncertain everyone felt. The 10th Emperor God was different from the previous 9. He was someone who could withstand the combined attack of 5 Emperor Gods. Even if he was not an Emperor God, no one dared to doubt his power. Just look at Emperor 6 Paths, Wind Cloud Weave, ranked first Emperor God Tianfeng Empire. Within a glorious palace, Emperor Tianfeng was entertaining a few guests. There were only 4 guests, but any one of them was worthy of everyone's attention. To be entertained by Emperor Tianfeng, the ranked first Emperor God. Who else could it be besides a God Emperor? I did not expect Brother 6 Paths to be suppressed just like that. Emperor God Zhan Tianjue shook his head regretfully. If I had known that he had hidden his strength so well, I would not have let him continue to grow. Honestly speaking, Emperor God Zhan Tianjue felt that it was too fast. How long had it been? He had risen. It was completely out of his expectations. Now, even if they did not admit it, Lin Fei was qualified to be the 10th Emperor God. They had to admit it. The remaining 3 Emperor Gods looked serious as well. They weren't as strong as Zhan Tianjue, and they didn't think much of Lin Fei back then. They didn't expect Lin Fei's strength to improve by leaps and bounds after his trip to the 13 Holy Nations. Before this, no one would have cared about such a person. But now, the name of the 10th Emperor God had spread throughout the Wind Cloud Weave. Even if it was them, in a one-on-one situation, they didn't have the confidence to defeat the other party, and they even had to consider their own safety. It was really a tangle problem. Tianfeng, you are the strongest among us. What should we do? Emperor God Yuan Heng, who was ranked 3rd, was a 4th sky of God Emperor. He had white hair on his temples and an aged aura. He was asking Emperor God Tianfeng. The moment Emperor God Yuan Heng said that, the remaining Emperor God Gong Tianya and Emperor God Feng Zhu looked over. Emperor God Tianfeng felt helpless. It was useless to look for him for such matters. Back then, Emperor God Tianfeng's power was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest. It was a treasure with the best defense among the parts of the Emperor armor that he possessed. It could prevent him from getting injured to a great extent. His true strength was only slightly higher than the 4 of them. If God Emperor Tianfeng was truly the strongest in the world, he would have already unified the Windy Wind Weave. The name of the Tianfeng Empire would have covered the entire weave instead of just controlling a region. The name of the empire did not match. What else can we do? That brat obtained 3 parts and formed a connection. His power increased along with it. Between you and me, none of us is a match for him. Emperor God Tianfeng knew that it was a blow to others, but he still chose to say it. Now, the only thing we can do is to form an alliance and not give him a chance to attack. Actually, on the way here, the 5 Emperor Gods had thought about it. If they fought one-on-one, they would be defeated easily. Lin Fei had 3 parts. If he were to refine one more, it would be harder to deal with him. Then it would be their doomsday. Emperor God Zhan Tianju sighed. I never expected these Emperor Gods would choose to form an alliance. Among them, they had been fighting openly and secretly. In the dark, they controlled the Windy Wind Weave. In the end, because of the appearance of Lin Fei, they had no choice but to form an alliance. Zhan Tianju's helplessness was the helplessness of the Emperor Gods. Emperor God Tianfeng wasn't confident that he could kill Lin Fei. that Emperor God's physical body seemed to be stronger. Forming an alliance was the only way. However, you don't have to worry, Emperor God Tianfeng added. With the 5 of us working together, Lin Fei wouldn't dare to attack even if he had 100 guts. All we can do is wait. Wait. The 4 Emperor Gods immediately understood. War of the Weave. Emperor God Tianfeng spat out a few words. Alliance. Heaven-breaking city inside the palace. When Lin Fei heard a piece of news, he frowned. It wasn't good news. This news was brought by Emperor God Petion. Ever since Lin Fei became the 10th Emperor God in the Windy Wind Weave and became famous, Emperor God Petion took the initiative to approach him. He was very clear about the current situation in the Windy Wind Weave. Thoughts? Emperor God Petion definitely had some, such as not standing on Emperor God Tianfeng's side. From a short interaction, Emperor God Petion recognized Lin Fei as a person. In the future, Lin Fei could suppress Emperor God Tianfeng and create a new era. With the 3 parts of the Arch Armor, Emperor God Petion was far from Lin Fei's match. Hence, he took the initiative to approach him. Embarrassing? That wasn't embarrassing at all. Was he waiting for Lin Fei to deal with him? Emperor God Petion wasn't that stupid. They're afraid that Brother Lin will defeat them one by one. Emperor God Petion said, I was shocked when I heard the news. Those fellows are so cowardly. I didn't think that such a day would come. As a god emperor who ascended later, Emperor God Petion had always been ostracized. He couldn't compare to the older god emperors in any aspect. Emperor God Petion was more excited than anyone to see them suffer a setback. They're really cautious. Lin Fei shook his head. He had originally planned to defeat them one by one. They were quite fast. If they worked together, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Brother Lin, it's not impossible for you to deal with them. Emperor God Petion said. They might be planning to hold out until the day of the Weave War. At that time, true experts will gather. It's normal for them to kill others with a borrowed knife. Lin Fei didn't care much about it. It's not certain who will kill who. For the sake of the complete set of Emperor armor, Lin Fei would definitely attack them. Unless they handed over the parts, Lin Fei could let them go. At this point, Lin Fei would still be merciful. Please pass on a message to them for me. Lin Fei said, as long as they are willing to hand over the parts, they will still be God Emperors. Even in the future, no one will be able to shake their position. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, there was no harm in trying. What if it worked? Who knew what would happen? After the news spread, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. With the 3 parts in hand, the only thing left was to find Han Jiang and Flaming Lion. This time, Lin Fei entrusted this matter to Emperor God Petion, Emperor God White Bones, and Emperor God Fluttering Snow. With their strong influence, they would definitely find some clues. Chapter 36:51. When the wind cloud weave fell into peace. Some people were not having a good time. For example, Han Jiang. Brother Han, hurry and leave, they're here. In a mansion, dozens of experts charged in, and the subordinates in the mansion collapsed with a single touch. The casualties were disastrous, and blood flowed like a river. Han Jiang, who had been in a daze, finally reacted and left without another word. This was the 6th time he was surrounded by mysterious experts, and he could not hide for long each time. It was simply like seeing a ghost. Who is it, that bastard? Han Jiang escaped from the mansion and tunneled into a vast mountain range as fast as he could, borrowing the aura of demonic beasts to conceal his aura, so as to shake off the pursuers behind him. Could it be sent by Lin Fei? Ever since coming to the Wind Cloud Weave, Han Jiang's luck was not very good. He was captured and became a slave the moment he arrived, and only recovered a portion of his strength after several decades. It was precisely because of this that Han Jiang's strength improvement was not considered fast. Presently, he was barely at the Divine King realm. News regarding the arm had yet to be found, but the news of Lin Fei becoming the 10th Divine Emperor spread, shocking Han Jiang quite a bit. In less than 1,000 years, that person stepped into the position of Divine Emperor. Even if he was not at the Divine Emperor realm, no one would doubt Lin Fei's strength. The sixth-ranked Samsara Divine Emperor fell because of him. Han Jiang had been hesitating whether to return or not. That guy already became a Divine Emperor, and he was still a Divine King realm. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating, and he wished he could kill himself. Han Jiang did not dare to guarantee, nor was he sure. He would hide first. Han Jiang, long time no see. A voice came from ahead, and a figure walked out, standing with his hands behind his back, smiling at the disheveled Han Jiang. It's just that you're not doing well. When Han Jiang heard this voice, long-lost memories surfaced, and his body trembled. Spare me, Divine Emperor Lin. Han Jiang begged for mercy. Even if the current Lin Fei was a fifth firmament celestial deity, to Han Jiang, the other party's aura was like a mountain, virtually making him unable to breathe. I really didn't do anything. Han Jiang knelt on the ground with a thud, shivering. I beg you, spare me. Lin Fei said faintly. It's because you didn't find anything that you're still alive. Thanks to the help of the three god emperors, Han Jiang was able to find it quickly. However, the flaming lion seemed to be unlucky. It was killed as soon as it appeared, leaving Han Jiang alone. Lin Fei could only come to Han Jiang. Han Jiang's performance greatly disappointed Lin Fei. In any case, Han Jiang was an expert from a conquered weave. How could he be so cowardly? Yes. Han Jiang lowered his head. Tell me what you know about the outer realms, said Lin Fei. If you're satisfied, you can live. Lin Fei was quite concerned about this outsider. Otherwise, he wouldn't have searched for Han Jiang in secret. He wanted to learn more about the weave situation. Yes. How could Han Jiang dare to hide anything? He spilled everything out in great detail, going on for 2 to 4 hours. Lin Fei found it interesting. Han Jiang's heart was in his throat. Emperor God Lin, this is a grand star map I obtained. I'm afraid even the Windy Weave doesn't have such a grand star map. Han Jiang handed over the starry sky, great star map. It would be a waste of a heavenly treasure in my hands. It's too wasteful. Only a peerless expert like Emperor God Lin would be able to make use of it. Han Jiang carefully handed over the grand star map. Lin Fei had obtained a grand star map from Tianji Hall. It was quite complete. Now that he heard this, he couldn't help but be curious. He grabbed it and casually flipped it open. It was a very ancient grand star map. Lin Fei took out the grand star map from Tianji Hall. After a simple comparison, his eyes lit up. Han Jiang's grand star map was more detailed and had a larger area. Good stuff. Lin Fei kept looking. Suddenly, his eyes were fixed on one spot. At that moment, that area was marked with 2 simple words. Earth. Speak. What's going on with Earth? Lin Fei grabbed Han Jiang. Even though Han Jiang was a God King expert, he was abnormally weak in front of Lin Fei's strength. Lin Fei had never thought that he would see the word Earth on this grand star map. Coincidence? Or is there a place called Earth? Lin Fei couldn't be sure. These 2 words were buried in the depths of his memory. As they popped up, everything from the past popped up and was suppressed. Han Jiang's face was pale. Emperor God Lin, can I take a look first? Lin Fei grabbed Han Jiang. The grand star map floated in the air. He pointed at a region and said, "This is the place. Remember to speak properly. If anything goes wrong, I'll kill you immediately." Cold killing intent shrouded Han Jiang. Han Jiang was very clear that if he didn't speak clearly, he might really be killed. No, he would really die. This great starry sky star map was left behind by a wanderer in the starry sky when he traveled across the great 1,000 worlds. This Earth should be in the depths of a primitive territory. It is an inconspicuous place. It is said that the name Earth was obtained from a certain place. Han Jiang stuttered as he spoke. Han Jiang didn't have a deep understanding of this grand star map. In order to travel through the real starry sky, one needed to be at the immortal realm. And the immortal realm was definitely a threshold. Countless people were stuck at this step. Han Jiang didn't have the confidence to reach this realm. He didn't really study this grand star map. Lin Fei was quite disappointed. It was as if he hadn't said anything. Where's that space wanderer? He died of old age. Han Jiang said. Lin Fei wasn't surprised. This grand star map could be taken out by someone. That meant that the person was most likely dead. This Earth should be my Earth from back then. Lin Fei thought. There aren't that many coincidences in the world. This Earth is that Earth. Lin Fei was even more certain. Originally, he just wanted to find Han Jiang. Who would have thought that he would accidentally find out the location of Earth? It's hard to reach the immortal realm, but if I can use the ancient Eternal Emperor armor, I might really be able to return to Earth. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. No matter what, I have to go back and take a look. Even if 10, 20, or even 100 years have passed. This was Lin Fei's wish. Thank you for giving me the Grand Star map. In order to thank you, I've decided. Lin Fei suddenly smiled. Han Jiang was overjoyed. He didn't have to die anymore. Many thanks, crack. Lin Fei twisted Han Jiang's neck. A monstrous power descended and crushed Han Jiang's entire body. Chapter 3652. Obtaining information about Earth's whereabouts from Han Jiang was Lin Fei's greatest reward. This trip was worth it. After dealing with Han Jiang, Lin Fei left the scene. Finally, he opened up a simple cave abode in a random place and carefully studied this starry sky star map. I really didn't expect that I would actually obtain information about Earth's whereabouts. Lin Fei had never dared to guarantee whether he could return or not. After so many years, Lin Fei had almost forgotten the word Earth. Dealing with Han Jiang was just a thought that Lin Fei wanted to put to rest. He really didn't expect that Han Jiang would have such a good thing in his hands. The starry sky star map in Tianji Hall was simply incomparable to this. It was on a completely different level. After setting up the array formation, Lin Fei took out the starry sky star map and carefully studied it. Earth is in this position. My current position should be in this region. This starry sky star map was very complete. There were many territories recorded on it. Some were big, some were small, and they were all recorded in detail. It made one's eyes light up at a glance. This is the Windy Wind territory. Lin Fei found one place after another. After understanding it, Lin Fei realized that this starry sky great world was very big. It was not as simple as he had imagined. The organization of the territory war is probably this myriad sky empire. Lin Fei looked around, and finally his finger landed on a territory. This territory was so vast that even he was shocked by it. That's right, this territory was called the Myriad Sky Empire. The most frightening thing was that this Myriad Sky Empire controlled hundreds of territories. It could be said to be the strongest existence. If I want to return to Earth, I have to pass through this Myriad Sky Empire, thought Lin Fei. There are almost no records of Earth's location. It must be very barren. I estimate that at the very least, I need to be at the immortal rank to explore the way. After putting away the map, Lin Fei had a plan in mind. His current mission was to collect the remaining 5 parts of the treasure and form a complete set of the arch armor. Once the arch armor was formed, his strength would increase greatly, and he would have the true strength to leave the territory. At the same time, he could also try to awaken the system. As for returning to Earth, if the system could be awakened, he might have a better understanding. Brother Lin, I'm afraid this matter is going to be difficult. The heaven-breaking divine emperor found Lin Fei and said apologetically, none of them were willing to hand over the rest of the arch armor parts. They even said that if you want the parts, you have to go to Wind City. Lin Fei had not been idle recently. He wasn't surprised to hear this news at all. They intend to fight me to the end. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Then don't blame me for not giving them face. The heaven-breaking divine emperor was now following his lead. Brother Lin, whatever you want to do, I'll be the first to support you. The heaven-breaking divine emperor had suffered a lot from the older god emperors. Now that he had the chance, he would definitely take revenge. There's still a long time before the territory war. I'll have some fun with them. Lin Fei smiled and said, if they want to form an alliance and hide in Tianfeng City, then they can hide in Tianfeng City forever. Lin Fei was prepared to force them out. Let's see who can't hold back first. In any case, there was no loss for him. In the end, the ones who could not hold on would be them. Brother Lin, this is the Abyss Demon Tiger tribe that sought refuge with Emperor Godfong Ju. The heaven-breaking divine emperor pointed to a mountain range in front. Beside the heaven-breaking divine emperor were Emperor Fluttering Snow and Emperor God Whitebones. Hearing that something big was about to happen, Emperor Fluttering Snow and Emperor God Whitebones took the initiative to come. The situation in the Wind Cloud territory was in the hands of the alliance of 5 god emperors led by Emperor God Tian Feng and Emperor God Lin Fei. As for the 3 of them, they were not of much use. Just because they did not have the treasures left behind by Emperor God Gu Hong, there was a huge gap between them. This gap could not be caught up in a short period of time. Abyss Demon Tiger Tribe, the territory war had not started, but did not stop Lin Fei from continuing to collect god power. The top clans became Lin Fei's targets. Who is it? There was a loud roar, and countless ripples appeared in the void. Several experts with tiger heads and human bodies rushed out, their arrogant and overbearing aura crushing over. With the support of Emperor Godfong Ju, the Abyss Demon Tiger Tribe is very overbearing. In addition to their strong fighting power, no one dares to offend them in the Wind Cloud territory. The heaven-breaking divine emperor said. Emperor Fluttering Snow and Emperor God Whitebones could not wait for the Abyss Demon Tiger Tribe to fall. They are really strong. Lin Fei took a look. I wonder if Emperor Godfong Ju can sit still without the Abyss Demon Tiger Tribe. One had to pick on the soft persimmon, and Emperor Godfong Ju was that soft persimmon. The heaven-breaking divine emperor snorted coldly, and the pressure of an emperor god swept out. The experts from the Abyss Demon Tiger Tribe felt their blood boil. When they looked, their faces changed. Gosh, heaven-breaking divine emperor, Emperor God Fluttering Snow, Emperor God Whitebones, why are they here? And who is that young man? The experts from the Abyss Demon Tiger Tribe were shocked as they recognized the 3 emperor gods. They were not afraid of others, but they were afraid of the emperor gods. If they were killed, they would die in vain. I am very interested in your Abyss Demon Tiger Tribe, Lin Fei said indifferently. Only a small portion of the entire Abyss Demon Tiger Tribe could meet his requirements. As for the rest, they were not very interested. They could only suppress the power of gods that could not contribute much. Those in the God King realm, come out. I can give you a quick death. Lin Fei was not interested in those below the God King realm. If he wanted to suppress, he would suppress those in the God King realm. Those 5 emperor gods were in Heavenwind City. It could be said that Lin Fei was unbridled, and he was not afraid of anyone. The experts from the Abyss Demon Tiger Tribe rushed out when they heard the news. When they heard the voice, they looked over, and a few of them were not calm. The 10th emperor god, Lin Fei. When these few words were spoken, the people from the Abyss Demon Tiger Tribe knew what was going on. Great Emperor, save me. Emperor Godfong Ju went to Heavenwind City, but he left behind a clone that had the combat power of Emperor God, just in case. Emperor Godfong Ju's clone, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes, grabbed with both hands, tore open the void, and walked in. Do you really think that those fellows can do whatever they want just because I went to Heavenwind City? Emperor Godfong Ju's eyes were cold. Above the Abyss Demon Tiger Tribe, all God King realm experts were suppressed. A myriad essence pool augmented the river of space-time. No one could withstand it, not even the most powerful one. The 3 of you, if you want these Abyss Demon Tigers, feel free to take them. They are enough for me, Lin Fei said to the 3 emperor gods. Without God King realm experts, the Abyss Demon Tiger Tribe was a top race after all. The 3 emperor gods were still very jealous. With a little nurturing, they would become God King experts. Where else could they find such a good thing? The 3 accepted it with smiles. Who's causing trouble? Emperor Godfong Ju's clone descended and released his emperor's might. I will destroy you one by one. You sure talk big. If your main body is here, it might be possible, but as an avatar, dealing with you is as easy as flipping my hand. Chapter 3653. God Emperor Fong Ju was severely injured on the spot. Who is it? Emperor Godfong Ju, whose body had exploded, let out a horrible shriek. He condensed his body again and revealed a rare look of astonishment. His body had exploded in his own territory. What was going on? He was a god emperor. So you don't know who I am? Lin Fei smiled as the river of space-time continued to wrap around him. The myriad essence pool suppressed God Emperor Fongju's head. Then you have to open your eyes and take a good look. God Emperor Fongju didn't know who had attacked at first, but he immediately knew who it was. It's you. How dare you attack me? God Emperor Fongju roared. He finally saw Lin Fei, the newly risen 10th God Emperor, a fellow who forced them to form an alliance. Correct. Lin Fei smiled. Unfortunately, there's no reward. God Emperor Fongju's heart sank when he saw God Emperor Patian and the other two God Emperors. He regretted appearing. God Emperor Fongju knew that he wasn't Lin Fei's match from the power of his punch. Furthermore, he was only an avatar. He only had about 30% of his main body strength. How could a God Emperor avatar with about 30% of his strength be his match? God Emperor Lin Fei, what do you mean by this? God Emperor Fongju said in a low voice. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Lin Fei laughed. You're right. If you're not easy to bully, who's easy to bully? Boom! The 6 paths of reincarnation descended. One samsara, one killing move. God Emperor Fongju's defenses collapsed on the spot. The river of space-time, myriad essence pool, and 6 paths of reincarnation crushed over. Under the layers of power, God Emperor Fongju was completely defeated. His power was taken away by the myriad essence pool. God Emperor Lin Fei, you will definitely regret this. Fongju gave up struggling. He was filled with hatred as he mobilized the last bit of power in his body and chose to self-destruct. This self-destruction didn't pose much of a threat. It couldn't even destroy the 6 paths of reincarnation. What a pity for a clone. Lin Fei had intended to suppress and refine it. The strength of a God Emperor's clone was not weak. He could only watch as it self-destructed. The heaven-breaking divine emperor and the others had witnessed Lin Fei's strength. Once the killer move was unleashed, Emperor God Fongju's clone didn't have any ability to resist at all. They had no doubt that even if his original body was here, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. To Emperor God Fongju, losing a clone was equivalent to 30% of his power. He would need a long time to recover. Brother Lin, this is a good opportunity. Emperor God Fongju's clone is gone. Even if it's his main body, he has lost 30% of his strength. Why don't we take this opportunity to sweep through Emperor God Fongju's nest? Heaven-breaking God Emperor suggested. I'm willing to be the vanguard. Wiping out a God Emperor's lair was definitely a huge matter. Not only breaking Heaven Emperor God, but Emperor God White Bones and Emperor God Fluttering Snow also had the same expression. All right, Lin Fei did not object to this suggestion. Then let's wipe out Emperor God Fongju's lair. Wind cloud weaves Skywind City. Within a mansion, Emperor God Fongju, who had been meditating, spat out a mouthful of blood. He opened his eyes and roared towards the sky, causing the void to crack. Lin Fei, Emperor God Fongju's murderous intent was cold. My clone, 30% of my strength. Once the clone died, Emperor God Fongju's original body was greatly injured. He instantly lost 30% of his power. His power was secondary. His soul was severely injured, and it would take a long time for him to recover. Oh no, my lair. Emperor God Fongju's face grew uglier. Heaven-breaking God Emperor and the others will definitely instigate Lin Fei to wipe out my lair. Damn brat. Emperor God Fongju regained his composure after his rage. Damn Lin Fei. He's forcing me to go out. Emperor God Fongju really wanted to look for Emperor God Tianfeng. Once he thought about how he had lost 30% of his power, he couldn't help but worry. Even though the 5 Emperor Gods had temporarily formed an alliance, they were still guarding against each other. For example, Emperor God Tianfeng, who was ranked first. Lin Fei, don't even think about making me go out. Even if I lose my lair, I can still make another one in the future. Emperor God Fongju decided not to go out. Emperor God Fongju's lair. Once heaven-breaking God Emperor and the others made their move, the formation that was no longer controlled by Emperor God Fongju's clone was easily broken. They rushed in and swept through everything. Brother Lin, these are the God King experts under Emperor God Fongju. They are all here. The three Emperor Gods were very good at handling matters. They handed all the suppressed God King experts to Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not do anything and obtained quite a number of God King powerhouses. Now, the only things that could interest Lin Fei were these God King experts and the treasures of the universe. After wiping out Emperor God Fongju's lair, the harvest was huge. As for the remaining things, Lin Fei wasn't interested and let Heaven-breaking God Emperor and the others divide them. The next day, the news that Emperor God Fongju's lair had been wiped out by Heaven-breaking God Emperor and the others spread. The entire Windy Weave was in an uproar. That was too fast. Heaven-breaking God Emperor and the other two Emperor Gods chose to rely on Emperor God Lin Fei, which shocked everyone. On one side was an alliance of 5 Emperor Gods, and on the other side were 4 Emperor Gods led by Lin Fei. In comparison, there was only a difference of 1 Emperor God, but in terms of strength, Lin Fei's side seemed to have the upper hand. Such a change stimulated a large number of forces. Everyone was watching the 5 Emperor Gods in Wind City to see what would happen. If this continued, the influence of the 5 Emperor Gods in the Windy Weave would be greatly affected. Not waiting for any movement from Wind City, another piece of news spread, and the crowd was in an uproar again. The lair of the 4th-ranked Emperor God Gong Tianya had been wiped out by Emperor God Lin Fei and the others. All the God King experts were suppressed, and the rest were divided among the 3 Emperor Gods. This is too explosive. No matter who heard the news, they were all stunned. Big news. Putting everything else aside, just this sweep alone had dealt a blow to the influence of Emperor God Fongju and Emperor God Gong Tianya, and they themselves had become generals without an army. Without God King level subordinates, the influence of an Emperor God would be greatly affected. The lair of the 2 Emperor Gods, in addition to the tribes that relied on them, had been wiped out by Lin Fei, which was equivalent to a huge blow to their vitality. If they wanted to recover, it would take a long time. This was definitely the cruelest way to wipe out. Emperor God Fongju and Emperor God Gong Tianya had left behind their doppelgangers. In the battle, they had lost their doppelgangers, and their real bodies had also suffered a blow. It could be said that they had suffered a huge loss. They are really fast. After Lin Fei wiped out Gong Tianya's lair, he headed straight for the next Emperor God's lair. There was no trace of Emperor God Yuan Heng's doppelganger. It seemed that he had escaped before them. Chapter 3654. 2 pieces of news spread out. It put the 5 Emperor Gods in a passive position. 5 Emperor Gods teamed up to fight against the 10th Emperor God Lin Fei. Everyone thought that they had a high chance of winning. On Lin Fei's side, only Lin Fei was powerful. The remaining Emperor God Patian, Emperor God Baigu, and Emperor God Fluttering Snow were obviously weaker. If there were levels, Emperor God Tianfeng and Emperor God Lin Fei were at the first level. The second level were the 4 Emperor Gods. The third level were Emperor God Patian and the other 2. This was a very obvious gap, and anyone could see it. Emperor God Tianfeng and the others had a high chance of winning against Lin Fei. Many people didn't approve of the 10th Emperor God Lin Fei. Brother Tianfeng, we can't let this go on. Just as the outside world was in an uproar. In Tianfeng City, the 5 Emperor Gods were anxious and restless. Lin Fei had wiped out Emperor God Fongju's and Emperor God Gong Tianya's old lairs, and it had agitated the 2 Emperor Gods, Zhan Tianjue and Yuan Heng. The one who spoke was Emperor God Zhan Tianju. His face was solemn. Brother Fong, Brother Gong's lair has been destroyed. If it wasn't for Brother Yuan and I who reacted quickly and withdrew our doppelgangers in time, the lair of the 4 Emperor Gods would have been destroyed. Emperor God Zhan Tianjue regretted that he didn't go all out, but chose to negotiate with the other party. At the same time, Emperor God Zhan Tianjue was annoyed that Emperor God Fongju and Emperor God Gong Tianya didn't do anything and pretended that nothing had happened. Brother Fong, Brother Gong, you are in the wrong. Emperor God Yuanhing looked at them. Emperor God Fengju and Emperor God Gong Tianya had chosen to hide the truth. I was caught off guard by Lin Fei, and I couldn't inform everyone in time. I'm sorry. Emperor God Fengju was thick-skinned. He couldn't possibly say that he was worried about Emperor God Tian Feng. Emperor God Yuan Hung snorted coldly. His gaze was murderous. Emperor God Gong Tianya hated Emperor God Fengju to the core. If he had reminded Emperor God Fengju back then, he would have suffered a great loss. His doppelganger would have been suppressed and refined, and that would have been the most frustrating thing. Among everyone present, Gong Tianya hated Emperor God Fengju the most. Everyone stop. Emperor God Tian Feng looked helpless. Listen to what I have to say, okay? The moment Emperor God Tian Feng spoke, the four Emperor Gods gave him face. In this matter, I think the main culprit is Lin Fei. Everyone's performance has disappointed me. Emperor God Tian Feng's words were a little heavy. I feel that if we continue to make a ruckus, we might really fulfill Lin Fei's conspiracy. By then, everyone will definitely be defeated one by one. Hearing this, the four god emperors were shocked. In fact, they all had thoughts of revenge. The previous alliance was also to prevent Lin Fei from destroying them one by one. But after this matter, the god emperors would be at odds with each other, and the alliance would become useless sooner or later. In the future, they would be killed by Lin Fei. Emperor God Tian Feng's words made them break out in cold sweat. Shameless Lin Fei, he is too shameless. Emperor God Fengju scolded. He is so young, but his mind is so vicious. Brother Tian Feng, you are the best. Everyone almost fell for it. Emperor God Gong Tianya added. His back was drenched in cold sweat. They had indeed overlooked the reason why Lin Fei wiped out their lair. Seeing that everyone believed him, Emperor God Tian Feng let out a sigh of relief. Among everyone present, the one who hated him the most was Emperor God Tian Feng himself. Once the alliance collapsed, the five Emperor Gods wouldn't have a good ending. A person who knew the secret of the Emperor armor left behind by Emperor God Guhong was like a sharp sword above everyone's head. They wouldn't know when it would fall. Only then would the alliance have the confidence to resist. If it was a one-on-one fight, it would be extremely dangerous. Then what should we do? We can't always stay in Tianfeng City. That is our base. Emperor God Zhan Tianju frowned. Yeah, that Lin Fei even obtained one of the 13 divine nations' treasures, the Myriad Essence Pool. It's precisely because of that treasure that Lin Fei can erupt with a strength not inferior to our divine emperors at Fifth Firmament Celestial Deity Realm. If we let it continue, once his strength surpasses us one day, our alliance will also become a joke. Emperor God Yuan Hung said solemnly, I think we should attack again. We definitely can't let Lin Fei improve his strength smoothly. Also, Emperor Patian and the other two must be taught a lesson. Now, the 10th Emperor God Lin Fei had become a huge rock on their chest. If this rock was removed, they wouldn't have a day of peace. It's not impossible to work together again. Emperor God Tianfeng was actually a person who felt very aggrieved. As the number one Emperor God, the number one expert in Wind Cloud territory, he felt embarrassed that he didn't dare to go out. If they worked together, they could severely injure Lin Fei. It would be a victory. As for killing, it would be difficult. Emperor God Six Paths contributed the 6 paths of reincarnation. This treasure that could attack and defend was not inferior to his armor. It would be very difficult to kill Lin Fei. Emperor God Tianfeng, are you at home? I, Lin, am here to visit. Boom! A loud voice pierced through heaven and earth, reverberating in the sky above Wind City. The experts in Tianfeng City all raised their heads to look. Unknowingly, 4 figures walked out from the sky. Emperor God, they are Emperor God. Emperor God White Bones, Emperor Patian, Emperor God Fluttering Snow, and the 10th Emperor God Lin Fei. How dare they come here? The experts in Wind City gasped. Now, the name of the 10th Emperor God Lin Fei shook the Wind Cloud territory. There was no one who wasn't afraid of him. Emperor God Six Paths and the other two Emperor Gods suffered a great loss at the hands of Emperor God Lin Fei. Emperor God Tianfeng and the other four Emperor Gods walked out of the mansion and looked at Emperor God Lin Fei outside the city. Lin Fei, how dare you come? Emperor God Feng Ju roared angrily, his emperor might soaring into the sky. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Isn't it just Wind City? Why wouldn't I dare to come? What a joke. As for you, come out if you can. Let's see if I will kill you. Emperor God Feng Ju didn't have the courage to come out, but he didn't want to show weakness. Humph, Lin Fei, aren't you strong? Come to Wind City if you can. I will admit that you are strong. As long as you are strong enough, you can kill me. Lin Fei came to Wind City on a whim. Why should I go in? Lin Fei smiled. I am afraid that once I go in, the entire Wind City will be destroyed. That isn't a good thing. I think it is better to stay outside. When he said that, many experts in Wind City felt bad for Emperor God Feng Ju. No matter the outcome, they would definitely be unlucky. Emperor God Feng Ju was not kind. Chapter 3655. The 10th Emperor God Lin Fei's presence in Tianfeng City was out of the 5 Emperor Gods' expectations. Why did he dare to come? That was the biggest thought in the 5 Emperor Gods' minds. Wasn't he afraid of being besieged? One should know that they had just discussed to attack again. They never expected him to come to them. If it wasn't for their secret discussion, they might have suspected that there was a traitor among them. It was too much of coincidence. Emperor God Lin, your presence brings light to Tianfeng City. Why don't you come in and have a seat? Emperor God Tianfeng laughed. No matter what the reason was, Emperor God Tianfeng wouldn't let his name down. Forget it. I'm afraid that you're plotting against me. Lin Fei laughed. You might have already discussed how to deal with me. So, I think it's safer outside. The thick-skinned Lin Fei naturally said whatever he wanted to say. As expected, many experts in Tianfeng City had their understanding of the God Emperor overturned when they heard this. Lin Fei was different. Actually, I'm here this time to meet the 5 God Emperors. Lin Fei said, after all, I've wiped out your base, so you must be very angry. So, I'll give you a chance to kill me, because I don't like being schemed against by others. Emperor God Feng Ju and Emperor God Gong Tianya looked distressed. One should know that they wiped out their lair. Now, Lin Fei's words were no different than rubbing salt on the wound. It was simply shameless to the extreme. Emperor God Tianfeng had never seen an Emperor God like Lin Fei. They were totally different. To be honest, if Emperor God Lin Fei didn't have 3 pieces of Emperor armor, Emperor God Tianfeng would admire him. Lin Fei, you're too much. Emperor God Feng Ju jumped out. His Emperor aura surged, and he was filled with murderous intention. Do you really think I don't dare to attack? Emperor God Feng Ju was embarrassed. Lin Fei deserved to die. Emperor God Gong Tianya followed up and said furiously, do you really think that you are very powerful? There are 5 Emperor Gods here. Today, this place will be your nightmare. Lin Fei was indeed here to slap them in the face. Getting angry was the right thing to do. You're angry? That's good. I'm right outside. Come out and fight with me. Lin Fei hooked his finger. I came here with my main body. If I die, then I die. I'm not like you guys, hiding and leaving behind an avatar. As long as you can kill me however you want. Speaking of doppelgangers, Emperor God Feng Ju and Emperor God Gong Tianya instantly received over 10,000 critical damage. This Lin Fei really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The moment he came up, he slapped people's faces and exposed their wounds. One must know that they were God Emperor experts after all. Did they know anything about face? They could guarantee that Lin Fei's words were absolutely intentional. I wouldn't dare. Lin Fei smiled. Then I will despise all of you. I took the initiative to send myself to you. Where is your mentality as an expert? I am very disappointed. Emperor God Tianfeng had never seen an Emperor God being so unbridled. Except for Emperor God Guheng back then. Emperor God Tianfeng felt that his face wasn't enough. Ever since he became the #1 Emperor God in Wind Cloud territory, there had been ups and downs. No Emperor God dared to behave atrociously in front of him. Lin Fei wasn't just slapping Emperor God Feng Zhu and Emperor God Gong Tianya's faces. At the same time, he was ignoring his existence. Originally, Emperor God Tianfeng had the idea of teaming up to stop Lin Fei. However, with the attitude of the person in front of him, he couldn't hold it in anymore. If he didn't teach Emperor God Lin Fei a lesson, the entire Wind Cloud territory would think that they were afraid of Emperor God Lin Fei. He, the #1 Emperor God, would become a dispensable existence, and his influence would be greatly affected. Emperor God Lin Fei, are you sure you want to create trouble in front of Wind City? Emperor God Tianfeng looked at Lin Fei and said, even if he wanted to take action, he had to find a justifiable reason. Lin Fei said seriously, am I creating trouble? I don't think so. I'm only here to give everyone a chance to take revenge. If Emperor God Tianfeng wants to take revenge, I have no problem. After all, in my eyes, all of you are trash. I am a new Emperor God, and all of you have to restrain yourself from taking action. To be honest, I am very disappointed in all of you. Trash? The 5 Emperor Gods were furious at the same time. Too arrogant. Emperor God Tianfeng, we can't let him live. Emperor God Zhan Tianju said coldly, attack. We have to kill him. That's right. Gather the 5 of us and suppress Lin Fei. Emperor God Yuan Hang's face turned green and he couldn't calm down. It was too humiliating. God Emperor Tianfeng was infuriated. This Lin Fei was indeed a bully. Then let's do it. Emperor God Tianfeng said word by word. He was filled with hatred. Lin Fei had to be dealt with. Lin Fei was stared at by the 5 Emperor Gods. The murderous intents from the 5 Emperor Gods felt great, and the pressure was not small. He knew that his plan had succeeded. The quality of these God Emperors is still not good. They're so easily provoked. So what if they are cowards? Lin Fei shook his head in his heart. Hey, do you want to attack? Lin Fei said, if you don't dare to attack, I am leaving. Kill. Emperor God Tianfeng was the first to attack. An armor appeared on his body. It was the first armor in the monarch armor. It had strong immunity. Slash. Emperor God Tianfeng was a saber expert, and his speed was extremely fast. When he slashed with his saber, there was boundless aura, and the void was slashed apart. Attack. A pinnacle battle. 5 Emperor Gods teamed up against 1 Emperor God. Emperor Lin Fei is too arrogant. Does he think he is the #1 Emperor God? Everyone in Tianfeng City was excited. 5 Emperor Gods against 1 Emperor God. This was definitely the most exciting scene in history. Before Emperor God Tianfeng's attack arrived, a huge reincarnation world appeared. Each reincarnation world was a world. There was a total of 6 worlds. The aura of reincarnation rippled, and it was solemn and sacred. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. The moment the reincarnation world appeared, the 6 worlds expanded and formed the strongest barrier. The current 6 paths of reincarnation was in its most perfect form. Lin Fei was rather impressed with Emperor God Guhong. Where'd he go to get such a supreme treasure? In the end, he refined a set of supreme divine equipment, and his power increased exponentially. After the 3 treasures were connected, Lin Fei was looking forward to the complete set. Emperor God Tianfeng was the first to attack, followed by Emperor God Zhan Tianju. The 5 Emperor Gods attacked and charged into the reincarnation world from 5 directions. Humph, you Lin Fei are just a 5th heaven god. You are too weak to execute the 6 paths of reincarnation. Emperor God Feng Zhu sneered. Today, you will definitely die. The 5 Emperor Gods teamed up was really strong. The 6 reincarnation worlds were collapsing. Just because of what you said, I decided to take care of you first. Lin Fei laughed. He walked into the reincarnation world and charged towards Emperor God Feng Zhu. River of Time and Space. Chapter 3656. Once the 6 paths of reincarnation world appeared, all the experts felt the strong pressure from the 6 paths of reincarnation. Emperor God Fluttering Snow and the other 2 Emperor Gods unleashed their power to resist the remaining power. This is intense. I hope Emperor God Lin Fei can last till the end. Emperor God, breaking heaven, felt his scalp go numb. This battle was too intense. If it was him, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. The combined power of 5 veteran Emperor Gods is indeed terrifying. Emperor God, fluttering, snow nodded. This is the difference between a veteran and a newcomer. I wonder how Emperor God Lin Fei can win them. He must win. Emperor God, White Bones said. The 3 God Emperors all hoped that Lin Fei would win and surpass them. If he were to be heavily injured or killed, the 3 God Emperors would not be able to gain any advantage. They might even have to go into hiding. In the eyes of outsiders, they seemed to be standing on Emperor God Lin Fei's side. It was obvious what was going on. Emperor God Feng Zhu instantly felt his movements slow down. He was affected by the river of time and space. Damn, the river of time and space. Emperor God Feng Zhu struggled to break free from the river of time and space's influence. I just need to hold on for a while, and Emperor God Tianfeng will come to support me. Moreover, Lin Fei is using the 3 Arch Armor treasures. He won't be able to fight for long. Emperor God Feng Zhu was aware of this too. He just needed to hold on. Lin Fei, you can't kill me. Emperor God Feng Zhu laughed. He activated the Arch Armor and blocked off most of the power. This was also something that Feng Zhu was extremely proud of. Lin Fei said calmly, I forgot to tell you. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation's power has increased in my hands. I just didn't use it fully just now. Huh. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation world that was about to collapse appeared again. This time, it was more realistic than before. It was like a real world. Everything was vivid and lifelike. Not good. Emperor God Tianfeng's saber intent slashed the reincarnation world, but it didn't break. It was full of toughness. This was something that couldn't be compared to before. The other 3 Emperor Gods were the same. Each Emperor God was separated by a reincarnation world. They surrounded him, but did not attack. See that? This is the other function of the Samsara world. Lin Fei laughed. If you want them to come and help you, then I'm sorry. God Emperor Feng Zhu noticed the situation of the few God Emperors. They were breaking through the world of reincarnation, but they weren't as fast as before. The distance that wasn't considered far before was now as far as 10,000 miles. God Emperor Feng Zhu seemed to have understood something. You intentionally lured us out. Your goal is the Emperor armor. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Bingo. He stretched out his hand and spoke the secret words, which turned into a formless energy. Seize. No. God Emperor Feng Zhu roared in indignation. This belongs to me. No one can snatch it away from me. Under this formless power, Feng Zhu's Arch Armor treasure began to disappear, and his control over it gradually weakened. All of this happened in an instant. The Emperor Armor treasure left him. Got it. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and quickly refined it. There were no obstructions. After all, it was a part of the Arch Armor. After losing the Arch Armor, God Emperor Feng Zhu spat out a mouthful of blood. His vitality was greatly damaged, and his strength fell drastically. Without the Arch Armor, God Emperor Feng Zhu's strength was actually on the same level as God Emperor Fluttering Snow and the rest. Explode. Lin Fei's punch landed on God Emperor Feng Zhu's body. All his defenses collapsed. 5 million heavenly god power contained boundless killing intent penetrated Feng Zhu's body. The myriad essence pool instantly flew out and plundered the essence power that belonged to God Emperor Feng Zhu. My power, my treasure. God Emperor Feng Zhu regretted and was in despair. Without the Arch Armor, his strength fell drastically. He was heavily injured by the punch and was powerless to resist the myriad essence pool's plunder. His strength was constantly draining, and the river of spacetime's influence was powerless to stop it. The 4 God Emperors trapped in the 6 Paths of Reincarnation knew that they had been tricked after witnessing this scene. Shameless. We have been tricked. Retreat. The 4 God Emperors broke out in cold sweat. They finally understood why Lin Fei came to Tianfeng City. He had intentionally lured them out. They were at a disadvantage because they did not know enough about Lin Fei and did not know that the 6 paths of reincarnation's power could be increased. As a result, they were caught unprepared and God Emperor Fengju was suppressed. Retreat. Be it God Emperor Tianfeng or God Emperor Zhan Tianju, their hearts turned cold. Reincarnation, strangulation. Lin Fei shouted out a few words in a deep voice. The reincarnation world burst out a hidden killer move without any warning. This is the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Beams of light shot out from the bodies of the 4 god emperors. Every ray of light was filled with great terror. Everyone in Tianfeng City felt powerless. It was an unstoppable power. We won just like that. God Emperor Pa Tian gasped. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation is really strong. Back then, if Emperor's 6 paths could display this level of power, I'm afraid the #1 God Emperor would have to give up his position. Fortunately, we did not stand on God Emperor Tianfeng's side. Otherwise, we would regret it. Emperor God White Bones broke out in cold sweat. A 6 paths of reincarnation treasure is enough to make one feel despair and death. The 6 paths of reincarnation world disappeared. God Emperor Tianfeng and the others were in a sorry state. 4 rays of light rushed into Tianfeng City. Inside Tianfeng City, the spirit formation was activated immediately. As soon as the huge and dangerous spirit formation appeared, it covered the entire Tianfeng City, making it impossible to see or feel anything. It's a pity that I only killed one. Lin Fei didn't chase after them. I've almost used up all the heavenly god's power I've accumulated. The consumption of the Arch Armor's parts is indeed huge. It felt great. The consumption gave Lin Fei a headache. Ordinary people could not activate it. Fortunately, I obtained a part of the treasure. I have 4 treasures with me now. It is equivalent to having half a set of Monarch armor. My power will increase by a lot. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. The damage from the 6 paths of reincarnation will make them not dare to come out for a long time. Lin Fei achieved his goal in this trip. We lost. In Tianfeng City, Emperor God Tianfeng and the other 3 god emperors looked pale and they were vomiting blood. Emperor God Tianfeng did not expect Lin Fei to be so cunning. All of us have underestimated Lin Fei. Now that he has obtained 4 treasures, it is equivalent to half a set of Monarch armor. He will only become stronger. Emperor God Zhan Tianju and the other 2 emperor gods were shocked. The 6th Daos of reincarnation was extremely violent and it could not be blocked at all. At least 60% of the damage would land on the body. Just the injuries on the body would require a long time to recuperate. Damn it, what should we do now? Could it be that we have to live under Lin Fei's shadow in the future? The 3 god emperors did not know what to do. The only thing we can do now is to hand over your body parts to me. Only then will my heavenly wind be able to fight against Lin Fei. Otherwise, none of us will be able to survive. Chapter 3657. Naturally, Lin Fei did not know what had happened in Tianfeng City. After suppressing Emperor God Fengju and obtaining the 4th part, Lin Fei had gathered half a set of Emperor armor. His power had increased by a huge margin and he had become stronger. Emperor God Lin, that was a beautiful battle. Emperor God Tianfeng and the rest have suffered so much. I reckon they will have to lick their wounds for a long time. How delightful. I never thought they would have such a day. Old Emperor God, hee. The 3 emperor gods revealed a rare look of joy. It was a good thing to celebrate that 5 emperor gods had suffered such a great loss. They could not wait to hold a banquet and drink to their heart's content. Out of the 9 emperor gods from back then, only 5 remained. 2 emperor gods have been defeated by Emperor God Lin Fei. They were very glad that they had made the right choice. Otherwise, Emperor God's 6 paths and Emperor God Fengju would serve as a warning. It's harder to deal with them now. Lin Fei shook his head and said regretfully, I don't know when they will come out again. Lin Fei had wanted to suppress a few more, but he had underestimated the consumption rate of the Emperor armor parts. He could not last long and could only end the battle quickly. It could only be said that he had not accumulated enough. The three emperor gods were sweating. If the news of today's battle spread, it would definitely shake the entire wind cloud territory. It seemed that they were very dissatisfied. This was really infuriating. They were god emperors too, all right? I got the fourth part, half a set of emperor armor. After leaving the three emperor gods, Lin Fei did not stay idle. He studied the additional effects of the half a set of emperor armor. Emperor god Gu Heng had dominated the wind cloud territory because of this set of emperor armor. Lin Fei naturally wanted to study it. There must be a connection between the 3 and 4 parts. After refining the memories of emperor god Gu Heng's virtual image, Lin Fei operated for a while and dug out the hidden imprint of the arch armor. So the emperor armor has endless uses. Lin Fei laughed. With a thought, he activated the 4 parts of the treasure. I have really underestimated emperor god Gu Heng. It turns out that these parts of the treasure can not only increase one's strength, but they can also be used in combination. What a great design! In this aspect alone, Lin Fei had to give him a thumbs up. Good stuff, good treasure. Combine. For treasures flew out and combined in front of Lin Fei. With the river of time and space as the base, the 6 paths of reincarnation will be fused within, and the ancient hung gloves will be used as support. Lin Fei stretched out his hand, and a black spear appeared in his hand. The power of time flowed, and the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared. The killing god intent condensed on the spearhead, and it was extremely domineering. Whoosh! Lin Fei grabbed the spear and casually swept it out. The power of time tore through the void and reached the depths of the void with boundless might. This casual strike of mine is no less powerful than the killing god fist of ancient Heng's glove. It might even be more powerful. This is... Lin Fei gasped. I haven't even used my secret technique yet. Lin Fei grabbed the spear, stabbed, and slashed horizontally. Every move was filled with boundless power. 6 paths of reincarnation. Another thrust of the spear, and a world of reincarnation appeared. 1 cycle of reincarnation, 1 killing move. This is even stronger than the 6 paths of reincarnation I used previously. Lin Fei saw the void in front of him collapse. 1 cycle of reincarnation, 1 world, exploded a total of 6 times, each stronger than the last. Lin Fei could clearly sense the death aura within such a killing move. If I used this move to deal with Emperor God Feng Zhu previously, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the spear. It's just that it consumes a lot of power. I almost used up 30,000 strands of my Heaven God's power, but such power is completely worth it. While Lin Fei was shocked, he also gasped at the huge consumption. I reckon no one can survive such a killing move after using it 3 times consecutively. Lin Fei quickly recovered. For parts already like this, I'm really looking forward to the remaining 4 parts. Lin Fei kept the spear. Time-space reincarnation spear. It lives up to its reputation. Lin Fei fell in love with this long spear. In the past, he had also used a long spear. I have to properly comprehend it. When the time comes, I will go and collect a batch of heavenly God's power. Then, I will go to Tianfeng City to stop them. I don't believe they can hide forever. In Tianfeng City, Emperor God Tianfeng had caught the 3 emperor gods off guard. However, he had to pay a great price to suppress the 3 emperor gods and snatch the remaining 3 parts of the treasure. Cough, cough. Then, Emperor God Tianfeng was covered in blood, and he was coughing blood continuously. Every time he coughed blood, his face would turn paler and he would become extremely weak. It seemed like he would fall from the wind. Tianfeng finally won. Emperor God Tianfeng grabbed the 3 treasures. Not far away, there were the corpses of the 3 emperor gods. Emperor God Lin Fei, I have to thank you. You helped me a lot and gave me the chance to get 4 treasures at one go. For the 3 treasures, Emperor God Tianfeng had planned for a long time, but he failed again and again. This time, Emperor God Tianfeng succeeded. With the 3 parts, he had 4 treasures. In addition to the armor that prevented him from getting hurt, Emperor God Tianfeng's power soared instantly. After I refine them, we will fight again. I will definitely defeat you fair and square and rule wind, cloud territory. I will become the #1 Emperor God and create a new era. Emperor God Tianfeng wiped the blood off his face. His eyes were beaming with ambition. However, before that, I have to give you a gift. Ever since he got the time-space reincarnation divine spear, Lin Fei had been immersed in learning. His spear skills improved by leaps and bounds, and his power soared. Some secret realms in wind cloud territory became a good place for Lin Fei to practice his spear skills. No matter how dangerous it was, they basically couldn't withstand Lin Fei's spear attacks. Lin Fei performed the spear in his hands. With a thought, any attack was filled with great power. Die! The spear was like rain. Black rain fell, and the power of space-time shrouded the area. Bloody holes appeared in the head of a huge, ferocious beast. Then it fell to the ground, blood gushing out like a fountain. In the secret realm, Lin Fei stood with his spear. I have almost comprehended my spear skills. These days, I have gained quite a bit of Heaven God's power. Looking at the time, it's time to go to Wind City. Lin Fei couldn't bear to part with the remaining 4 treasures. Subconsciously, Lin Fei believed that as long as he got the 4 parts, he would improve tremendously in every aspect. Someone came in. Lin Fei's ears twitched, such a strong aura. It's a half-step Emperor God with a slight trace of Emperor's aura. This secret realm wasn't famous. Lin Fei hadn't met anyone since he came in. However, when Lin Fei ran into 7 or 8 people with Emperor's might, he could not help but feel surprised. However, he did not mind. After all, there were many people out on experiential training. It was normal for them to come here. It's in front. Everyone, get into formation. Chapter 3658. This secret realm wasn't very big. After the formation sealed off this area, Lin Fei noticed the change immediately. The huge secret realm was plunged into endless darkness. The oppressive aura made it hard for one to breathe. Are they here to deal with me? Lin Fei didn't think the Emperor Gods had the guts to do so. They were probably licking their wounds silently and wouldn't have the mood to deal with him. After the 4 of the Arch Armor treasures formed the time-space reincarnation divine spear, Lin Fei's combat power skyrocketed. Even if Emperor God Tianfeng attacked again, he wouldn't be a match for him. Who is it? Lin Fei said. He wasn't in a hurry to attack. Come out. No matter who it was, the outcome was determined the moment they attacked. As expected of the 10th Emperor God, he knows that this secret realm is sealed by a formation, but he is still so calm. In the void, a person walked out. His body was shrouded by thick fog. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Yixian. We are from Acheron's sect. You are our assassination target this time. The 4 semi-finished immortal treasures on you are also our target. Acheron's sect? Lin Fei didn't recognize it. He could guarantee that there wasn't such a force in the windy domain. Kill! The figure in the fog disappeared with a swoosh. The formation was activated. Endless black fog shrouded the area. Layers of space were covered. Lin Fei's vision was limited. He could only see a few meters in front of him. He couldn't see anything else. It was a blur. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. A chill came from behind him, and the sound of flesh being pierced rang out. He had been attacked from behind, and his powerful body was pierced by the other party. Fresh blood flowed out, dyeing his clothes red. My physical body was actually unable to defend against the other party's assassination. The pain surprised and shocked Lin Fei. Weapon. There must be something wrong with the opponent's weapon. It might be an immortal-level weapon. After countless thoughts appeared in Lin Fei's mind, a dazzling sword light suddenly gushed out from his body, continuously piercing into Lin Fei's body. In the blink of an eye, his body had suffered an unknown number of attacks and was riddled with thousands of holes. The scene was extremely horrifying. Although the person who attacked was not a God Emperor, the combat power of this attack was not inferior to a God Emperor's. At least Emperor God Tianfeng had never put Lin Fei in such a difficult situation before. They might not even be able to damage his physical defense. However, the assassins from Acheron cult were really unbelievably strong. They did what Emperor God Tian Feng and the others couldn't do. Reincarnation. Lin Fei stretched his hand out, and the time-space reincarnation divine spear appeared in his hand. With a casual slash, the world of reincarnation appeared. With him as the center, a terrifying might erupted. The black fog in front of him continued to collapse. With the time-space reincarnation divine spear in hand, Lin Fei's casual attack contained the might of an emperor god. His might was even greater than those emperor gods. The power of space-time swept out, and the area around Lin Fei turned into an absolute territory. In this territory, no one could be his match. The sword light that was piercing towards Lin Fei gradually dispersed and disappeared without a trace. The original black fog dispersed rapidly. You want to kill me? It won't be so easy for you to leave. Feeling their aura gradually leaving, Lin Fei was instantly furious. After all, he was the 10th Emperor God. How could it be so easy for him to leave just like that? Acheron cult is belittling me. Lin Fei roared in rage. The time-space reincarnation divine spear was the most direct and simple method. He pierced forward with the spear and erupted with the strongest power, straight to the root of the problem. The endless reincarnation whirlpool strangled him. 100 million miles, 500 million miles, 1 billion miles. Within this region, everything was crushed by Lin Fei's reincarnation. With Lin Fei as the center, time seemed to have stopped at that moment. All the broken things floated in the air. This is a big move. It consumed 50% of my power of heaven. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this move. The greater the consumption, the greater the power. It was a big move that he could completely endure. The experts of Acheron cult who attacked him were all floating in the air. The experts of Acheron cult are all very capable. As Lin Fei walked, time seemed to have stopped. This was the effect of the time-space reincarnation divine spear. The dead experts of Acheron cult were all wearing a set of powerful armor. At that moment, it was covered in cracks, and the armor was penetrated. Even so, the armor was mostly intact and not truly broken. Just from this point, one could see the background of Acheron cult. You can't kill me. Lin Fei soon saw the person who attacked him. He had lost an arm, and his body was covered in wounds. He was on the verge of death. If you kill me, the experts of Acheron cult will definitely kill you. Now you know how to be afraid. You wanted to kill me just now. You look very powerful. Lin Fei extended his hand and grabbed the opponent's neck. He lifted him up casually and gave him a slap, knocking out a few teeth. Now, show me how powerful you are. Yi Xian had indeed underestimated Lin Fei's strength, especially the divine spear in his hand. It was so powerful that he could not resist it. Under the triple effect, even if he had treasures with him, he could not resist it. After all, he was not a real God Emperor. Lin Fei, you are indeed powerful. A peak 5th heaven of Heaven God is no weaker than a 4th or 5th heaven of God Emperor. But you don't know how powerful Acheron cult is. As long as you hand over the divine spear treasure, I can ask the elders of the sect to accept you as a worshipper. Yi Xian said loudly. There was even a hint of pride in his eyes. Acheron cult humph. Lin Fei smiled faintly. I'm sorry. I have no interest in your Acheron cult. I'm not interested in the worshipper position either. However, as long as you tell me who asked you to kill me, I can let you go. After all, your Acheron cult has a great background. Yi Xian was delighted. As long as he could leave alive, he could ask the experts of the sect to come and snatch this semi-finished, immortal divine weapon. It would definitely be a great contribution. As long as you let me go, our Acheron cult will definitely not interfere in this matter. Yi Xian said repeatedly. Tell me, who asked you to deal with me? Lin Fei said. Remember, you only have one chance. Once I find out that you are lying, I'm sorry. It's God Emperor Tian Feng. Yi Xian said. God Emperor Tian Feng contacted our Acheron cult. He said that you have obtained 4 parts of Emperor armor from God Emperor Guhong. Your strength is only at the 1st or 2nd heaven of God Emperor realm. That's why we came. God Emperor Tian Feng. Lin Fei had already expected this. In the Wind Cloud territory, who else could ask someone to deal with him other than God Emperor Tianfeng? Just him alone? Lin Fei asked. Yes, just him alone. Yi Xian said. I won't lie to you about this. It is indeed God Emperor Tianfeng's intention alone. Lin Fei could not help but reveal his doubts. Then you could go on your way. Chapter 36:59. What Netherworld Sect? Lin Fei had never been afraid of them. From a moment Yi Xian made his move, he had no intention of letting him live. He had to kill him. Emperor God Tianfeng must be desperate to find an assassin to kill me. Lin Fei could not understand why. Could it be that he could not defeat him? Lin Fei could not come up with a good conclusion. No matter how he looked at it, it was very strange. Fortunately, I assembled the 4 parts and mastered the time-space reincarnation divine spear. My strength increased a lot. Otherwise, I would have been at a disadvantage. In the short fight, Lin Fei saw the experts from other domains. He had never seen Netherworld Sect before. They were obviously experts from other domains. Lin Fei admired Emperor God Tianfeng for being willing to spend so much to find such powerful experts. Unfortunately, God disposes. They were all here to die. Heaven-breaking city. After Lin Fei killed Yi Xian, he destroyed the evidence. The power of space and time completely messed up the time in this area. Even if an expert came, he might not be able to find out. Brother Lin, did you meet an expert from Netherworld Sect? Lin Fei didn't look for God Emperor Tianfeng to take revenge. If an expert from Acheron cult was left behind, Lin Fei wouldn't be foolish enough to walk right into a trap. He came to Heaven-breaking city immediately. Heaven-breaking Emperor's expression changed. How is this possible? They actually came here? Lin Fei learned a lot of information from Yi Xian. Connecting this to Heaven-breaking Emperor's current state, he was even more certain that Netherworld Sect had a powerful background. Are they very powerful? Heaven-breaking Emperor nodded bitterly. Very powerful. I did not expect you to find them. Netherworld Sect is not a force from our Windy Weave. It is a force from another domain. They are considered a top-notch force. They have an immortal-level expert. Lin Fei had underestimated Netherworld Sect's power. They actually had an immortal-level expert. At this realm, they could be said to be an unkillable existence. No force would dare to provoke them. Netherworld Sect is different from other top-notch forces. They usually kill people. Heaven-breaking Emperor took a deep breath. As long as it is not a top-notch force with an immortal-level expert, Netherworld Sect dares to attack them. They are publicly known as a mad dog. Mad dog. Lin Fei did not doubt Heaven-breaking Emperor's words. Emperor God Tianfeng really put in a lot of effort to deal with me. Lin Fei said coldly. The hairs on the Heaven-breaking divine Emperor's back stood on end. He was frightened by Lin Fei's killing intent. Emperor God Lin, you must be careful. Netherworld Sect of killing people. Netherworld Sect's killers are all mad dogs. You have killed their men. They will definitely hate you. God Emperor breaking heaven reminded. However, our Wind Cloud Weave is considered a remote weave. The Yellow Springs cult will have to pay a huge price to arrange for their experts. They won't be coming for a while. Lin Fei snorted. As long as they dare to come, I will make sure that they will not be able to return. Do they really think that I, Lin, am a pushover? With his current strength, it was not difficult for him to leave the domain and enter the starry sky. He could kill them with the help of the system's skills. This matter is not so easy to resolve. I will have to trouble Brother Heaven-breaking Emperor to send people to watch Wind City. I want to know Emperor God Tianfeng's every move. This matter isn't that easy to solve. I'll have to trouble Brother Patian to arrange people to keep an eye on Tianfeng City. I want to know Emperor God Tianfeng's every move. If Emperor God Tianfeng dared to ambush him, Lin Fei dared to ambush Emperor God Tianfeng. Who was afraid of who? At the same time in Wind City, Emperor God Tianfeng was in high spirits as he received an important guest. Brother Yi, I have troubled you this time. Emperor God Tianfeng raised his wine cup. Cheers! As a God Emperor, the #1 God Emperor in Wind City, it was rare for Emperor God Tianfeng to take the initiative to drink. Sitting opposite Emperor God Tianfeng was a middle-aged god emperor expert. However, as he casually sat down, his aura was extremely heavy. It was stronger than Emperor God Tianfeng's. "You always do this. It's just a small matter." Emperor Knight, Demon, smiled faintly. "Moreover, you have helped me greatly. Half a set of immortal rank treasure. I can definitely exchange it for many treasures when I bring it back." Emperor Knight Demon came from Acheron cult. His position was not low, and he had been friends with Emperor God Tianfeng for many years. Which God Emperor did not have a few friends? Emperor God Tianfeng and Emperor Knight Demon were friends. At the same time, he had the intention to rely on Acheron cult. Even though they were all God Emperors, there was still a huge gap between them. Back then, Emperor God Gu Heng used the Arch armor to enter the immortal rank. He dominated Wind City for an era. Experts from other regions were all well-behaved. God Emperors also needed allies and backers. Emperor God Tianfeng had paid a huge price to invite Emperor Knight Demon. For example, he gave up half a set of the Arch armor. Subconsciously, Emperor God Tianfeng was worried that Lin Fei had a killing move. Leaving such a person in Wind City would cause trouble sooner or later. It was better to get rid of him as soon as possible. Hence, the scene of Yi Xian leading a group to kill Lin Fei happened. Looking at the time, Yi Xian should be back soon. Knight Demon God Emperor was very confident in Yi Xian. Their group of people had treasures in their hands. Once they set up the array, Lin Fei would definitely die. There was no doubt about Acheron cult strength. God Emperor Tianfeng believed in Knight Demon God Emperor's words. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, even if he had 4 parts of the treasure, he wouldn't be able to defend against an expert from Acheron cult. The outcome wouldn't change much. "Lord, something has happened." Just as he finished speaking, a person rushed in. It was a level 1 God Emperor. "Captain Yi, they're all dead. Their soul imprints have shattered." The cup in Emperor Knight Demon's hand fell to the ground. "All dead." Emperor Knight Demon felt as though he had heard wrongly. Emperor God Tianfeng's smile froze. How is that possible? Emperor God Tianfeng had witnessed Yi Xian's strength before. Even he could only fight to a draw. In addition to the team that Yi Xian brought, Emperor God Tianfeng would definitely lose if they worked together. But such a strong team was actually annihilated. Emperor God Tianfeng did not believe that Lin Fei's strength had reached such a level. Yes, Knight Devil God Emperor's expression was gloomy. This Lin Fei is truly capable. Whoosh! The void was torn apart. Emperor Knight Demon turned into a flowing light and flew out. Emperor God Tianfeng did not hesitate and chased after him. They left Wind City one after another. This is it. Not long later, Emperor Knight Demon barged into a secret realm. Yi Xian died here. Emperor God Tianfeng walked out. This place has been disrupted by space-time energy. It is impossible to recreate the scene. What a great Lin Fei! Emperor Knight Demon had boasted previously. Now that the team he brought was annihilated, he was embarrassed. Chapter 3660. The appearance of a netherworld sect made Lin Fei realize one thing. This immortal rank treasure should be extremely precious, perhaps even rare. This also made Lin Fei decide that he had to stop God Emperor Tianfeng. The time-space reincarnation divine spear formed by the 4 treasures had all sorts of supporting effects. When a spear was thrust out, all sorts of attacks would merge together. No matter who it was, they would feel pressured and it would be hard to defend against. God Emperor Lin Fei. Within Heaven-Breaking City, a shout could be heard from afar. A figure appeared in the sky above Heaven-Breaking City. Emperors might press down, and a sword light pierced over, locking onto Lin Fei. The sword light was dazzling like a blazing sun, radiating light in all directions. In an instant, Lin Fei was attacked by countless sword intents. The void in front of him was riddled with holes. 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Fei grabbed the time-space reincarnation divine spear and stabbed out. 6 reincarnation worlds appeared, but the opponent's sword intent was very strong. It swept over like a flowing light and broke multiple reincarnation worlds. It's not God Emperor Tian Feng. Lin Fei stabbed out his second time. When he stabbed out, a flowing light pierced out from the shattered reincarnation worlds. Night Demon God Emperor's figure appeared. Dark Night, Night Demon God Emperor, changed his move and slashed across the sky. The heaven and earth seemed to have turned dark, and the entire world stopped moving. This sword was very dangerous. Lin Fei had rich combat experience. The moment the opponent appeared, he knew that it was an expert left behind by Yellow Springs cult. This is a fight to the death. Lin Fei couldn't feel the changes in the surroundings. He knew that the opponent's sword move was affecting the heaven and earth, and also his personal battle. Such a killing move was indeed very powerful. It won't be so easy for you to kill me. Lin Fei snorted. 6 reincarnation worlds appeared, and the power of time and space filled them. The spear in his hand turned into a bright light and stabbed out. Hong hong hong! The void in front of him collapsed and spread out in all directions. Layer by layer, the void collapsed and spread out for thousands of miles. How is this possible? Lin Fei's strength has increased again. Emperor God Tian Feng, who came out a step later, was swept by the remaining power as he wasn't in a hurry. His blood churned and his expression changed greatly. The speed at which Night Devil God Emperor and Lin Fei fought was too fast. In the void, Night Demon God Emperor, who was continuously retreating, also encountered a dangerous attack. Damn it! The spear in this guy's hand is already not inferior to a semi-finished immortal weapon. Night Demon God Emperor's entire body was covered by a set of armor. Only his eyes could be seen. However, at this moment, the armor was filled with cracks that could be seen clearly. From the moment he attacked, Night Devil God Emperor treated his opponent seriously. But when the fight started, Night Devil God Emperor realized how terrifying the other party was. With a spear in his hand, his power was peerlessly tyrannical. With 3 types of attacks, Night Devil God Emperor did not dare to get close. This kind of unrestrained power was very frightening. No one was willing to fight head-on. You are from Yellow Springs cult. Lin Fei caught up. The time-space reincarnation divine spear in his hand turned into a sky full of starlight as he attacked Night Devil God Emperor. Do you really think that I, Lin, am easy to bully? Night Devil God Emperor regretted coming personally. Under Lin Fei's attacks, he was in a completely passive position. White spots would occasionally be left on his armor. The huge power caused his blood to churn, and he was having a hard time defending. With such power, Night Devil God Emperor had no confidence in defeating the other party. 5th Sky of Celestial God Realm. This accumulation was too terrifying. If he condensed a godly elixir and stepped into God King Realm, wouldn't his power increase by another level? Emperor God Lin Fei, your power is really not bad. No wonder Emperor Tian Feng wants to deal with you. Night Devil God Emperor blocked the attacks from both sides. However, you have killed people from my Yellow Springs cult. Ordinary people would definitely die, but your power is not bad. As long as you are willing to join Yellow Springs cult, we can treat it as if nothing happened. Night Devil God Emperor could not pull apart the distance. Under the ferocious attacks, he consumed a lot of energy. He could only use Yellow Springs cult to suppress the other party. What is your Yellow Springs cult? You are not worthy of me joining. Lin Fei sneered. With a furious slash of his spear, a black streamer smashed against Night Devil God Emperor's longsword. Night Devil God Emperor's body sank, nearly smashing into the ground. This is Wind Cloud Weave. Since you dare to cross over, you have to know the consequences of offending me. Outside Heaven-Breaking City, Heaven-Breaking God Emperor suddenly received Lin Fei's order. Brother Heaven-Breaking, can I trouble you to restrain Emperor Tian Feng? I just need a few breaths of time. Lin Fei's voice transmitted. At first, the Heaven-Breaking Divine Emperor was also frightened by Lin Fei's aura. However, when Lin Fei crushed his opponent, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. All right, Heaven-Breaking God Emperor knew what Lin Fei was thinking. Heaven-Breaking Demon Flame, seal the skies and decimate the earth. The Heaven-Breaking Divine Emperor shouted as he took control of the formation. A huge area was enveloped by the formation. Hong, hong, hong! Pillars of fire rushed out from the ground and formed a great formation, trapping Emperor God Tianfeng. Emperor Tianfeng had hoped that Night Devil God Emperor would kill Lin Fei, and he would seize the opportunity to obtain the 4 treasures. By then, with 8 treasures, he would be able to refine a full set of the arch-armor. By then, he would not be at the immortal realm, but he would have the combat power of an immortal realm. Even if the cult leader of Yellow Springs cult knew about it, he would not say anything. But the scene in front of him had shocked Emperor Tianfeng. Not only did Lin Fei refine the 4 parts, but he had also grasped the usage of half a set of the arch-armor. His combat power had increased tremendously, which Emperor Tianfeng could not comprehend. This invisibly formed a sizable gap between them. Heaven breaking, you are courting death. The void closed. Emperor Tianfeng was furious and sent a punch over. Heaven-breaking God Emperor controlled the array. Layers of flames spread in front of him, forming formless protection. Naturally, he was not afraid of Emperor Tianfeng. Tianfeng, look carefully. This is my territory. You want to kill me? You really have the guts to shout it out. Heaven-breaking God Emperor was fearless. The flames formed giants. Every giant's combat power was no weaker than an Emperor God. There was a total of 12 giants. This was Heaven-breaking God Emperor's full power. He wanted to restrain Emperor Tianfeng. Break! The power of Emperor God Tianfeng's punch was extremely strong. It pressed down like a mountain and crushed everything. The fire giant couldn't withstand the power of the punch. The overbearing power hit Emperor God Tianfeng's body, and half of his body exploded on the spot. Heaven-breaking God Emperor vomited blood. His body dissipated and blended into the surrounding flames. Fire Dragon Trap. An even bigger array appeared. Flames appeared. They were like swimming dragons, soaring in the sky. In an instant, they entangled Emperor Tianfeng. You can't escape. Chapter 36-61. This fire dragon formation used the heaven-breaking divine flame as its core. It was a top-notch flame in the wind cloud territory. Fire dragons coiled around God Emperor Tianfeng. His entire body was covered in fire dragons. Patian, you can't trap me. God Emperor Tianfeng only wanted to leave this place, but God Emperor Patian wanted to attack. Today, I will destroy your heaven-breaking divine flame. Boom, boom, boom. God Emperor Tianfeng used his strength to shake off the fire dragons on his body. After all, he was the #1 God Emperor in the Wind Cloud territory. His power was naturally much higher than the other God Emperors. I said, you can't trap me. God Emperor Tianfeng underestimated the power of the fire dragons. After breaking it once, the heaven-breaking divine flame coiled around him again. Tianfeng, didn't you want to see the power of the heaven-breaking divine flame? Today, I will let you experience it. God Emperor Tianfeng said proudly, I might not be able to kill you, but I think it won't be a problem to trap you. Don't even think about it. God Emperor Tianfeng roared. It's a pity that he escaped and left the wind cloud territory. Lin Fei grabbed the time-space reincarnation divine spear, but failed to trap him. The other party was 1 level stronger than God Emperor Tianfeng, and he was protected by armor. Although Lin Fei was stronger than many 5th Sky of God Emperor, it didn't mean that he could defeat all 5th Sky of God Emperor experts. Night Demon God Emperor was one of them. It was normal for the other party to leave. You won't be so lucky next time. Lin Fei snorted. Luckily, I have 4 parts. Otherwise, I would be in a passive position. Lin Fei turned and left. He still had another God Emperor to deal with. God Emperor Tianfeng, you can't escape this time. Lin Fei sneered. After I kill you, those God Emperors from Heavenly Wind City will have no choice but to hand over their parts. God Emperor Tianfeng, I will definitely kill you. Emperor God Tianfeng roared and pushed away the fire dragon on his body. His face was filled with murderous intent. Ever since he was trapped by the formation, Emperor God Tianfeng had shattered the fire dragons countless times. However, he was unable to break free. The heaven-breaking divine fire kept surging towards him endlessly. As time passed, Emperor God Tianfeng could not take it anymore. God Emperor Tianfeng did not know how Night Devil God Emperor was doing. It was fine if he won, but if Night Devil God Emperor retreated in defeat and Lin Fei returned, they would be finished. Come on then, I'll be waiting for you anytime. The heaven-breaking divine emperor, who had transformed into the origin of flame, spoke in a relaxed manner, but he was inwardly anxious. Brother Lin, you have to come quickly. I can't hold on much longer. Breaking Heaven God Emperor was having a hard time, and he was almost at his limit. Once he revealed his true form, he would definitely not be a match for Emperor God Tianfeng. Emperor God Tianfeng's heart was as anxious as fire. He shattered the flames again and again. Finally, he noticed a change in the flames. He extended his hand and grabbed, "Come out." The heaven-breaking divine emperor was forced to reveal his true form with an unparalleled aura. He sent the heaven-splitting divine emperor flying with a palm strike. "You're dead this time." Emperor God Tianfeng chased after him. "You fence-sitter." Breaking Heaven God Emperor had exhausted a lot of energy. Moreover, he had been struck by the other party's palm strike. Half of his body was about to collapse. He suddenly shouted, "Brother Lin, save me." Emperor God Tianfeng did not treat him seriously. He clasped his 5 fingers and punched. This punch was blocked by a force. His attack, his power, rapidly dissipated. The heaven-breaking divine emperor, who had been in front of him, had disappeared into the distance. Lin Fei, who had rushed back, had replaced him. The time-space reincarnation divine spear in Lin Fei's hand pressed against Emperor God Tianfeng's fist. Along with a snort, the reincarnation energy along with the space-time energy swept over. A total of 6 sounds. After the 6 reincarnation worlds crushed him, Emperor God Tianfeng knocked over several mountains and fell into ruins. Even Emperor God Tianfeng is not a match for him. Breaking Heaven God Emperor's face turned pale. "I did not expect the defensive armor that I am so proud of to be sealed. I am not willing to accept this." When he was fighting with Lin Fei, Emperor God Tianfeng was defeated in less than a few moves. He was the best at defense, for parts of his body had lost their effects, and he was completely suppressed. It was totally unexpected for Emperor God Tianfeng. Lying in the ruins, Emperor God Tianfeng was severely injured. He had underestimated the power of half a set of the arch-armor. Cough, cough, cough. "I admit defeat." Emperor God Tianfeng coughed out blood and said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was not surprised that he defeated Emperor God Tianfeng. He did not expect that half a set of the arch-armor could suppress his opponent's parts and defeat Emperor God Tianfeng so easily. Emperor God Tianfeng could not make up for such a difference. In addition, he had encountered a powerful person like Lin Fei. It was normal for him to lose. A spot of cold light landed in between Emperor God Tianfeng's eyebrows. "I am really disappointed in you." Lin Fei looked at Emperor God Tianfeng and said, "You even found someone to kill me. Do you think I should kill you?" Or Emperor God Tianfeng's aura suddenly tightened, and he smiled maliciously. "Winner takes all. There is nothing to be disappointed about. The only thing I'm not satisfied with is that you're 1 step ahead of me. I'm not concerned about that." Wow. An extremely powerful power seemed to be exploding with Emperor God Tianfeng's roar. The time-space reincarnation divine spear in Lin Fei's hand had pierced through Emperor God Tianfeng's head. The power of space-time covered his entire body, and the power that was about to explode disappeared. "You shouldn't be talking to me, because this is your last chance." Lin Fei looked at the dead Emperor God Tianfeng and extended his hand to grab the parts. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 4 parts flew out from Emperor God Tianfeng's body. Lin Fei opened his eyes wide on the spot. How is this possible? There are 4 parts and not 1. He killed the other 3 God Emperors. Breaking Heaven God Emperor rushed over and sucked in a breath of cold air. He almost succeeded. Lin Fei gasped. What a good Emperor God Tianfeng. He's really good at scheming. If I'm not careful, I might really be tricked by him. If he had not refined one of Emperor God Gu Heng's arms and obtained the memories within, Lin Fei might have suffered a great loss. Under such circumstances, I have successfully collected the remaining 4 parts. Lin Fei grabbed the 4 parts and integrated them into his body instantly. He was not in a hurry to refine them. Emperor Breaking Heaven cupped his fists when he saw the scene. Congratulations, Emperor Lin, for ruling the world and ruling the universe. At this moment, Emperor Breaking Heaven let go of his pride and chose to submit. Everyone knew that a complete set of the arch-armor would allow Lin Fei's strength to soar. He could step into the immortal realm and rule the entire Wind Cloud territory, creating a new era. Emperor Breaking Heaven was a smart man and naturally chose to submit. Chapter 3662. It was out of Lin Fei's expectation that Emperor God Tianfeng would come to his death. However, it helped him to get the remaining 4 parts and saved him a lot of trouble. Lin Fei finally gathered all the parts for a set of the arch-armor. In a temporary cave dwelling in Wind Cloud territory, there were many formations set up. About all 8 parts. In the cave dwelling, Lin Fei looked at the 8 parts, especially the last 4 parts, and sighed. Emperor God Tianfeng is really good at scheming, but in the end, it helped me to get a set of immortal arch-armor. I'm looking forward to it. Lin Fei's eyes were beaming. As the arch-armor was extraordinary, it was related to the improvement of his power and his return to Earth. Hence, Lin Fei had to treat it carefully. It was better to be safe than sorry. Even Lin Fei couldn't guarantee it. Now, let me see what secrets this set of immortal arch-armor has. Lin Fei took a deep breath, extended his hand, and formed hand seals. It wasn't difficult to refine. The only difficult part was to fuse the 8 parts completely. This required a certain amount of time. The 5th part was refined. The 6th part was refined. As compared to the first 4 parts, the last 4 parts were auxiliary. Lin Fei could refine them easily. Now, the 8 parts revolved around Lin Fei. The cave dwelling was filled with a terrifying aura. This aura surpassed the Emperor's aura. It was a more terrifying pressure. This is the immortal aura. Feeling the surging aura, Lin Fei felt a certain amount of pressure. Under the influence of the immortal aura, the divine god power in his body was suppressed. Under the suppression of the immortal aura, he could only use 80% of his original divine god power. It's not without reason that Emperor God Gu Heng could dominate Wind Cloud territory. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Now, there's only one step left. Let me refine it completely. Fuse. Lin Fei's throat moved, and he uttered 2 words. The 8 parts began to fuse under Lin Fei's control. With the memories left behind by the virtual image of Emperor God Gu Heng, Lin Fei was able to do it very smoothly, and there was no obstruction at all. Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down as he stared at the fusion of the parts. The 8 parts quickly turned into a black fog. The black fog flashed with all kinds of runes. These runes were very old, and they gave Lin Fei an inexplicable pressure. This was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. This shouldn't be something from the Wind Cloud Weave. It might be something from the Myriad Sky Empire. Lin Fei thought to himself. According to the information I received, the Wantian Empire is the strongest existence that truly rules over this vast world. They are fully deserving of the title of king. This emperor armor is 100% from the Wantian Empire. After the runes that exuded a mysterious aura appeared, they actually began to form powerful combinations. Every time they formed, they would release a terrifying aura. Fortunately, Lin Fei's body was extraordinary, and he was able to endure it. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, he took out the Myriad Essence Pool to supply for the consumption. If he could not keep up with the consumption during the refinement, and everything went to waste, it was something that Lin Fei did not want to see. Soon, time ticked by. As the refinement and fusion continued, Lin Fei gradually realized that the situation seemed to be a little different. This doesn't seem to be heading towards the direction of the Emperor armor. Lin Fei squinted his eyes, and a thought popped up. Could it be that the core of the ancient Emperor armor isn't what everyone thinks it is? Even Lin Fei was shocked by this thought. He subconsciously searched for the memories in his mind, and there was actually no record of what the ancient Emperor armor looked like. This is unbelievable. Lin Fei smiled bitterly to himself, and finally realized something. It seemed that he really did not pay attention to what the Emperor armor looked like in the end, as if he had subconsciously forgotten about it. Now it seemed that it did not appear in his memory. In this situation, Lin Fei did not know what to say. He could only take one step at a time. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the Emperor armor is going to absorb energy. Lin Fei exclaimed. A burst of light burst out from the black fog, and instantly turned into a black vortex formed by layers of runes. The divine god's power in his body surged out uncontrollably. 10%, 20%, 30%. The speed was so fast that Lin Fei could not control it all. This is the last step. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and opened the myriad essence pool. I'm really not afraid of you absorbing the divine god's power. Swish, swish. A large amount of divine god's power flowed into the vortex. The vortex was like a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing the divine god's power, and there was no sign of it stopping. You have to hold on. As the divine god's power continued to be absorbed crazily, Lin Fei himself began to worry. What if the divine god's power was not enough? This ancient Emperor armor was really beyond his expectations. The divine god's power in the myriad essence pool was being consumed very quickly. 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%. Ever since he obtained the myriad essence pool, he had never consumed it like this. No more. When the last part of the divine god's power was absorbed, Lin Fei's heart sank. This is too good at absorbing. 1 myriad essence pool. How many enemies can I kill with it? Lin Fei could not help but curse. The divine god's power in his body also began to quickly flow into the black vortex without any resistance. It's over, it's really over this time. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. This Emperor armor really caught him off guard. Now I can only resign myself to fate. If he had known how difficult it was to fuse with the Emperor armor, Lin Fei might not have acted so rashly and ended up being tricked by this Emperor armor. In the blink of an eye, only 20% of his strength was left. Lin Fei was almost in despair. The last 20% of power was being lost. If this continued, there was really nothing left to absorb. The majestic absorption of the divine god's power suddenly stopped. It came without any warning. Lin Fei did not even notice that the vortex had stopped automatically. The black fog began to dissipate. Lin Fei wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. The last 20% of the energy had been mostly absorbed. That scared me to death. I almost lost my life. Buzz. When the black fog completely disappeared, a golden sphere appeared in front of Lin Fei. It kept spinning, radiating light in all directions. When the light landed on his body, it quickly seeped into his body and transformed into divine god's power. This divine god's power was even more vigorous. It was completely incomparable to the previous divine god's power. Lin Fei, who was originally extremely weak, recovered his essence, qi, and spirit. It was as if he had eaten the fruit of life. This divine god's power is completely on a different level. Lin Fei's breathing quickened involuntarily. Treasure, this thing must be a super treasure. Where did Emperor God, Gu Hong, get it from? Withdraw. Lin Fei was shocked. He did not forget the important thing. Such a treasure must be in his hands. The last mark was struck on the golden sphere. What he worried about did not happen. He successfully left the mark. Before Lin Fei could do anything, the golden sphere rushed into Lin Fei's body with a swoosh. A vast and scorching aura almost burned his whole body. Crack, 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 crack. Chapter 3663. The might unleashed by the golden ball caused Lin Fei to explode. He could not defend at all. Lin Fei himself was shocked. His body exploded just like that. I've cultivated the 13-fold golden body incantation, but I can't bear the power of this golden ball. What's the origin of this ball? In shock, he hurriedly operated the 13-fold golden body incantation to reconstruct his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This change was indeed beyond Lin Fei's imagination. The golden ball was very domineering. As soon as his body was reconstructed, the power released by the golden ball again exploded Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei continued to reconstruct his body. Once, twice, 3 times, in a short period of time, his body exploded dozens of times, nearly 100 times. Another resurrection. Lin Fei was surprised, and his eyes widened subconsciously. Everyone underestimated the ancient Emperor God's means. Perhaps the ancient Emperor armor is just a cover. I'm afraid the real important thing is this golden ball. As for the reincarnation power and the space-time power, I'm afraid they're all derived from this golden ball. This is also a conclusion beyond everyone's imagination came to Lin Fei's mind. Once this idea came to mind, it could no longer be suppressed. It should be known that Lin Fei's body was very strong. The body of an emperor god became fragile in front of this power. This was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. This golden ball is too heaven-defying. It's completely a source of power. Lin Fei squinted. It's more appropriate to call it a core, or the heart of power. After dozens of times of body explosion, every time his body was reconstructed, some power would gush out of the golden ball. Lin Fei didn't need to use the remaining power in his body at all. This was what really shocked Lin Fei. A golden ball, a real peerless treasure, had a great origin. Now, the only thing I can do is to cultivate my body and strive to withstand the power of this golden ball. Lin Fei thought to himself. Fortunately, I obtained the 13 golden body incantation from the demon god lord. Otherwise, without the corresponding cultivation technique, I would have been killed sooner or later. Lin Fei shuddered subconsciously. This possibility was really terrifying and dangerous. Another thought popped up. When Kong Lin sent us to the wind cloud weave, perhaps it wasn't for that arm at all. Instead, it was for this golden orb. That's what Emperor God Gu Heng wanted. This was also a thought that came to Lin Fei subconsciously after seeing the golden ball. The unknown golden orb seemed to have a terrifying effect. Back then, God Emperor Gu Heng had not only been strong in combat, but his physical body was also very strong. He could be said to have the best physical body in the entire wind and cloud weave. Everything seemed to have been intentionally concealed by Emperor God Gu Heng. After all, if such a heaven-defying treasure was known by those immortal realm experts, they would definitely come to snatch it. It would definitely not be easy for Emperor God Gu Heng to keep the golden sphere. My luck seems to be pretty good. Unknowingly, I actually obtained a heaven-defying treasure. Let's call it the heart of power. Lin Fei took a deep breath and started to immerse himself in cultivation. The wind and cloud weave was very peaceful. Ever since Lin Fei had personally made a trip to Tianfeng City and killed an emperor god, all the major forces had their eyes on the upcoming great battle. In the end, the war did not happen. The entire wind and cloud weave entered a peaceful atmosphere. Emperor God Tianfeng did not make a move. Emperor God Lin Fei did not make a move either. Time passed from 1 year, 5 years, 30 years, 100 years, heaven-breaking city. Emperor God Fluttering Snow and the other 2 emperor gods sat together. It's been 130 years. Could something have happened to Emperor God Lin? Emperor God Whitebones said, his eyes shining. Emperor God Fluttering Snow shook his head. It's hard to say. It's been 130 years. Who knows how many forces have been watching? Emperor God Lin will come out sooner or later. Heaven-breaking God Emperor said, the experts from Acheron cult are no match for him. If something happened to Emperor God Lin, he must still be refining the arch armor. Heaven-breaking God Emperor had personally seen the battle. Not appearing for 130 years, Heaven-breaking God Emperor was not worried at all. The ancient eternal arch armor was famous throughout the wind and cloud weave. It would be strange if it was so easy to refine. That's true. Emperor God Fluttering Snow nodded. Emperor God Tian Feng courted death. He could have looked for anyone, but he chose the experts from Acheron cult. In the end, he lost his life. Now that the wind and cloud weave was peaceful, the three emperor gods were not used to it. But in the 130 years, their forces expanded rapidly. Their influence in the wind and cloud weave was not inferior to that of Emperor God Tianfeng. In the 130 years, Emperor God Tianfeng did not appear. The three emperor gods kept fighting for territory, and their influence spread. This was something that had probably exceeded the expectations of many major powers. They could only shrink their territory. They could not afford to offend emperor gods. It's been 130 years. I'm back. In the wind and cloud weave, three figures walked out of the void. The one in the lead was none other than Night, demon god emperor. His eyes were emitting cold, killing intent. Ever since he left the wind and cloud weave pathetically, Night, demon god emperor, had been sulking for 130 years. Finally, he came back for revenge. At the same time, he snatched the semi-finished immortal rank treasure. Night demon, you're really something. You failed in such a small weave like the wind and cloud weave. You've really embarrassed our Acheron cult. A frivolous voice came from a young man. Night, demon god emperor's eyes narrowed. He did not dare to make a sound. This person's position in Acheron cult was higher than his. Moreover, his power was much higher than his. Young Master Fan, you're right. I failed. That's why I invited young Master Fan over. Night, demon god emperor said respectfully. Ha ha ha, I like hearing that. Fanlai laughed. When I get that semi-finished immortal rank treasure, I'll definitely put in a good word for you in front of the sect master. The team he brought previously was lost. Night, demon god emperor had to bear a huge blame. Only by performing meritorious deeds could he redeem himself. Young master, I just sense that there are only three emperor gods in the entire wind and cloud weave. Their power is average. An elder standing behind Fanlai said in a low voice. His eyes were as sharp as knives. Three emperor gods. Fanlai said, There's no one called Lin Fei. Not at the moment. Fanlai did not doubt the elder's words. Chapter 36-64. Heaven-Breaking City. Ever since Lin Fei disappeared in seclusion, Heaven-Breaking God Emperor and the other two God Emperors would often gather together. They all understood one thing. The future number one expert of Wind Cloud Weave would belong to Lin Fei. No one could snatch it away. Boom! On this day, as Heaven-Breaking God Emperor and the others were chatting, a horrifying pressure pressed down. An invisible power swept over them, causing their blood to churn. They could barely stand. Ooh, Heaven-Breaking God Emperor was shocked. This power surpassed even Heaven Wind God Emperor and was not inferior to the Yellow Springs cult experts. How long has it been? Don't you recognize me? Night Demon God Emperor appeared in the courtyard, his eyes fierce, smiling at Heaven-Breaking God Emperor. Not good, run. Heaven-Breaking God Emperor reacted. Yellow Springs cult was here for revenge. After more than 130 years, Yellow Springs cult experts had finally arrived. Heaven-Breaking God Emperor's first reaction was to run. The three of them were not a match for Yellow Springs cult experts. Seal. Fanlai walked out of the void, waving his hand. The array was like a mountain, sealing the sky and earth. Want to leave? Ask me first. Heaven-Breaking God Emperor and the other two were instantly sealed. Despair appeared on their faces. They had underestimated the power of Yellow Springs cult experts. They did not even have the chance to struggle in front of the Yellow Springs cult experts. Tell me, where did Lin Fei go? Night Demon God Emperor rushed into the array, sending Heaven-Breaking God Emperor flying with a punch. Layers of power exploded in Heaven-Breaking God Emperor's body, causing blood to flow. And you too. Night Demon God Emperor had suffered a great loss. After suppressing the three God Emperors, he tortured them and used all sorts of methods to obtain the information he wanted. Young Master Fan. That brat went into seclusion to refine ancient Emperor armor. Night Demon God Emperor frowned. This is bad. That's ancient Emperor armor. As experts of the Netherworld cult, they had naturally heard of the primordial Emperor's armor. Back then, God Emperor, ancient emperor armor dominated Wind Cloud Weave and created a new era. He had even fought with immortal rank experts and was quite famous in the circle. Even though Emperor God Guheng was no longer around, no one dared to underestimate the prestige of the ancient emperor armor. Emperor God Fanlai laughed heartily. It's good to refine it. It will save us quite a bit of time. Just like what you said, we shall wait here for the heir to come to us. Knight Devil God Emperor said worriedly, but that brat Emperor God Fanlai disagreed. So what if you refined it? Ancient emperor armor is a set of immortal grade treasures. Do you think that kid can activate it? If I'm not careful, I might not be able to hold on for long. Now that he thought about it, it did make sense. We shall wait for him. As long as Lin Fei dares to come to the Broken Heaven City, he is dead. Knight Devil God Emperor said hatefully. He had been suppressing this anger for a long time. 130 years. 150 years. 200 years. After Fanlai and the others had arrived at Skybreak City, they had imprisoned 3 God Emperors. No news of this had spread, and the entire Wind Cloud Weave was calm and peaceful. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. The 3 God Emperors, who had been waiting bitterly, frowned. Young Master Fan, we have been in the Wind Cloud Weave for close to 100 years. Did that brat hear the news and run away? Knight Devil God Emperor gritted his teeth. The Wind Cloud Weave was huge. If the other party wanted to hide, even if they were God Emperors, they would be helpless. In terms of searching for people, they were not good. If they were to return to the Yellow Springs cult and invite experts to search for Lin Fei's whereabouts, the price would be huge. They did not dare to try it. They were worried that if they invited someone over, what if that person left the Wind Cloud Weave? The resources in the Wind Cloud Weave were more or less developed. To a God Emperor, it was not that attractive. This was the only thing they were worried about. God Emperor Fanlai said, wait. That brat will refine the ancient emperor armor. He will definitely come. It won't be easy. With a long sigh, Lin Fei charged out of the cave dwelling and came to the sky. With a thought, a set of black armor filled with baleful aura flowed like flowing water, covering his entire body. This is the ancient emperor armor. I can also call it the Lin Fei emperor armor. Lin Fei did not expect that refining the emperor armor would take a total of 300 years. Most of it was spent on cultivating the 13-stage golden body technique. Now that my 13-stage golden body technique has broken through to the 10th stage, with the strength of my fleshly body, I'm afraid that even the master of gods and demons is not as strong as me. Lin Fei could not help but feel proud. He did not think that the master of gods and demons was stronger than him. On this matter, Lin Fei had absolute confidence. That person was definitely weaker than him. It's a pity that after 300 years, I have yet to understand the origin of the golden ball. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I still have a long way to go to find out what it is. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Even that God Emperor Guheng did not seem to have a real use for it. One could imagine that the origin of this thing was not simple. When I return, I must capture God Emperor Guheng and interrogate him. Lin Fei thought. After 300 years, it's time to have a good rest. For more than 200 years, he had been training his fleshly body day and night. This kind of day after day really could not be persevered. Lin Fei walked into the void. My movement speed has increased to such a terrifying degree. After a few thoughts, Lin Fei came to the sky above Heaven-breaking City and stepped into the courtyard. This was the courtyard that God Emperor Petion had arranged. It was also the place where Lin Fei temporarily stayed. After Lin Fei stepped into the courtyard, the world darkened. The entire void seemed to be stripped away, and the world and time became chaotic. The surroundings fell into darkness. Bang, bang, bang. 3 figures fell in front of Lin Fei. They were God Emperor Petion and the others. They had been tortured beyond recognition and were on their last breaths, as though they would die at any moment. Leave quickly. The experts from Yellow Springs cult are here. God Emperor Petion used his last breath to shout. In the past 200 years, they had been tortured by Night Demon God Emperor. If not for their long lifespan and fast recovery, they would have been tortured to death. But now they were not far from death. Lin Fei, the fate of your 3 allies is due to you. Night Demon God Emperor walked out with killing intent, glaring at Lin Fei. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the 3 flew behind him. Thousand Bone Heart Piercing Needle. The moment the 3 God Emperors landed behind him, one of them, White Bones God Emperor, shot a black shadow at Lin Fei. The black shadow hit Lin Fei's body, and instantly, Lin Fei's heart was pierced, and his body was riddled with thousands of holes. The original Emperor God, White Bones, shook his body and turned into a gloomy middle-aged Emperor God. He lifted his hand, and there was a resplendent sword light that exploded in front of Lin Fei. 10,000 sword flow. The sword lights were like flowing water, washing over Lin Fei's body, advancing wave after wave in a majestic manner. Chapter 3665. The ambush was extremely fast. It did not give Lin Fei any chance to react. For this day, Emperor God Fan Lai and the others had waited for over 100 years. Ancient Emperor armor is just so. Emperor God Fan Lai shook his head in disdain. What a waste of our time. Fortunately, we got the Ancient Emperor armor. Our wait was not in vain. Acheron's sect had never failed to kill anyone they wanted to kill. But Emperor God Fan Lai's target was the Ancient Emperor armor. Back then, the Ancient Emperor armor was divided by the God Emperors of Wind Cloud territory. Moreover, an Undying Expert had spoken, so no one dared to snatch it. Now that the Undying Expert was gone, Acheron's sect had the confidence to snatch it. Night Demon, go get the Ancient Emperor armor. Emperor God Fan Lai said, let's leave after that. Night Demon God Emperor was elated. Even though he did not kill Lin Fei in the end, he had vented his anger. This was the outcome of offending him and Acheron's sect. Under the ambush of the 3, Night Demon God Emperor did not believe that Lin Fei could survive. That was a treasure specially used to deal with God Emperors. Those who were hit by it would have their power greatly reduced. Moreover, with their attacks, he would definitely die. Night Demon God Emperor flew over and prepared to find the Ancient Emperor armor. Even if he died, the armor would still be there. Moreover, it was refined. Just as he charged into the array, a hand extended over. Night Demon God Emperor lost control of his power and was easily grabbed by the throat. Space-time power enveloped his body. Night Demon, long time no see. I did not expect you to send yourself to me. In the darkness, Lin Fei's figure appeared. His entire body was wrapped in a layer of black murderous aura armor. Why aren't you dead? You were hit by the 1,000-bone piercing needle. Night Demon God Emperor struggled, but he could not mobilize the power in his body. He could only widen his eyes in shock. Not dead. Emperor God Fan Lai noticed it too, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Then his gaze was fixed on the Emperor armor, and there was greed in his eyes. It turns out that you have refined the Emperor armor completely. The Ancient Emperor armor really lives up to its name. Lin Fei was indeed caught unprepared. That treasure's attack was extremely vicious and dangerous. If it was any other Emperor God, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack, and they would definitely die. However, with the Ancient Emperor armor, Lin Fei could withstand it easily. After the 13-tier Golden Body incantation broke through to the 10th tier, his physical body became stronger. Although he suffered heavy injuries, he recovered extremely quickly. You really know how to court death. Lin Fei never thought that the Yellow Springs Church would seek revenge on him, so he set up a powerful formation in his temporary residence. Emperor God Fan Lai said faintly, No, I think you are mistaken. None of the people that Acheron cult wants to deal with has ever survived. It is the same for you, even if you have the Ancient Emperor armor. Are you sure? Lin Fei smiled. Without the Primordial Emperor armor, one would never know how powerful and heaven-defying the Primordial Emperor armor was. Of course, even though Emperor God Fan Lai was surprised by Lin Fei's performance, he didn't take it to heart. You will be here soon. If you are willing to hand over the Primordial Emperor armor, I can spare your life. Then I think it is better for me to experience your killing move. Lin Fei shook his head. Because once I attack, I'm afraid you won't have a chance at all. Emperor God Fan Lai snorted. Since you don't want your face, I shall fulfill your wish. Obliterate. He struck out a hand seal and activated the formation. Young Master Fan, don't. Night Demon God Emperor said in fear. If you do that, I will die too. Night Demon, it is better for you to die. Then, no one will know that the primordial Emperor armor is in my hands. God Emperor Fan Lai said sinisterly. It's the primordial divinity armor. What an alluring existence. With it, this emperor can ascend to the heavens in a single step and become a true expert. Netherworld cult will have to step aside. The black energy instantly swept over and was filled with terrifying destructive aura. Emperor, God, Emperor Knight, Demon screamed in pain. His body was instantly obliterated without any ability to resist. It was an instant kill, and he was a God Emperor. Emperor God Fan Lai said proudly, Knight Demon, this fool. The primordial Emperor armor is famous. Who would be willing to hand it over? This emperor just needs to find a place with no one and hide for hundreds or thousands of years. By then, this emperor will be an undying expert, a true top-notch expert. The black energy swept across Lin Fei's black armor, instantly leaving white marks on it. After that, the black energy was unable to penetrate any further. This is your killing move. Lin Fei shook his head. You can't even break my primordial emperor armor. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. The power of obliteration was terrifying. Lin Fei, who was protected by the armor, didn't feel much other than the huge consumption. If you can't do it, then it is my turn. Lin Fei smiled. To those who want to take revenge on me, I will never be lenient. I will send them to heaven one by one. The great formation that Emperor God Fan Lai set up was an ancient formation, and it had never failed before. No, the primordial Emperor armor won't be so strong. Emperor God Fan Lai was unwilling. If the formation can't kill you, then this emperor will kill you personally. With the primordial Emperor armor in front of him, Emperor God Fan Lai definitely wouldn't give up. You have no chance. Lin Fei took a step forward and stepped out of the range of the formation. It was as though the formation didn't exist, and he walked out. How is this possible? Emperor God Fan Lai exclaimed. In the next second, his eyes were wide open, and he was astonished. Why is this emperor's energy dissipating? Emperor God Fan Lai couldn't move at all. The energy in his body was dissipating rapidly, and so was his dense life force. In the blink of an eye, he aged until he was on his last breath and turned into dust. What a domineering attack. Lin Fei let out a long sigh. But the consumption is too great. I've directly used up all of my heavenly god's power. It's powerful, but the consumption is too much. The move before him was the true power of space-time. Previously, the river of space-time could only unleash 10 to 20% of its power. Comparisons were odious. Lin Fei had no choice but to be convinced. Breaking Heaven God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God weren't affected, and they saw everything clearly. The expert from Acheron Cult, Young Master Fan, was killed just like that? Was the primordial Emperor armor so terrifying? They were all rising stars, and naturally hadn't seen the power of the primordial Emperor armor. Thinking about it sent chills down their spines. They understood why Emperor God Gu Heng had the confidence to create an era. In front of such a terrifying killing move, how many people could withstand Emperor God Gu Heng's attack? Lin Fei waved his hand, and a vast power entered Breaking Heaven God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor's body. It healed their injuries and restored their essence, chi, and spirit to their peak. Emperor God Lin, we had no choice. Breaking Heaven God Emperor said apologetically. They were too ruthless. Fluttering Snow God Emperor explained. Lin Fei shook his head. It's just a small matter. Even without you, they would still ambush me. All right, where's Brother Whitebone? Dead. Breaking Heaven God Emperor said. Chapter 3666. After the three emperor gods from Yellow Springs cult died, Lin Fei found out about what happened in the past 300 years from heaven-breaking God Emperor and the others. Guarding him for 200 years? How patient. They did their duty, but unfortunately, they made the wrong decision. Lin Fei smiled. Heaven-breaking God Emperor and fluttering snow God Emperor submitted immediately, becoming Lin Fei's subordinates. With the ancient Emperor armor, Lin Fei became the #1 expert in wind cloud weave. In front of the #1 expert, if heaven-breaking God Emperor and fluttering snow God Emperor did not know how to choose, they would be the #1 idiot in the world. Lin Fei underestimated Yellow Spring's cult's appetite. He even suspected that Night Demon God Emperor did not report the news to Yellow Spring's cult, but called for help in private. For example, God Emperor Fan Lai, who wanted the ancient Emperor armor. Lord, you are now the #1 expert. It is time for you to head to Thousand Sky Empire to register, Heaven-breaking God Emperor said. Register? Lin Fei was not interested in this. Wind Cloud Weave's resources were mostly taken. There was no meaning in being a local tyrant. Lin Fei did not care about this place. Heaven-breaking God Emperor nodded. Yes, any immortal realm expert can register at Thousand Sky Empire. From now on, no one will dare to enter Wind Cloud Weave. Outsiders will not dare to cause trouble. This was equivalent to official recognition. This thought appeared in Lin Fei's mind. Heaven-breaking God Emperor and fluttering snow God Emperor were looking forward to it. Wind Cloud Weave had suffered great losses because there were no immortal realm experts in charge. Once they heard that they were Wind Cloud Weave's God Emperors, they did not even look at them. There is no rush. Lin Fei was not in a rush. The registration would happen sooner or later. Back then, Emperor God Gu Hong was killed. Do any of you know where we can still see him? Lin Fei asked the two of them. That's right. I remember God Emperor Tianfeng has many materials. Zhan family seems to have them too. If Lord needs them, I will personally go and get them for you. The two God Emperors automatically entered their vassal mode. If nothing unexpected happened, the Wind Cloud Weave would soon welcome a new master, and that would be Lin Fei, an expert with immortal rank strength. From today onwards, the Primordial Emperor armor is a thing of the past. From now on, you're the unparalleled Emperor armor. This is my era. Lin Fei did not take off the peerless Tharch armor. The Tharch armor was just a cover. The real core was the golden ball. Lin Fei still did not know what it was. Since Emperor God Gu Hong could use the Tharch armor to conceal himself, Lin Fei naturally couldn't be an exception. He simply changed his name so that his mind wouldn't be filled with the words Gu Heng's Tharch armor. I have the Emperor armor now, but it consumes a lot of energy. Lin Fei thought to himself, I wonder how Emperor God Gu Hong solved it. The secret skill derived from the golden ball was powerful, but the consumption was not something Lin Fei could bear. This was something that Lin Fei needed to consider. Hence, he asked Heaven-breaking Emperor God and Emperor God Fluttering Snow about the information left behind by Emperor God Gu Hong. I hope Emperor God Gu Hong left behind relevant information. Lin Fei opened the storage ring of Emperor God Fan Lai from Acheron Cult and checked the items inside. Lin Fei controlled the space-time power very well. He killed Emperor God Fan Lai, but did not damage the storage ring at all. Emperor God Fan Lai should have a certain status in Acheron Cult. He might have some unexpected items. Lin Fei opened the storage ring. Hua hua hua. A large number of items fell out and piled up like a mountain. He is quite wealthy. After taking out the items, Lin Fei set up a space-time barrier to form a vacuum. No one could sense it. This was because this area had been completely isolated. The most popular currency in the 10,000 Sky Kingdom seemed to be purple crystals. Lin Fan took out a purple crystal. This purple crystal was sparkling and translucent, and there was a purple light flowing within it. This is good stuff. This should be a type of energy. Lin Fei had not seen it in Wine Cloud territory, but he had heard of it. It was said to be a high-grade energy replenishing crystal. Keep. Lin Fei tried it, and a warm current flowed into his body. It was very overbearing, as though it was going to burst everything. It is very violent. However, No matter how violent it has to be obedient in my body. Lin Fei thought and suppressed it. He refined it in an instant. The effect is not bad. However, for me now, it is just a drop in the bucket. Lin Fei took out the myriad essence pool. Although his power had increased, the unparalleled Emperor armor, no, the golden ball consumed a lot of energy. The myriad essence pool was still very useful. Before he found a way, Lin Fei could only use this stupid method for the time being. Once the myriad essence pool was taken out, it absorbed all the purple crystals that piled up like a mountain. The only bad thing was that the effect was average. Pills, not interested. Weapons, they were also useless. With the unparalleled Emperor armor, he could change everything. Apart from the high consumption, everything else was not a problem. This is the Thousand Sky Country's local journal. After a while, just as Lin Fei was about to be disappointed, he found an ancient book. It was very new, as though it had not been flipped through much. After seeing the words, Lin Fei smiled. This is good. I was just worrying about not understanding the Thousand Sky Country. Lin Fei obtained a star chart and a rough location to return to Earth. However, there were no specific markings, so Lin Fei had to spend some time to find it. Right now, this book was better than anything else. After obtaining the golden ball, Lin Fei was really not interested in anything else. Lin Fei flipped it open and began to read. The book was not thick, but the information inside made Lin Fei's eyes light up. His expression changed. There was a lot of information inside. To Lin Fei, the more information, the better. Only then could he understand the Thousand Sky Country more clearly. It seems that I am definitely going to be the region lord of the Wind Cloud Weave. After reading for a while, Lin Fei digested the information. Region lord is someone with status in the Thousand Sky Country. It is easier to roam the Thousand Sky Country. Originally, Lin Fei did not care much. After all, he would have to leave sooner or later. After reading this local journal, Lin Fei changed his mind. He still had to be the region lord. Not only that, he also suspected that this place might have something that God Emperor Guheng wanted. The importance of the golden ball was clear to Lin Fei. That God Emperor Guheng probably knew as well. As for why he did not come personally, that was a question. However, there had to be a secret behind how he ruled over the Wind Cloud Weave. What Lin Fei needed to do was dig it out. Chapter 3667. The items left behind by God Emperor Fan Lai of the Netherworld Order were of great help to Lin Fei. After digesting the relevant information, Lin Fei understood quite a bit about the Myriad Sky Empire. It was a colossal existence that no one dared to provoke. The records in the books were all about how powerful the 10,000 Skies Empire was and how no one could match it. My lord, we've retrieved the item. Lin Fei did not have to wait for long. A few days later, heaven-breaking God Emperor returned with the item. The news of God Emperor Tianfeng's death had spread far and wide. Out of the original 9 God Emperors, only heaven-breaking God Emperor and Fluttering Snow were left. When they personally went to ask for the item, no one dared to disobey. Without a God Emperor, a top-notch faction fell to a first-rate faction. How could they compete with a God Emperor? My lord, now that there are only 2 God Emperors left in the Wind Cloud Weave, can you establish an empire and unify it? Heaven-breaking God Emperor asked carefully. Unify it first. Lin Fei said. Did something happen in the weave? Heaven-breaking God Emperor nodded. There's some signs. After all, without 7 God Emperors, many God Kings are getting restless. Lin Fei chuckled. Aren't the 2 of you God Emperors? I feel that the weave hasn't been peaceful all this time because there are too many God Emperors. You and Fluttering Snow should make a trip there and sweep through everyone who has an idea. I hope that the Windy Weave will be peaceful. Everyone should put away their ambitions. Heaven-breaking God Emperor answered. I'll make a trip with Fluttering Snow immediately. Those fellows are indeed getting ideas that they shouldn't have. Lin Fei did not care about such trivial matters, but he did not wish for the Wind Cloud Weave to be in a mess. He still needed to make a clean sweep. Let me see what's inside. Lin Fei opened the storage ring and started looking through it. After losing 7 of the 9 god emperors in the Wind Cloud Weave, many first-rate factions were getting restless. Many first-rate forces couldn't help but become restless, especially those who were only a step away from the God Emperor realm. Even if they didn't have any ideas, they would still have some ideas. Before everyone could realize their ideas, heaven-breaking God Emperor and fluttering snow joined hands and swept from the east to the west, then from the south to the north. Instantly, countless factions suffered. The Wind Cloud Weave was in a state of apprehension. This storm lasted for half a month. Countless God King experts were killed. The actions of the 2 God Emperors woke up these big family clans. Only then did they realize that even without the 7 God Emperors, it was still not their turn to be impudent. These idiots are courting death. The heaven-breaking divine Emperor sneered. Back then, Emperor God Guheng was much more brutal than this. Our Lord is considered gentle, Emperor God Fluttering Snow said. In such a short period of time, the Wind Cloud Weave had changed so much that the 2 of them could not help but sigh. Back then, they only wanted to unite Lin Fei and join forces to fight against the veteran God Emperors. In the end, they were the ones who had the last laugh. Now that they mentioned this matter, they didn't even know what to say. Perhaps this was fate. According to these clues and some of the memories in my mind, the other base of Emperor God Guheng should be here. At this moment, Lin Fei was standing in front of a dangerous place. Ranked first in the Wind Cloud Weave, the Dark Enigma Nest. This place was very famous. It was said that it was a major battlefield in the past. Countless experts had fallen here. The Darkness Mystery Nest itself was a treasure, but it had been broken. If one was not a God King, they would not dare to enter the Darkness Mystery Nest. If they were not careful, they would get lost inside and never be able to come out. I hope the old base of Emperor God Guheng is really inside. Lin Fei rushed into the Darkness Mystery Nest and covered himself with the unparalleled Dark Armor. Is this the Darkness Mystery Nest? There is indeed space-time energy causing trouble here. As he traversed the Darkness Mystery Nest, Lin Fei understood why this place had become a dangerous place. There were collapsing space-time energies everywhere. These energies had not disappeared. They were still floating around, covering the entire place. The Darkness Mystery Nest was on a completely different level from the space-time outside. This was the reason why it was so easy for outsiders to get lost in it. What an interesting place. With a thought, Lin Fei formed a layer of space-time barrier around him, isolating himself from the effects of the shattered space-time energies. He did not intend to destroy such a place. There was a reason for it to exist. According to the clues, I should keep flying. Even though he was flying, many experts could not do it. They would unknowingly deviate from their original position. Emperor God Guheng might have used this shattered space-time energy to hide his old base. I have to admit that this is a good idea. Even if a God Emperor were to enter, he would probably be disgraced. Lin Fei was not affected and continued to fly forward. Along the way, a few related places gradually appeared. Battlefields and white bones appeared before his eyes. During this period of time, there were even some treasures that appeared. However, from start to end, Lin Fei did not collect them. With the golden ball, these things were of no value. Moreover, these treasures had been here for a long time. Their power was gradually diminishing. Hence, he did not care about them. Being able to see all these means that my route is correct. The old base of Emperor God Guheng is still inside. Lin Fei continued to move forward. The deeper he went, the greater the influence of the space-time energy. It constantly attacked him, but was blocked by the space-time energy. Lin Fei was not affected at all. He continued to move forward in a certain direction. An hour later, Lin Fei could see that the space-time energy fragments around him were of different sizes. They were shaped like vortexes. If he glanced at them carelessly, he might get lost in them. The core area, Lin Fei knew that he was about to reach his destination. The old base of Emperor God Guheng was inside. I see it. Not long after, a small lake appeared at the end. In the middle of the lake, there was an island. The island was faintly discernible. It looked extremely strange. This is the island. The old base of Emperor God Gu Hong was on the island. Although the island seemed to be in front of him, it was actually not. It was hidden in multiple spaces. Even if a god king or an emperor god came across it, they could do nothing but stare. It was worth considering whether or not he could make it here. Lin Fei came to the sky above the island. The lake below rippled. A human face appeared. It was Emperor God Gu Hong. It bit toward the sky. The space was also sealed. Scatter! Lin Fei pointed with his finger. The huge human face collapsed, and the surface of the lake regained its calmness. The attack on the surface of the lake was just one of them. After entering multiple spaces, he encountered 7 or 8 attacks from Emperor God Gu Hong. Each attack was stronger than the one before. In order to protect this old base, Emperor God Gu Hong has put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei killed the shadow with a punch. He walked into space. The sky was filled with blood. The whole world was blood red. Dong dong dong. A mysterious sound came from the bottom of Lin Fei's heart. Chapter 3668. Dong dong dong. In the blood-colored space, the sounds were orderly and rhythmic. With Lin Fei's current strength and the peerless Tharch armor, he was the undisputed #1 expert in the wind cloud weave. But even with such strength, the blood flowing through his body showed signs of losing control in this blood-colored space. It seemed to be gushing out violently, and his heart was also losing control. Under the guidance of this sound, he fell into a dangerous situation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He pushed his space-time power to the limit, forming layers of barriers. A total of 99 barriers were formed before he could completely isolate this sound. Great overarching divine fetus. After withstanding the attack of this strange sound, Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. That god emperor, Gu Hong, really knew how to dig traps, one after another. If he was not careful, he would definitely die. Just as he was catching his breath, Lin Fei was attracted by the huge ball of blood in the center of the space. A voice involuntarily appeared in his mind. Why is it here? Lin Fei was shocked, finding it hard to believe. He had always thought that Kong Lin's artifact spirit was tricking him. But in the end, it was a huge surprise. Lin Fei stared at the huge ball of blood. The clear, thumping sound was coming from his ball of blood. There was a life form inside. Even though it had not been born yet, Lin Fei could feel the powerful life aura inside. Just as he had said, once the thing inside was born, it might really be an immortal rank existence. There are all kinds of strange things in this world. What kind of race is this? This is two. Lin Fei's breathing quickened, and his oppressive aura grew stronger. I finally understand why God Emperor Gu Hong asked us to come here. His true goal was to find the golden ball hidden in the arch armor and to possess this great, overarching divine fetus. Without the help of the arch armor, he would not have been able to return to this place. After connecting everything together, Lin Fei finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. I just stumbled upon this by accident. Lin Fei circled the ball of blood and examined it a few times. He was very sure that it was real. It was an inheritance left behind by a powerful race. It seems like there is an imprint left behind by Emperor God Gu Hong on it. After examining it for a while, Lin Fei discovered that there was an imprint of Emperor God Gu Hong on the ball of blood, but it was extremely weak. Emperor God Gu Hong had tricked him into coming to Wind Cloud Weave. If it had not been a coincidence, Lin Fei did not know if he would have been able to leave this place alive. If you want to obtain the great overarching divine fetus, you can forget about it in this lifetime. Lin Fei decided to destroy this imprint. Other god emperors might stare at it helplessly, but it was easy for him. Break. Under the control of space-time energy, he forcefully crushed these imprints. Who is destroying my imprint? After Lin Fei made his move, a furious roar burst out from the ball of blood. Countless imprints gathered together to form a figure with a fiendish expression. It was none other than Emperor God Gu Hong. So you are here, Emperor God Gu Hong, Lin Fei said with a smile. In order to find the treasure that you left behind, I have spent a lot of effort. It's you bastard. You actually found your way here. Emperor God, Gu Hong quickly recognized the other party. This old man is going to kill you. Emperor God, Gu Hong raised his palm. Boundless power gathered together and was extremely powerful. This palm slammed down. However, when it reached Lin Fei, it rapidly disintegrated into nothingness. Emperor God Gu Hong, don't waste your effort. Lin Fei said with a smile. You only left an imprint. I am wearing the unparalleled Darch armor. You also know that once the Darch armor appears, who can compete with me? He. Damn it. Emperor God Gu Hong attacked again and again. Each move was stronger than the one before. However, he was unable to harm the other party at all. The terrifying space-time energy disintegrated everything and disappeared in the void. You are gnashing your teeth, Lin Fei said with a smile. You have no more power to support it. Then disappear from me. The imprint of Emperor God Gu Hong attached to the ball of blood did not pose any threat to Lin Fei at all. Destroying the other party was a matter of a thought. No, you can't do that. Emperor God Gu Hong originally wanted to kill the other party. However, the other party's strength was beyond his expectations. He was terrified and screamed, "This is my hope. You can't destroy it. Take over the body of an immortal expert," Lin Fei said with a smile. Do you think I will let you do that? Wait, everything can be discussed. Emperor God Gu Hong panicked. The situation was not as good as the other party. As long as you are willing to let me go, I am willing to tell you a big secret. A big secret about the Thousand Sky Empire. I can even let you become the emperor of the Thousand Sky Empire. Think about it. This is something that you may not be able to do in your entire life. Lin Fei was really not interested in the Thousand Sky Empire. If it was not for the fact that he had to pass through the Thousand Sky Empire to get to Earth, Lin Fei was too lazy to know about the Thousand Sky Empire. Sorry, I am not interested in anything, Lin Fei said with a smile. He raised his hand and slashed. My hope. You have destroyed my hope. Just wait to be hunted by all the experts in the world. Emperor God Gu Hong roared. The figure collapsed and disappeared. It is just a mark. Do you care so much? Lin Fei frowned. He felt that Emperor God Gu Hong's reaction was not normal. Was there need to be so crazy? Ka. As soon as the mark disappeared, Lin Fei heard a cracking sound. Without the imprint, cracks began to appear on the huge ball of blood in front of him. These cracks grew in number, and a vast and powerful aura spread out. No way, Lin Fei blinked. He seemed to understand the reason for Emperor God Gu Hong's madness. At this moment, in the depths of a lava, my hope is finished. It is all finished. An era's plan. A figure opened his eyes. The lava in front of him collapsed. The entire land and space collapsed at this moment. In the starry sky, a figure walked out. Lin Fei, Emperor God Gu Hong roared. If I don't kill you, I am not a human. The hope of becoming a true immortal expert was gone. Emperor God Gu Hong destroyed the entire continent and planet in his anger. Even so, he was still unable to vent his anger. Empire Level 2 wanted Emperor God Gu Hong. We found you. After the continent of the planet collapsed, Emperor God Gu Hong was still angry. In the starry sky, a warship came out of a whirlpool. Damn it, they actually chased me. When Emperor God Gu Hong saw the warship, he felt terrible. Lin Fei, this is all your fault. I have to live a life of escape again. Lin Fei did not know that because of him, Emperor God Gu Hong had exposed himself and was wanted. At this moment, he looked at the young boy in front of him and did not know what to do. Chapter 3669. Even Lin Fei was stunned by this scene. Father? What the hell? He was really shocked by it. Are you mistaken? Lin Fei didn't know where this guy came from, and his tone was so arrogant. Father, if you don't want me, I'll beat you up, the child said fiercely. You don't have to want me. Lin Fei's face was full of black lines. He was being threatened by a little kid. Wait. Lin Fei noticed that the huge ball of blood had disappeared. A thought came to him, and he looked down at the child. Could it be that this little guy came out from the ball of blood? When this thought came to him, Lin Fei didn't know what to say for a moment. I finally understand why the ancient god emperor had such a big reaction. I probably came at a crucial moment. Lin Fei suddenly realized. No wonder he looked like he wanted to kill me. Lin Fei really didn't know that it would be a crucial moment. A child who came out of the great, overarching, divine fetus. Lin Fei believed that the other party had the strength to beat him up. Did you come out from there? Lin Fei wanted to confirm. Yes. The child laughed. There was a bad guy who kept pestering me. Luckily, Father came and killed that guy. When I grow up, I'll definitely kill that guy. The child's tone was childish, but Lin Fei didn't doubt the child's words at all. Lin Fei felt that he wouldn't be able to get rid of this child in a short time. Even if he didn't attack, his strength was definitely terrifying. Lin Fei wasn't stupid enough to try. What if he was beaten to death? He didn't dare to guarantee such a thing. Yes, Father came to beat up bad guys, Lin Fei said with a smile. He stretched out his hand, and the child disappeared. When he reappeared, he was directly on his shoulder. Father, you're awesome, the child said happily, clapping his hands. When he came into contact with the child, Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. The terrifying aura emanating from the child's body caused his heart to skip a beat. What a terrifying race. Fortunately, I came a step earlier. Otherwise, I would have been beaten to death by Gu Hong. Even though he had just been born, Lin Fei did not doubt his strength. From now on, your name will be Lin Tianci, Lin Fei said after thinking for a while. He simply gave a good name. A child born as an immortal, this kind of honor, Lin Fei felt that it was a gift from the heavens. Thinking about the future, he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Tianci, hee, I like it so much. Lin Tianci clapped his hands. Father, you are so good to me. Then you must be obedient in the future, Lin Fei warned. In the future, without my permission, you can't easily make a move, understand? Lin Tianci nodded. I know. Lin Fei was really worried that the child would not be obedient. Now it seemed that the child was still very normal, not as bad as he imagined. There was no need to worry that the child would beat him to death. This was a moving, super-killing weapon. After coaxing Lin Tianci, Lin Fei did not forget about the important matter. It was just a simple fight with Emperor God Gu Heng's imprint, and it consumed a lot of energy. He began to search. After losing the blood-colored flesh, the whole place became lifeless. The blood-colored power also disappeared without a trace. The place seemed to have become a dilapidated place. Here, after searching for a while, Lin Fei really found a place. A small cave dwelling, with space-time power set up. Without waiting for Lin Fei to make a move, Lin Tianci, the little guy, blasted it away with a punch. Father, this is the guy that the bad guy used to live in. He thought that he had killed me. One ignorant guy. Being mocked by a little kid, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. If Emperor God Gu Hong heard this, he wondered what his expression would be. It would be very interesting. Walking into the cave dwelling, it was very simple. Although it was simple, Lin Fei saw many things. It was a pity that too much time had passed, and most of them had been contaminated by the blood-colored power. They had lost their power and were almost like trash. Found it. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He found a jade talisman. After a quick check, he knew that he had found the right place. Emperor God Gu Hong really left many things behind. There's really a problem on how to replenish energy. Lin Fei squinted. This name is quite interesting. Limitless Land. Lin Fei said subconsciously. Father, I know this place. It is a magical place with endless power. It is hard to get the recognition of Limitless Land. Lin Tianci suddenly said, blinking, Father, do you want to go? Lin Fei had only mentioned the Limitless Lands subconsciously. He really did not expect his cheap son to know about it. Lin Fei was stunned. How did you know? Lin Tianci looked confused and said crisply, I don't know. Anyway, I know. Lin Fei understood what was going on. It should be because Lin Tianci's race was extraordinary and he was born with inherited memories. In Emperor God Gu Heng's records, Limitless Land was a special place. It was hidden in many space-times. To find it, one needed luck. Emperor God Gu Heng also spent a lot of effort to enter. He paid a huge price to get recognition and a part of power. Father, do you want to go? I can bring you there. Lin Tianxi clapped. With father's strength, you can enter, but to get recognition, it is very difficult. You know this too, Lin Fei said in surprise. Emperor God Gu Hong didn't mention this, but to make Emperor God Gu Hong pay a huge price, it was definitely not easy. Yes, Lin Tianxi nodded, but I don't know what it is. Lin Fei was just happy. Hearing this, he was speechless. He had been happy for nothing. Now is not the time. Lin Fei needed to accumulate divine god power for a period of time. Otherwise, there was no need for him to go. He was very curious about limitless land. Lin Fei even thought that when Emperor God Gu Hong was killed, it might have been because of something wrong with limitless land. If not for this reason, Lin Fei couldn't figure out how those Emperor God Gu Hong could kill Emperor God Gu Hong. Right now, he was the most qualified to say this. He was very clear about the strength of the unparalleled Emperor armor, except that it consumed a lot of energy. This suspicion was very likely. After checking again, he put away all the useful things. Then, Lin Fei brought Lin Tianxi out of the dark mystery nest. Father, is this the world you live in? Lin Tianxi looked like a curious baby, completely different from before. The people here are so weak. Father is still the strongest. Lin Fei was already used to this tone. Chapter 3670. He went out and picked up a guy who was stronger than him. This was something Lin Fei had never thought of. He was both happy and worried. If he wanted to discipline Lin Tianxi properly, he would have to raise his strength as much as possible. Otherwise, he would not dare to casually make a move. If he ended up being pinned to the ground, he would lose a lot of face. Lin Tianxi chattered along the way, no different from a normal kid. If it wasn't for his occasional words, perhaps Lin Fei's mood would be better. Lord, back at Heaven-Breaking City, Heaven-Breaking God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor welcomed him. Just as they spoke, they saw Lin Tianxi and felt their hearts palpitate. It was as though they were facing a terrifying beast that could kill them at any time. This feeling was too ridiculous. If they could, they wanted to leave now. Nothing happened when I wasn't around, right? Lin Fei got what he wanted from the dark mystery nest, and his biggest worry was put to rest. The unparalleled Emperor armor was useful, but it consumed a lot of energy. Now, Lin Fei's only mission was to make a trip to Infinity Land. No, without those God Emperors, plus Heaven-Breaking God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor working together, even if they had any ideas, they wouldn't dare to come out for a long time. That's right, Wantian Empire's Heaven's Might Deacon came once, Heaven-Breaking God Emperor said solemnly. He wants to meet you. What's Heaven's Might? Lin Fei asked casually. The two God Emperors sweated. Haven't they heard of the famous Heaven's Might? Heaven's Might is a supervisory organization of Wantian Empire. Their full name is Heaven's Might Supervisory Office. They monitor the entire Wantian Empire. No matter what happens, they can see it. Heaven-Breaking God Emperor said, they're a terrifying existence in Wantian Empire. This time, the deacon came because of the disturbance in Wind Cloud Border. He's here to understand the situation. Lin Fei was shocked that Wantian Empire actually had such a thing. Where is he? Lin Fei asked. That deacon left first. He said he would come back in half a month. The Heaven-Breaking Divine Emperor said, My lord, you don't need to worry. Battles between God Emperors are allowed. As long as no outsiders interfere, the Heavenly Might Supervisor won't say anything. Lin Fei's heart tightened inexplicably. Although he was doing well in the Wind Cloud Weave, he wasn't actually from there. However, when he thought about how even Emperor God Gu Hong could dominate the Wind Cloud Weave and obtain the recognition of other Immortal Realm experts, there was no reason he couldn't. You're talking about outsiders? Is Emperor God Gu Hong not one of them? Lin Fei pretended to ask. Sir, you're mistaken. Emperor God Fluttering Snow explained. The outsiders aren't Emperor God Gu Hong and the others. In essence, Emperor God Gu Hong is just a foreigner from a foreign territory. Under Wantian Empire, all territories are governed by Wantian Empire. The outsiders are demons, mutants, and even foreigners from other civilizations. The moment he heard it, he jumped in fright. This world was more interesting than he had imagined. Father, I know about those demons and mutants. After heaven-breaking divine emperor and emperor god fluttering snow left, Lin Tianxi chuckled and said, "Moreover, I also know that those demons and mutants actually don't have much status." Hearing such information from Lin Tianxi, Lin Fei was obviously stunned. Although he knew that Lin Tianxi had inherited memories, it seemed like he had a lot of them. "You know that too," Lin Fei blurted out. "Anyway, I knew at the moment you mentioned it." Lin Tianxi said, "I also know that these demons and mutants are actually at the bottom of a huge main world. The truly powerful ones are a group of powerful overlords. Their goal is to conquer all living worlds." Lin Fei was shocked. Was it really necessary to guard against these existences? "If that's the case, you can tell me next time," Lin Fei exhorted. "Don't say it outside in case it attracts attention." Lin Fei dared to guarantee that even Emperor God Breaking Divine Emperor and Emperor God Fluttering Snow wouldn't know the enemy behind these outsiders. It was better to be careful about such matters. Lin Tianxi's background was extraordinary. Who knew which powerful clan left him behind? He had to be careful. "Father, don't worry. I won't say anything," Lin Tianxi said. "Plus, there's something in my memory that reminds me that I have to increase my power before I can unlock some of the sealed memories." "There are sealed memories?" Lin Fei was shocked. "Yes," Lin Tianxi nodded. "Father, I'm hungry." Suddenly, Lin Tianxi patted his stomach. "I'll bring you to eat," Lin Fei said with a smile. "I guarantee that after you've eaten once, you'll want to eat again." By the time Lin Fei brought out the delicacies, something unexpected happened. "Father, this isn't delicious." Lin Tianxi ate a few mouthfuls and stopped eating. "These are all delicious delicacies. They are full of vigor and energy. How can they not be delicious?" Lin Fei creased his eyebrows. After knowing that Lin Tianxi was hungry, he had specially asked someone to prepare these suitable dishes. "It really isn't delicious," Lin Tianxi pouted. "Plus, this isn't what I want to eat in my memory." Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he slapped his forehead. "I'm really muddle-headed. Lin Tianxi must have come from a powerful clan. Then, he definitely won't eat ordinary food. How did my first impression become the strongest?" Lin Fei was annoyed. "Father, I want to eat ores. All kinds of ores," Lin Tianxi said seriously. "Ores?" Lin Fei was no longer surprised. A powerful clan would definitely not walk the ordinary path. It was normal for them to eat ores. At least, he could confirm that Lin Tianxi's clan was very powerful. "No problem. I'll bring you there now." Lin Fei brought Lin Tianxi to a mining area and stealthily snuck in. "Eat as much as you want." Lin Fei and Lin Tianxi stood in the depths of the mining area. There were many ores that were dug out here. Lin Tianxi picked up an ore and bit it. With a cautious sound, the ore was bitten off and he ate with relish. "Father, this ore is ordinary, but it can fill my stomach. You eat first. When the time comes, Father will bring over the ores that I prepared for you." Lin Fei recognized this ore as an ordinary ore. "Father, then I'll start eating." Lin Fei didn't think about how much Lin Tianxi could eat. However, when Lin Tianxi swallowed all the ores in front of him and showed an expression of wanting more, Lin Fei felt that he was wrong again. One bite at a time, a pile of ores was eaten. In a moment, all the ores were eaten. Lin Tianxi's stomach was like a bottomless pit. "Father, I'm still very hungry." Lin Tianxi wasn't satisfied. "Let's go to another place." Lin Fei brought Lin Tianxi to another place. One mining area, 2 mining areas, 3 mining areas. Chapter 3671. In one meal, he had eaten 100,000 tons of ores. This amount caused the experienced and knowledgeable Lin Fei to feel a great deal of pressure. "He's a complete monster," Lin Fei gasped. "I wonder how many days he can last if he eats 100,000 tons at a time. It's fine if it's 10 days to half a month, but if he eats 100,000 tons a day," Lin Fei did not dare to continue thinking about it. It was too terrifying. No matter how many ores there were in the wind cloud weave, they would all be eaten up. From then on, The wind cloud weave would not produce any ores and become a truly useless weave. Thinking about it, Lin Fei could not help but feel a headache coming on. Fortunately, I am now the #1 God Emperor. All my enemies have been killed. It can be said that all the resources in the wind cloud weave are mine. At this moment, Lin Fei felt that being the master of the wind cloud weave was something he had to do. Father, these ores taste average. You must let me eat good food in the future. Lin Tianxi wiped his mouth and patted his stomach, looking very satisfied. As expected of my son, your appetite is huge. Lin Fei praised. Right, after this meal, you could go several days without eating. Lin Tianxi had inherited his memories, but he was still a child. How could he understand the true meaning behind Lin Fei's words? Several days. Lin Tianxi stretched out his fingers and started counting. One meal every 10 days. 10 days was still within Lin Fei's acceptable range. Lin Fei brought Lin Tianxi back and immediately gave the heaven-breaking divine emperor a mission. Collect the ores in the wind cloud weave. One meal every 10 days would require at least 100,000 tons. In a month, it would be 300,000 tons. In a year, it would be 3,600,000 tons. Moreover, this was the limit of 100,000 tons. Even Lin Fei could not guarantee this, and the possibility was high. Lin Fei had a plan ahead. He would first collect a batch of ores in the wind cloud weave, so that he would not have to bring Lin Tianxi everywhere when the time came. On the way back, Lin Fei had also instructed his son, Lin Tianxi, not to leak the fact that he was eating ores. At the same time, on the way to the wind cloud weave, it was a small silver warship with 2 large words engraved on it. Heaven's Might. Deacon Black Yuan, I'll have to trouble you this time. There were only 2 people in the cabin. The faint fragrance of tea permeated the air as they sat facing each other. The person who was addressed as Deacon Black Yuan was a middle-aged man. At that moment, he was speaking to the person in front of him respectfully. Young Master Chun, you're being too serious. It's Emperor God Lin Fei's fortune that you took a fancy to him. He Yuan did not dare show any disrespect to the person in front of him. That was because the Chun clan's background was simply too powerful, and they were existences that they could not afford to offend. Although he had become an attendant of the Heavenly Might Supervisory Organization, which was a very high position, in front of the Chun clan, he was nothing at all. The Chun clan was one of the founding fathers of the empire. Now, the Chun clan controlled an army of the empire and had a great general overseeing it. In the Wantian Empire, there were only 4 great generals, and every great general was an important figure at the top of the Wantian Empire. Young Master Chun was a direct descendant of the Chun clan and had considerable influence within the Chun clan. Usually, Deacon Black Yuan did not even have the chance to curry favor with him. Now that he had the chance, he naturally wanted to curry favor with him. He believed that Emperor God Lin Fei would definitely know how to choose. That's true. It's his fortune that our Chun clan took a fancy to him. Shin Tianpeng snorted. If he doesn't know what's good for him, he can forget about staying in the windy weave. This humble one congratulates young Master Chun. Not only did he gain a helping hand, but he also took the windy weave into his pocket. Deacon Black Yuan congratulated him. Ha ha! Shin Tianpeng laughed heartily. Once the matter is settled, I will definitely promote you to a higher position. In half a month's time, Lin Fei did not make any moves at all, apart from bringing in batches of ores. After Lin Tianxi tasted the ores, Lin Fei chose a batch of ores and brought them over. He prepared 500,000 tons of ores that he usually ate as snacks. In Lin Tianxi's words, he was still in his infancy and needed to constantly eat ores in order to improve. Moreover, there had to be a variety of ores and a balanced diet. These words, even Lin Fei felt that he could not bear to listen to them. However, he still prepared a large batch of ores. Apart from ores, Lin Fei did not idle around. He explored various secret realms in the windy weave, harvesting treasures of heaven and earth and refining them into heavenly god power. Lin Fei did not refine the heavenly god power into divine king power. Now that he had the unparalleled arch armor, regardless of whether it was the heavenly god power or divine king power, his strength was at the same level as an emperor god or even stronger. It was no problem at all for him to crush more than 95% of the emperor gods. As for the rest, they were naturally the veteran peak existences among the emperor god experts. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to continuously accumulate heavenly god power. Although it was a stupid method, Lin Fei could only do so for now. The Infinite Land was a very special place. Even heaven-breaking god emperor and fluttering snow god emperor did not know about it. Lin Tianxi knew about the Infinite Land, but part of the information seemed to be sealed. He could only access it after his strength increased. Lin Fei was in a hurry. It was a pity that Emperor God Guheng did not leave any information. What a strong aura! Lin Fei, who was wearing the unparalleled arch armor, knew when a warship entered the Windy Weave. With the help of the unparalleled arch armor, he could clearly see the situation in the entire Windy Weave, such as the outsiders. How unbridled! Lin Fei's vision changed. He saw a small silver-white warship. The warship had the words Heaven's Might on its side, and it exuded a crushing aura. This small warship's combat power is probably not inferior to an Emperor God expert. Although he did not enter the cabin, Lin Fei could feel that the warship was extraordinary. Just from this, he could see the power of the Myriad Sky Empire. To be able to rule over large and small territories, the Myriad Sky Empire is indeed amazing. The small warship was very fast. It passed through more than half the territory. It was so fast that even a god king could not catch a trace of it. I hope it's a good thing. Lin Fei led Heaven-breaking God Emperor forward. The Heaven's Might Deacon is a big shot. Heaven-breaking God Emperor said enviously. Back then, I wanted to join the Heaven's Might surveillance. Unfortunately, the competition was too intense, and I lost completely. Even now, I have not forgotten it. It was a nightmare. Fluttering Snow God Emperor said, the Heaven's Might Surveillance is the most popular organization in the Myriad Sky Empire. If you are not capable, you will not be able to enter. Lin Fei looked ahead. They are here. As soon as he said that, a silver light rushed out of the void. The formless pressure from the warship was overwhelming. It was like the Heaven's Might. Chapter 3672. The silver-white warship was extremely fast. The moment it appeared, breaking Heaven God Emperor and fluttering Snow God Emperor's faces changed. Did he have to be so direct? They were God Emperors, after all. Could he give them some face? They knew that even though they were God Emperors, they were nothing compared to the powerful God Emperors in the Thousand Sky Empire. If they were to be ranked according to their levels, they would be at the bottom. In the Wind Cloud Weave, they were God Emperors with unparalleled prestige. However, in the outside world, they were nothing. No matter how unhappy they were, they had to pretend nothing was wrong. They had to put on a courteous look in case they offended the Heaven Might Deacon. Lin Fei stood straight. The pressure from the warship did not affect him at all. You are Emperor God Lin Fei. The warship stopped. A beam of light shone down like a light pillar. Two figures appeared almost at the same time. Before they could see who it was, a loud shout exploded in their ears. Lin Fei was the first to bear the brunt of it. The voice contained an extremely strong power that suppressed them silently. Breaking Heaven God Emperor and fluttering Snow God Emperor were on the verge of collapsing. Too strong. Although the people from the Heaven Might Supervisory Office were very strong and they had never seen them before, they believed it now. Ridiculously strong. It was a complete suppression. If they made a move, they would only have one outcome, death. Aggrieved. Ha. So this is the Heaven Might Deacon. You really live up to your name. Lin Fei laughed. No wonder everyone is afraid of you. I am Lin Fei. I have heard a lot about Heaven Might Deacon. Displeasure flashed across the Heaven Might Deacon He Yuan's face. The shout just now was intentional. It was to suppress the God Emperors from such a small place. In the eyes of the Black Yuan Deacon, a small place's God Emperor was not worth his attention. The guy in front of the courtyard was just lucky to get the ancient Emperor armor. Without the ancient Emperor armor, he would not even look at him. Emperor God Lin Fei. No wonder Emperor God Tian Feng lost to you. There was no reason for him not to lose. The Black Yuan deacon laughed. Congratulations, lucky guy. Heaven-breaking God Emperor and fluttering Snow God Emperor were scared half to death. No one had such guts. They were still very grateful to Emperor God Lin Fei. If it wasn't for that loud laugh, they wouldn't have been able to recover. Thank you for your praise, Deacon, Lin Fei said. Actually, my luck has been pretty good since I was young. I always felt that I was chosen by the goddess of luck. The Black Yuan deacon had seen boastful people before, but he had never seen such a shameless person. He had only said a few words, and this person had really taken it. The Black Yuan deacon could not help but feel disgusted. A petty man intoxicated by success. If you didn't have the ancient Emperor armor, you wouldn't be anything. Lord Deacon, I'm really sorry. I'm a talkative person. Once I open my mouth, I can't stop. I hope Deacon doesn't mind. Lin Fei said seriously. Keep pretending, keep pretending. Let's find a place to talk. Administrator Black Yuan coughed lightly. Please come in, Lin Fei said. Sir, I think that young man has a great background. The heaven-breaking God Emperor transmitted while no one was paying attention. Don't worry, I can handle it. Lin Fei could tell, especially after he put on the unparalleled Emperor armor. I'm just a little God Emperor. Why wouldn't Deacon come? It would be strange if he didn't have any ideas. The Windy Wind Weave was a part of the Myriad Sky Empire, but it was a very inconspicuous existence among the many weaves. Such a place was disdained by the big shots, and ordinary experts were too far away. From the moment he knew that the Heavenly Might Surveillance Institute was sending in Deacon, Lin Fei knew that something was wrong. The reason was probably his unparalleled Emperor armor. If the unparalleled Emperor armor was not a big secret, then everything would be fine. Perhaps Lin Fei would be willing to hand it over. But now that he knew of the existence of the Golden Sphere, he would not hand it over no matter what. In the study, the heaven-breaking God Emperor personally brought tea and left immediately after setting it down. The study was quiet except for the fragrance of tea. I wonder why Lord Deacon is looking for me. Lin Fei took a sip of tea. I rushed back just in case I delayed Lord Deacon's business. The Black Yuan deacon felt that Lin Fei was quite tactful. This way, things would be much simpler. Young Master Chun would be happy, and his side would be able to gain some credit. This was what the Black Yuan deacon was most willing to see. You could defeat God Emperor Tian Feng and unify the Windy Wind Weave. This is what the Heaven Might Surveillance Institute wants to see. The Black Yuan deacon was good with words. He first encouraged Lin Fei. Actually, I'm here because someone wants to see you. Lin Fei's expression changed slightly. He knew that the show was about to start. See me? Who is it? I rarely leave the Windy Wind Weave. I don't have many friends outside. I don't know any important people. The Black Yuan deacon laughed. Do you see this person beside me? He's your important person, Chun Tianpeng from the Chun family. Let me tell you again, the Chun family is the founding minister of the 10,000 Sky Empire. They have a great general overseeing them. Young Master Chun, my apologies for not recognizing you. Lin Fei was very surprised. This person's background was not simple. The Chun family, the founding minister of the empire, had a great general overseeing them. In the 10,000 Sky Empire, it was a top-notch force. Any great general oversaw an army and was very powerful. Other than the 10,000 Sky Empire's royalty, there were these great generals, and every great general had a top-notch family. Chen Tianpeng was very satisfied with Lin Fei's performance. You're not bad. Chen Tianpeng put down his teacup. This young master's trip was not in vain. Lin Fei lowered his head in fear. Young Master Chun is too kind. I'm here on behalf of the Chun family. Chen Tianpeng said faintly. We're inviting you to join the Chun family. From now on, your backing will be the Chun family. With our backing, no one will dare to make things difficult for you. Not everyone can have such treatment. You're one of the luckier ones. Recruiting him. Lin Fei was not surprised by this at all. He sneered in his heart. The recruitment was probably fake, and the unparalleled arch armor was the real deal. It's good to join the Chen family. I wonder what kind of treatment the Chun family will give me. Lin Fei said happily. At the very least, they should give me a generous gift for our first meeting. Chen Tianpeng did not expect that Lin Fei would dare to ask. He was not afraid of opening his mouth, but afraid of not opening his mouth. As long as he got to the arch armor, a mere item was nothing. Moreover, whether he had the life to use it was another matter. Yes. Chen Tianpeng's gaze stopped the Black Yuan administrator from speaking. The Black Yuan administrator also lowered his head. You don't know what's good for you. Who do you think you are? How dare you open your mouth and ask for something? You're finished. The Black Yuan administrator knew that Chen Tianpeng disliked people who thought they were smart. Chapter 3673. Lin Fei was indeed teasing Chen Tianpeng, which was quite amusing. Chen family? Founding minister? A top family with a great general? For 99% of the people present, this would definitely be extremely pressurizing. In fact, merely the word Chun clan would cause one's hair to stand on end. However, to Lin Fei, none of this was a threat at all. Chen family dared to talk to him. Lin Fei understood that this Chen Tianpeng seemed to have something he was afraid of. Elixirs, weapons, armor, even beauties, whatever you want, just say it. Chen Tianpeng squinted his eyes and smiled. Lin Fei could see a trace of killing intent in the other's eyes. This trace of killing intent was well hidden and could not be hidden from Lin Fei's eyes. I need heaven and earth treasures, the more the better. As long as young Master Chun satisfies me, from now on, I will be a member of Chun family and swear to work for Chun family. Lin Fei said, No problem. Chen Tianpeng continued smiling. Just nice, I brought some heaven and earth treasures with me. I can give them to you. As for the rest, I need time. Chen family, I trust you. Lin Fei laughed, rubbing his palms, looking impatient. Chen Tianpeng was not afraid of Lin Fei asking, even if he asked too much. He came from Chun family's fief for this ancient emperor armor, an immortal rank emperor armor. Back then, ancient emperor god Emperor Guheng was not an immortal rank expert, but with the ancient emperor armor, he fought an immortal rank expert. Unfortunately, after ancient emperor god Emperor Guheng's death, the ancient emperor armor was divided, and because of some special reasons, many people lost their chance. Now the chance was here. Chen Tianpeng could not miss such an opportunity. As you wish. Chen Tianpeng was sure that Lin Fei would just have to pay some heaven and earth treasures. There was no pressure at all. With a wave of his hand, a pile of auras containing treasures appeared in front of Lin Fei. After a glance, Lin Fei realized that these were treasures, real treasures, whether in terms of quality or origin, they did not seem to be low. Let me introduce them to you. Ordinary people are not qualified to see these treasures. Chen Tianpeng introduced with a smile. This is a 10,000-year-old purple crystal. And this, the St. Roland's Seven-Nights grass. It contains the power of time. After hearing the introduction, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Young Master Chun, you're such a straightforward person. People like me have never seen such good things. Today, thanks to young Master Chun, you've opened my eyes. As Lin Fei spoke, he put away the treasures with a smile. Deacon Black Yuan sneered inwardly. You're happy to take it now, but you'll suffer later. Any one of these worldly treasures is priceless. Kid, your appetite is really big. After receiving all of them, Lin Fei's face was filled with excitement. Since you've accepted the item, we can sign the contract now. Chen Tianpeng smiled and took out a purple crystal ball. This is our Chun clan soul ball. As a member of our Chun clan, you also need to leave a trace of your soul remembrance on it. There's such a high-end thing. When Lin Fei saw this thing, how could he not know what it was? It was nothing more than to control his own things. Chen Tianpeng said it so confidently. Did he really think that he was so easy to fool? He was not that stupid. Let me see. Lin Fei smiled and picked up the soul ball. Chen Tianpeng smiled happily and said proudly in his heart, Stupid and ignorant guy. I thought it would be quite troublesome, but it turned out to be easier than I thought. This is just a native, ha ha ha. Crack. The The smile on Chun Tianping's face did not last long. A cracking sound became very ear-piercing in the study. Lin Fei laughed dryly. Young Master Chun, I'm really sorry. The quality of your soul ball is not that good. I didn't even touch it, and it broke. Chun Tianping looked at the broken pieces on the ground and wanted to curse. But when he saw that the other party did not seem to break it on purpose, Chun Tianping swallowed his curse. After all, the ancient emperor armor was still with him. It's fine. The soul ball that Chun Tianping took out was not cheap. His heart ached because this thing was not easy to get. There was a price, but no market. Just nice this young master brought one. Chun Tianping took out the soul ball again. Don't use force. Just drop your blood on it. Crack. Lin Fei just took the soul ball, and there was another cracking sound. His face stiffened. Young Master Chun, I seem to be too excited. Chun Tianping's face also darkened. 2 soul balls that he had painstakingly obtained were broken, just like that. How could he be happy about this? How did you do it? Black Yuan Deacon shouted. This is a treasure, okay. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. A treasure is a treasure, but it's not a good thing. Young Master Chun, what do you think? Chun Tianping stared at Lin Fei. What do you mean by this? If you want my arch armor, you should have said so earlier. Why did you have to play so many tricks? Lin Fei laughed. I want to laugh too. I don't know if my acting was acceptable to you. Bastard, you pretended. Chun Tianping was furious. He thought that the other party had fallen into his hands, but he did not know that the other party had already seen through everything and was laughing at him. Yes, why can't I? Lin Fei laughed. I have no interest in joining any forces. I just want to be a good god emperor. All right, thank you for the gift. Your Qin clan is really generous. Lin Fei, how can you speak to young Master Chun like that? Black Yuan Deacon roared. Apologize to young Master Chun. Black Yuan Deacon thought that he had seen through the other party, but now he realized that this guy was very scheming. He dared to covet young Master Chin's treasure and ignore the Qin clan. How bold was he? Good. Chun Tianping said coldly. You're just a mediocre god emperor. How dare you speak to me like this? Do you believe that a word from me can make you disappear from the Myriad Sky Empire? Lin Fei grinned. You're mistaken. Do you believe that I won't let you go back alive? Boom! The terrifying might of the unparalleled arch armor rushed out and crushed Chun Tianping and Black Yuan Deacon. Caught off guard, the two were sent flying by the might and crashed into the study. Lin Fei walked leisurely to Chun Tianping. With a wave of his hand, Chun Tianping was immobilized. The power in his body quickly dissipated. Remember, this is the Windy Weave. I'm a #1 god emperor. Killing your clan is as easy as flipping my hand. Lin Fei, what are you doing? Black Yuan Deacon's face changed as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Stop. Lord Deacon, what do you think you'll do if I kill him? Lin Fei revealed a set of white teeth. Chapter 3674. Previously, Chun Tianping had thought that the other party was a country bumpkin and would only need to pay a small price to take it down. At that time, whether he wore the primordial emperor armor himself or gave it to the family, he would have made a great contribution. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei's performance had completely subverted their understanding. This guy actually dared to make a move. Just by relying on the oppressive might released by the arch armor, as well as the other party's strength, he was able to suppress him, a member of the Qin clan. It was as though his life and death were in the hands of the other party. Too strong. Only then did Chun Tianping realize how ridiculous his idea was. The other party had refined the arch armor and was no weaker than an immortal rank expert. He had no qualms about killing a celestial arch. Chun Tianping could only bring up the Chun family to pressure him. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. In any case, I have no interest in the Wind Cloud Weave. I'll just find a random place to hide. What do you think? I think it's a good idea. Chun Tianping knew that it would be very difficult to find an immortal rank expert if he hid himself, unless the other party showed himself. I can also go into secluded cultivation. When I truly become an immortal rank expert, I'll pay a visit to your Qin family. I'll kill a few people today and a few more tomorrow. Do you think that's possible? I'm really too smart. Chen Tianpeng broke out in cold sweat. If the other party really did that, the Chen clan's vitality would definitely be greatly damaged, and they might even become a laughingstock. If they wanted to kill the other party, they would have to pay an even greater price. For a moment, Chen Tianpeng regretted coming. If he had known earlier, he would have let those fellows come first. It would have been better for him to be the fisherman at the back. Who would have known that this fellow was a lunatic deep down in his bones? Relying on the Chen clan's name, everyone in the 10,000 Heaven Empire was polite to him. What a miscalculation. Let me go, and I'll pretend that this never happened. Chen Tianpeng said, leave everything on you before you can leave. If he hadn't picked up Lin Tianxi, Lin Fei wouldn't have had the slightest bit of interest in the wind cloud weave. Now, however, that was no longer the case. It was a bottomless pit. Without a territory in hand, Lin Fei would have a headache. No, Chen Tianpeng gritted his teeth. Lin Fei shook his head. You have no choice unless you want to die here. But are you willing to do that? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The motionless power of time and space returned to normal. Chen Tianpeng's strength instantly drained away, and his expression changed drastically. Stop. I agree. You could take all my belongings. I have no objections. In the face of death, Chen Tianpeng chose to surrender. If he didn't submit, he would die. Chen Tianpeng really had no other choice. He was still young, and he was even a direct descendant of the Chen clan. His future was limitless, so how could he die here? Lin Fei smiled and patted Chen Tianpeng's shoulder. He said softly, you should be glad that you didn't come alone. Chen Tianpeng's forehead was covered in sweat again. Take it away. Quickly take it away. Lin Fei took Chen Tianpeng's storage ring, armor, and even weapons, leaving Chen Tianpeng bare. Emperor God Lin Fei, you're definitely finding trouble for yourself. Black Yuan Deacon said sinisterly. He was completely mad at Lin Fei. His plan was over. Lord Deacon, you're from the Heavenly Might Supervisory Office. Since when did you become a member of the Chen clan? Lin Fei mocked. Do you want me to report this to the Heavenly Might Supervisory Office? Black Yuan Deacon instantly felt disgusted, as though he had swallowed a fly. He snorted coldly and turned to enter the warship. The silver-white warship rushed into the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Heaven-breaking God Emperor and fluttering Snow God Emperor stood very far away, their necks shrinking. They were still in shock from the previous scene, unable to believe what had happened. Emperor God Lin Fei had actually gone against the Chen clan. This made Heavenly Might Deacon even more embarrassed. This was definitely madness. It's fine, don't worry, Lin Fei said. They won't take their anger out on you. Outside the wind cloud weave in the starry sky. Despicable fellow, this young master will definitely kill him. Chen Tianpeng gnashed his teeth in hatred. If he didn't kill Lin Fei, he wouldn't be human. Black Yuan Deacon did not dare to make sound. Who would have thought that a god emperor from a small weave would have such a bad temper? He did not take him or the Chen clan's young master seriously. He was simply too arrogant. Young Master Chen, this is my fault. Black Yuan Deacon felt that Chen Tianpeng had vented most of his anger, so he said in a low voice, this fellow is like a stone in a latrine pit, smelly and hard. This fellow has embarrassed us so much. We must get rid of him. Chen Tianpeng said fiercely. Black Yuan Deacon, you have a lot of connections. Do you have a way? Black Yuan Deacon realized that this was a chance to make up for his mistake. Yes. Black Yuan Deacon said without hesitation. We can let those fellows from the restricted area do it. A god emperor from the wind cloud weave. So what if he's dead? No one will care. Restricted area? Chen Tianpeng applauded. Good idea. Young Master Chen, I will personally contact them. I believe they will be tempted. Black Yuan Deacon also wanted to kill Lin Fei. If he dared to not give him face, then he would kill him. Lin Fei comforted the two of them. Lin Tianxi ran out of the void. Father, I heard that those two fellows are plotting against you. They said that they are looking for someone from the restricted area. Lin Tianxi said the moment he appeared. Lin Fei was stunned. It can't be. You know about this too. Lin Fei was not surprised that Chen Tianpeng and Black Yuan Deacon were colluding with each other to secretly plot against him. However, It was his son who had heard it. At the very least, Lin Fei knew that he could not do this. Lin Tianxi said proudly, "Father, I am very powerful." They hid in the starry sky, but I was not afraid of the starry sky turbulence. I heard everything clearly. They did not discover me from the beginning to the end. Tell me, am I not powerful? Lin Fei laughed and gave a thumbs up. My son is really powerful. Lin Fei did not have a deep understanding of the restricted area, but he knew that it was a very special existence in the myriad sky empire. There were ancient existences living in the restricted area. Without reaching a certain level, one would not understand the existence of the restricted area. Find someone from the restricted area to deal with me. Lin Fei squinted. Then I will kill you. He let them go because he was worried that they would be discovered by the Heaven Might supervisor. Since they were seeking death, Lin Fei did not mind killing them. Ordinary God Emperors might not be able to, but Lin Fei had mastered space-time power. He was good at destroying corpses. Moreover, he had a son, Lin Tianxi, who was born with shocking combat power. Father, let me get rid of them. Lin Tianxi volunteered. No one will suspect anything. Chapter 3675. Lin Fei had said that he would kill Chun Tianpeng and Black Yuan Deacon, so he would definitely kill them. The only unexpected thing was that Lin Tianxi's performance was so dazzling. Father, how is it? In the starry sky, a ball of flowing light streaked across like a shooting star. Fast. That was the only word he could say. Lin Fei himself was shocked that Lin Tianxi had mastered such a heaven-defying movement technique. Space leap. Although it looked like movement, it was not. Lin Tianxi brought Lin Fei with him as he leaped through the starry sky. The terrifying turbulence from the starry sky did not seem to exist. Awesome. Even if Lin Fei had the peerless Tharch armor, he could not do this. He really admired Emperor God Gu Hong. Where did he get this? He was really lucky that he did not die on the spot. Lin Fei was shocked by Lin Tianxi's performance. He started to contact the system. This was the first time Lin Fei had left the windy domain and entered the turbulence of the starry sky. Between territories, the most terrifying thing was the space-time turbulence. Under normal circumstances, even emperor gods would not dare to barge in recklessly. They needed a corresponding warship. Host, you have finally called me again. He heard the familiar voice of the system again. The originally cold voice now carried a hint of emotion. Ding. Detected the existence of a core component, beginning refining and deciphering. Before Lin Fei could rejoice, the system prompted. Core component? Lin Fei was confused. Was there a mistake? What core component? What kind of joke was this? Wait, where's my golden ball? Lin Fei was shocked to discover that the golden orb had disappeared. He didn't even feel anything. System, are you still there? Lin Fei tried calling out more than 10 times, but it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no response at all. This left Lin Fei dumbfounded. That golden ball is a core component? What kind of joke is this? Lin Fei could not believe it. After getting the golden ball, Lin Fei was sure that it was something extraordinary. But now that the system had recognized it as a core component, it was indeed unexpected. One after the other, the golden ball was gone, and the system had gone to refine it. Lin Fei had suffered a great loss, and he subconsciously checked it. Thank goodness, thank goodness. What Lin Fei was most worried about did not happen. That was the only thing worth celebrating. The attributes of the peerless Tharch armor are still there. Even without the golden sphere, my strength will not be affected. The reason why Lin Fei dared to clash with the Chun family and even the Heavens Might Executor was because of the peerless Tharch armor. Lin Fei believed that the Heavens Might Surveillance Department would pay attention to an existence with combat strength comparable to an immortal rank expert. But if they were gone, all their capital would be gone. Just a Heavenly Might Deacon or even an ordinary God Emperor would be enough to make them suffer. The system is such a scammer. I was happy for nothing. Lin Fei heard the system's prompt very clearly. Who knew how long it would take to refine the core? Lin Fei couldn't guarantee it himself. Maybe one day, maybe 10 days, maybe a year and a half, or even 100 or 1,000 years. Anything that involved the core would not be simple. Lin Fei's gloomy mood soon brightened when he found the battleship. "Father, we have caught up." Lin Tianxi's face was slightly pale. "But I am so hungry." Lin Fei immediately took out the oars. Eat quickly. This is prepared for you." Since he knew that Lin Tianxi needed oars as food, Lin Fei prepared a large pile of oars to ensure that he would eat to his heart's content. "Father, you are so good to me." Lin Tianxi opened his mouth and poured out the oars in the storage ring one by one. His body was like a bottomless pit. After eating more than 30 storage rings and about 500,000 tons of oars, he finally stopped. So full, Lin Tianxi patted his stomach, eating 500,000 tons of oars at once. Lin Fei had gotten used to it. He had eaten 100,000 tons before. Eating another 500,000 tons was really nothing to be shocked about. At this moment, the silver-white battleship in front did not seem to notice anything and continued to move forward. "Father, should we destroy the battleship now?" Lin Tianxi was full. His eyes flickered with an ominous glint. "I guarantee that they will die without a burial place." "No hurry." Lin Fei knew how powerful the 10,000 Sky Empire was. If a Deacon Tianwei died, they would definitely come to investigate. It was still unknown what methods they had. Lin Fei had to be careful. After all, the 10,000 Sky Empire was a colossus. Just like that, they had been following him for 3 years. To experts of this level, 3 years was just a snap of the fingers. In these 3 years, Chun Tianpeng and Deacon Black Yuan did not notice that they were being followed. It's just in front. Although it is not a famous forbidden zone, the people inside are quite strong. They have mastered all kinds of secret techniques and have killed several immortal rank experts. Deacon Black Yuan introduced. To be able to kill immortal rank experts, this is good. Chun Tianpeng was now gnashing his teeth in hatred towards Lin Fei. He wanted to kill him immediately. In the 10,000 Sky Empire, the name of the Forbidden Zone was also a very terrifying existence. Because the experts in the Forbidden Zone were powerful, even the Emperor of the 10,000 Sky Empire did not send troops to suppress them. Fortunately, the Forbidden Zone was not interested in power. Coupled with certain restrictions, the Forbidden Zone was preserved. They entered the territory. There was a world continent in front. The silver-white battleship broke through the barrier and entered the world continent. Lin Tianxi followed unhurriedly and used a secret technique to lock onto them. "We encountered a territory in 3 years." Lin Fei could not help but frown. This situation did not seem right. He decided to go in and take a look. After entering the world continent, an oppressive aura swept over. The entire world continent was dark, making people feel very uncomfortable. Here, Lin Fei did not sense any life aura. There was only a rotten aura. What a strange place. After looking around, Lin Fei was even more surprised. There is such a place. "I don't like this place either." Lin Tianxi shook his head. They went deeper. Currently, the Forbidden Zone was covered with a layer of mystery in Lin Fei's eyes. This was a very special place. Follow them. Since they were here, Lin Fei would not give up halfway. He had to kill that Chun Tianpeng. A few days later, Lin Fei and Lin Tianxi entered the depths of this continent. An ancient and rotten aura permeated the air. Fortunately, Lin Fei was wearing the Peerless Emperor armor, which blocked the negative aura outside. Otherwise, he would definitely sink into this continent and become a living dead person. I see the battleship. After chasing for a long time, they finally saw the Heaven Might Supervisory Agency's battleship. The silver-white battleship was very eye-catching, especially in this place. Lin Fei sized up the area in front of him. This was a piece of flat land, but near the battleship in front, there were many ancient stone tablets. Half of them were exposed, and there were even ancient words on the stone tablets, giving off a mysterious aura. Guess from afar, why don't you come out to the Forbidden Zone? Chapter 3676. As soon as the voice appeared, Lin Fei sensed that something was amiss. It seemed that they had been discovered without him noticing. The name of the forbidden area was not without reason. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surroundings suddenly changed. Ancient palaces appeared one after another, no less than several dozen of them. The voice that echoed in Lin Fei's ears came from the largest palace in the cluster of palaces. Father, it seems that we have been discovered. Lin Tianzi also looked at the palace. Let's go and take a look. Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. Since they have spoken, we have to show them some respect. The palaces that appeared exuded an ancient aura. Lin Fei could not feel any signs of life from them. This forbidden area must have been the land of the sect in the past. After a long time, it has undergone some changes and become like this. A few thoughts emerged in his mind. When Lin Fei arrived in front of the palace, the doors of the palace suddenly opened. With a flash of light, the entire palace became brightly lit. The unparalleled emperor armor covered his entire body. Lin Fei had to be on guard against this infamous forbidden area. Guests from afar, welcome to my forbidden area. At the end of the palace, a figure stood with his hands behind his back. It was a human, but his entire body was shrouded in black mist, and there were many black ancient runes on his body. It's you guys. Chen Tianpeng and Black Yuan's faces darkened as they stared at Lin Fei. They would never have thought that this guy would follow them. They did not sense anything at all. You guys are so lucky. Since they had met, Lin Fei did not intend to hide. I was planning to kill you guys. I really don't know if you guys are lucky or if I'm unlucky. You. Black Yuan was furious. Do you know what will happen to you just because of what you said? Lin Fei chuckled. So what if I threaten you? You're a dignified deacon, but you still came to the forbidden area. I think the Wan Tian Empire definitely does not like people coming into contact with the forbidden area. Do you think you'll be beaten to death, or... The Black Yuan administrator's heart skipped a beat. He was so angry that his body was trembling, but he was powerless to refute. The Wan Tian Empire naturally did not like restricted areas. The Heavenly Might Surveillance Department did not allow anyone to come into contact with the restricted areas. Under normal circumstances, everyone would do so in secret. As a deacon of Heavenly Might Surveillance Department, coming into contact with the restricted areas in private was even more unforgivable. If this matter was reported to the Heavenly Might Surveillance Bureau, the punishment would definitely be everyone's nightmare. This was the first time that Administrator Black Yuan had been threatened by a rising star. However, he did not dare to say a single word. Sitting in his position, there were countless eyes on him. Once he did not dare to think any further, he could only silently lower his head. He did not dare to look Lin Fei in the eye. In his heart, he wished that he could kill this fellow. You don't have a temper anymore. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of his opponent at all. He didn't expect his opponent to be so weak and give up after just one round. It was really boring. Chen Tianpeng secretly cursed Deacon Black Yuan for being a good-for-nothing. So what if I take revenge on you? Chen Tianpeng had nothing to be afraid of. The Chun clan was the founding hero of the empire, and they even had the great general. He could totally push the blame to Deacon Black Yuan, and the higher-ups would not care at all. You want to kill me? Chen Tianpeng stared at Lin Fei, his killing intent surging. I wouldn't dare, even if I gave you 100 guts. Lin Fei laughed. You're mistaken. I'm very bold. Killing you is just a matter of minutes. With your strength, do you think you can fight against me? Don't say that I'm bullying you. Even if you make the first move, you won't be my match. Chen Tianpeng was enraged, and his face darkened. I will remember what you said. Remember what? Lin Fei said disdainfully. If you have the ability, then make your move. If you don't, then you are a good-for-nothing. Chen Tianpeng really wanted to make a move, but the other party was wearing the arch armor and was wrapped up like a dumpling. Happy to make a move. It was simply shameless. Then I'm going to make my move. Lin Fei smiled as he walked over. Chen Tianpeng subconsciously took a step back. In the wind cloud weave, he had already experienced the other party's methods. It was a nightmare, and he could not resist at all. Friend, can you give me some face and not make a move here? The person shrouded in black mist spoke. Chen Tianpeng had just sensed that there was a master of the Forbidden Zone here. How could he have forgotten about this? Senior Mo Luo, I am Chen Tianpeng of the Chen clan. Chen Tianpeng said loudly. I would like to ask you to make a move and kill this person in front of me. My Qin clan will not forget this, and will send you a generous gift afterwards. Chun Tianpeng might not be able to kill the other party, but this master of the Forbidden Zone could. The people below might not know how terrifying the Forbidden Zones were, but Qin Tianpeng did. There were big and small Forbidden Zones, and their strength varied. In the outside world, they were all extremely terrifying. Moreover, this was the territory of the master of the Forbidden Zone. Administrator Black Yuan lowered his head, but a trace of excitement flashed through his eyes. He hurriedly added, Senior Mo Luo, as long as you make a move, we are willing to pay any price. We only hope that you can kill this fellow. Lin Fei was quite disappointed. These people were timid and not very smart. You lot, you dare to plot against me? You really have guts. Lin Fei shook his head. To be honest, I am very disappointed in you lot. This is not interesting at all. Chun Tianpeng grinned maliciously, his eyes filled with hatred. Ha ha, you're afraid. You must be afraid. I am Senior Mo Luo, and I can take care of you with a single word. Mo Luo, who was shrouded in black mist, looked at Lin Fei. Under that dark armor was a defense that even he could not easily break. This disciple of the Chun clan was truly blind. Enough. Mo Luo waved his hand. You two go down and calm down. Chun Tianpeng and Administrator Black Yuan's expressions suddenly changed. The void split open, and a black hole suddenly appeared, sucking them in. Friend, you can't kill the disciples of the Chun clan, Mo Luo said indifferently. Now that they are gone, I think we can have a chat. Lin Fei could not understand Mo Luo's intention. Chat? I'm not interested. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Instead, I am very interested in you, the master of the Forbidden Zone. Boom! Lin Fei took a step forward and instantly punched in front of Senior Mo Luo. Black mist appeared in front of Senior Mo Luo, layer after layer, like 10,000 mountains. But under Lin Fei's attack, layer after layer cracked. The closer he got to Mo Luo, the stronger the barrier became. Your defense is very strong. Mo Luo himself was shocked. Anyone would be afraid of the Forbidden Zone, but this fellow in front of him actually took the initiative to attack. Bang! A figure appeared behind him, and a punch passed through the layers of barriers, landing on Mo Luo's head. It was Lin Tianzi. Mo Luo crashed into a palace pillar not far away, and his body turned into black mist. Chapter 3677. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tianzi made his move. A terrifying power burst out from his tiny body. He punched deep into the void, and the huge palace was torn apart. It could not withstand the power of this punch. Then let's catch him. Lin Fei did not think that the person who could make Qin Tianpeng and Black Yuan come here, secretly, was a powerful expert from a restricted area. Fight first. This was also the reason why Lin Fei made his move. Of course, there was also Lin Tianzi, the powerful son he had picked up. Deep in the void, Mara spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole face twitched. How'd he see through it? That's impossible. How old is that guy? He's just a kid. This place was surrounded by stones of different sizes. These stones had been shaped into long strips. At the same time, there were ancient runes, and they were accompanied by an ancient aura. Mara was sitting inside, but at this moment he was panicking. Ha ha, found you. A figure appeared in front of him. Mara could not react in time and was punched through by the opponent. The condensed black fog in front of him could not withstand the power of the opponent's attack and exploded instantly. The small palm grabbed Mara's neck, lifted him up, and smashed him on the ground. You want to scheme against my father like this? Lin Tianzi punched down explosively. Mara struggled, but the opponent's grip made him powerless to resist. After each punch landed on his flesh, he could not take it anymore. The black fog on his body disappeared without a trace, and even the runes on his body became dim and colorless, vaguely showing signs of collapsing. You are an immortal expert. No, how can you be an immortal expert? Mara completely panicked. The runes on his body could only be shaken by an immortal expert. At the same time, it was also his strongest protection, but it was no match for the attack of a child. "Father, I have taken down Mara." Lin Fei chased all the way to the depths of the void and saw Mara, who was like a dead dog. "My son is really powerful." Lin Fei knew that if he had attacked, he would not have been as fast as his son Lin Tianxi. This restricted area expert was really not strong. "When I make a move, whatever restricted region powerhouse will have to stand to the side," Lin Tianxi said smugly, his hands' movements also stopping. Lin Fei looked at Mo Luo. To be honest, he was a little disappointed in this Forbidden Zone warrior. However, thinking from another perspective, it was normal. This cheap son of his was from a powerful race, an innate, undying warrior. Even if he wasn't far from it. A restricted region expert like you really knows how to hide, hiding so deeply. Deceiving others is fine, but in front of me, you really can't hide. Lin Fei looked around and quickly noticed these long stones. Perhaps this is the reason why you Forbidden Zone experts can't go outside. This rectangular stone was extraordinary. Lin Fei would never make a mistake. "Father, this is the divine stone of life. It is a special stone. There are also ancient runes arranged on it. It should be hidden here. It can control the flow of life." Lin Tianxi said. Mo Luo's pupils constricted, and he lost his composure completely. Although not many people knew this secret, most people did not know. "Don't kill me, I surrender." His biggest trump card had been seen through. Mo Luo could only beg for mercy. He hated Black Yuan Deacon to death. He had tricked him, and now he couldn't even keep his life. "So obedient," Lin Fei said with a smile. He was also shocked. He didn't expect this stone to have such a big background. How could he not be obedient? "As long as you let me go, I will agree to any request." Mo Luo looked at him and said. If not for the undying experts, he had nothing to fear. But now, in the hands of the undying experts, they could easily destroy these divine stones of life. Without the divine stones of life, he was no different from a dead man. After all, he was not the same as a normal human. Otherwise, the Wan Tian Empire would definitely suppress them and not turn a blind eye like now. Because the price they had to pay was too high, even the Wan Tian Empire couldn't bear it. "Sure," Lin Fei said with a smile. "Sparing your life is not a problem. Just kill those two people just now. They die, you live. What a fair deal." Originally, Lin Fei wanted to kill one, but now he changed his mind. He would kill all of them. Okay, Mo Luo had no other choice. If it didn't kill him, he would die. Even if it was the Chun family's young master and Tianwei Deacon, Mo Luo could only kill them. "Do it now." Lin Tianxi waved his hand, and Mo Luo regained his freedom. Lin Tianxi said, You better be obedient and don't have any ideas. I can destroy these divine stones of life in an instant. Think carefully. I will do it now." In the void and the space, Chun Tianpeng and Black Yuan Deacon were temporarily trapped, but they weren't worried. Young Master Chun, the higher-ups, should be making their move. And I don't need to worry," Black Yuan Deacon said confidently. "Once Mo Luo makes his move, that Lin Fei will die for sure. It's good that he died." Chun Tianpeng's eyes flashed fiercely. "He dares to follow us. Fortunately, he doesn't know how powerful the experts in the Forbidden Zone are. In the Forbidden Zone, they are the kings, almost invincible existences. It's a pity that I can't personally make a move. It's a pity." Black Yuan Deacon was actually quite frightened. He didn't even know that he was being followed. This was really a walk on the edge of death. Fortunately, that Lin Fei was going to be unlucky. "The two of you are almost done. You could go on your way." Mo Luo's voice suddenly sounded in their ears. It was as cold as a mountain, and the two were immediately shocked. Boom! The small space collapsed, and endless power came crashing down. Chun Tianpeng and Black Yuan Deacon didn't even make a sound before they were directly killed by the power of the space explosion. Even their treasures couldn't resist this power. "This move is very powerful," Lin Fei said with a smile. "You are very good at killing." Lin Fei clearly saw Mo Luo's move. It was a very ordinary move, but it gave off an invincible aura. In front of the two of you, this killing move is nothing, Mo Luo said in a low voice. After they die, the power of the Forbidden Zone will completely disappear. Even if the people of the Heaven Might Supervisory Agency come, they won't be able to find any problems. I like this, Lin Fei said with a smile. You killed them. Now we can talk about another matter. Mo Luo's expression changed. You want to be lazy. A wave of space-time energy enveloped him, and his life force quickly flowed away. No. I feel that it is a waste for an expert like you to live in the Forbidden Zone. I feel that you are very suitable to be an assassin. I am willing. Mo Luo's expression changed greatly as his life force flowed away. He almost couldn't stand. No matter what the request was, he agreed first. Chapter 3678. Father, someone's here. In a huge palace in the Wind Cloud territory. After returning from the Forbidden Land, Lin Fei moved into a new palace and started a new era in the Wind Cloud territory. After the territory was unified, Lin Fei had no interest in managing it and delegated power to Heaven-Breaking God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor. Under the management of the two Emperor gods, the Wind Cloud Empire was stable. Lin Fei did not have high requirements. Apart from collecting ores, he wanted all sorts of treasures. The investigators must be here. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes as a glint flashed across his eyes. Ever since he had ordered Mo Luo to kill the Black Yuan administrator and Chen Tianpeng, he had known that such a day would come. Arrange for someone to welcome them. A silver-white warship appeared. It was exactly the same as Black Yuan Deacon's warship. The only difference was that it was much larger. Emperor God Lin Fei is quite fast. He's unified the Wind Cloud territory. Several people stood in the warship, each emitting a dignified aura. They were members of the judgment team of the Heavenly Might Supervisory Office. The judgment team naturally judged all enemies of the Wind Cloud Empire. At the same time, they captured all sorts of fugitives and handled some internal affairs of the supervisory office. For example, the disappearance of Black Yuan Deacon. I think it's very likely that Lin Fei was the one behind this, said a young member of the Adjudicator Union. Very suspicious. This time, the leader was Deputy Captain Yulin of the Judgment Team. He was a veteran in the Judgment Team and would soon be eligible to compete for the position of captain. Don't say such things, Yulin said calmly. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. We, the Judgment Team, must be impartial. It won't be good if word gets out. The people behind him lowered their heads and did not dare to breathe too loudly. Heaven-Breaking God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor were in high spirits. They had never imagined the feeling of having such power in their hands. Now, their positions in the Wind Cloud Empire were second only to the Emperor. Under Emperor Lin Fei's deliberate restriction, the number of Emperor gods in the Wind Cloud Empire would decrease. As for the God Emperor making himself king, that was even more impossible. If Lin Fei didn't allow it, they wouldn't allow it either. If they joined forces, any God Emperor would have to step aside. Moreover, it was a new God Emperor. He wasn't qualified to go against them. Lord, you please come in. When Yulin arrived, Heaven Breaker and Drifting Snow, the two God Emperors were extremely respectful. In the 10,000 Sky Empire, it was fine to offend other forces, but if you offended the Heaven Might Supervisory Organization, then you would not have a good life. Among them, the Adjudicator Team was the one that could not be offended the most. They have the power to kill and arrest in public. The Heavenly Might Inspections Department's arrest and suppression operations were all carried out by the Judgment Squad. He couldn't afford to offend anyone from the Adjudicator Team. The two of you have finally made it. Yulin said calmly, That's good. The Wind Cloud Weave has been in chaos for so long. It's time to unify it. Heaven-Breaking God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor nodded continuously. In front of Deputy Captain Yulin, they really didn't have the right to speak. The members of the Adjudicator Team were more or less unhappy that Emperor Lin Fei didn't come. Under normal circumstances, no matter where the Adjudicator Team went, no one would dare not come out to welcome them. Unless it was a top force in the empire, they would come out to welcome them, just because they heard their names. In everyone's eyes, the wind cloud weave was just a small weave. It didn't have anything it wanted, so no one was willing to come. It was also because of this reason that the wind cloud weave had always been in chaos. Lord Yu, His Majesty, is inside. Yulin was actually quite interested in this Emperor God Lin Fei. From a nameless person, he rose so quickly and defeated Emperor God Tianfeng. This ability was indeed not easy. I'm really sorry, I was just dealing with some matters. The palace doors opened and a figure walked out. It was Lin Fei. When Lin Fei came out, his gaze landed on Yulin. This person had a dangerous aura. He was even stronger than the experts from the Netherworld cult. Lin Fei had this feeling. Similarly, Yulin had the same feeling. This person wasn't in the immortal realm, but he had a dangerous and terrifying aura. Because of this, Yulin understood that Lin Fei had completely refined the ancient eternal arch armor and grasped its power. His strength was infinitely comparable to an immortal realm expert. This was also the reason why Yulin came personally. Lin Fei, what is the meaning of this? Our Lord is here personally, and you dare to come out at this time. We suspect that there's something wrong with you. The adjudicator team experts behind him said coldly. Their sharp gazes cut over. Yulin didn't stop them. He wanted to see how this Emperor God Lin Fei would deal with it. This was the adjudicator team's favorite method. Many people had suffered because of it. Impudent. Lin Fei snorted. I'm talking to Lord Yu. Since when did you have the right to speak? Shut your mouths. Space-time power gushed out and sealed the adjudicator team experts. At that moment, they couldn't move or even speak. They were like wooden statues, except for their consciousness. This move stunned them. Their hearts skipped a beat. They couldn't help but take it seriously. Lord Yu, please forgive me for my presumptuous action, Lin Fei said faintly. I feel that these people should be disciplined. Otherwise, they won't have any sense of hierarchy. Breaking Heaven God Emperor and fluttering Snow God Emperor didn't dare to raise their heads. His Majesty was His Majesty. He was really daring. If it were them, they wouldn't dare to do that. Ha ha, Yulin laughed. Well said. My subordinates do need to be disciplined. Please come in. Lin Fei led the way. Yulin smiled and walked in. The people behind him instantly regained their freedom. None of them dared to follow. However, their expressions were very complicated. Bring us to a place to rest. This small place isn't as good as Tianwei Supervision Institution. Please don't mind. Lin Fei smiled and gestured for Yulin to take a seat. He personally brewed a pot of tea and poured it for Yulin. Perhaps I was too impulsive just now. This cup is my apology. I'll drink it first. Yulin had a good impression of Emperor God Lin Fei. Yulin had seen many region lords who were in charge of a territory. However, there weren't many who were as tactful as Lin Fei. When he should be arrogant, he should be arrogant. When he shouldn't, he should be low-key. This was something that many people couldn't learn. Very good. Yulin smiled. Tianwei Supervision Institution was a huge organization. Lin Fei naturally didn't like to be targeted. Especially now, he still had to find a way home. He had to be very careful. Our purpose for coming here is very simple. We are here to find out about Deacon Black Yuan. Yulin went into the main topic and started the process. This step was indispensable. Lin Fei already had a response. He answered whatever the other party asked. Yulin didn't ask many questions. In total, he only asked 4 or 5 questions. We will continue to investigate Deacon Black Yuan. Yulin said, Of course, you don't have to worry. Our supervision institution is very fair. We won't arrest people without evidence. Moreover, you are a region lord. Lin Fei didn't dare to let his guard down. This Yulin wasn't a simple person. Oh, right. You have to go to the Empire to get certified after you unify the wind cloud weave, Yulin said. Yulin said, To His Majesty, the difficulty of a certification is nothing to you. Only after you've been certified as an area master will you be truly qualified. Thank you for the reminder, sir. If you are free, why don't you come with us? Yulin smiled at Lin Fei. Chapter 3679. Lin Fei hesitated for a moment before agreeing. They would depart in 3 days. Father, are you really going? Lin Tianxi concealed his aura like an ordinary child. Even you, Lin, couldn't tell. I'm afraid they'll plot against you. Lin Fei shook his head with a smile. It's fine. They don't have any evidence, so they won't dare to make a move. Yulin invited me to the Empire to verify my identity. I'm afraid someone's trying to rope me in. Although he hadn't spoken much with Yulin, Lin Fei could tell that he had someone backing him. This trip wasn't really an investigation, but rather an attempt to rope him in. After all, he had refined the peerless Arch-Armor. He wasn't an immortal expert, but he had the combat strength of one. This kind of strength was worth roping in, no matter who it was. Lin Fei also believed that the number of immortal experts in the Myriad Skies Empire was definitely limited. Each immortal expert was a treasure of the Empire. Someone like Lin Fei, who wasn't at the immortal realm but had the strength of an immortal expert, was undoubtedly the best person to rope in. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent a vice captain. If Lin Fei didn't even have this bit of foresight, then he would have wasted his time in the Empire. Stay in a wind cloud weave and help me look after the house, Lin Fei ordered. If there's any sneaky moves, let Patian and Drifting Snow take action. If they can't handle it, you'll take action. Right now, Lin Fei was an expert in name. His son, Lin Tianxi, was the strongest existence in the dark. One in the light, one in the dark. Lin Fei was really looking forward to those small fish jumping out. Young master, this Lin Fei is worth roping in. In a quiet room on the warship, Yulin was respectfully reporting the situation. A figure could be seen in a square mirror. It was a young and vigorous man with an imposing appearance. His eyes were filled with domineering confidence. Even Yulin felt great pressure in front of this person. Then bring him here. This young master will personally meet him. The figure said indifferently, extremely domineering. Ancient Arch-Armor, what a pity. Understood. The reason why Yulin was able to sit in the position of vice captain and even fight for the position of captain in the future was because of this Lord's support. After ending the communication, Yulin took a deep breath, wiping his cold sweat. Young master is getting stronger and stronger. Even if he's not an immortal realm warrior, with his secret technique, he could at least be ranked in the top 10 under the immortal realm. At the mention of the young master, Yulin worshipped and worshipped him. This Lin Fei is really lucky. Yulin said, if not for the primordial emperor armor, a mere god emperor would be nothing. It's a pity that those few didn't live up to expectations. After fighting for so long, they still failed at the last step and helped this kid. The wind cloud weave was a small weave, but the ancient emperor armor was a good thing. If it wasn't for all sorts of restraints back then, preventing everyone from taking action to snatch it, and could only secretly support the local god emperors to snatch it, who would have thought that in the end, it would be snatched away by an unknown fellow? Yulin could only say that Lin Fei was lucky. 3 days later, Yi Xiaolong boarded Yulin's warship. The warship charged into the void, passed through the weave's barrier, and entered the starry sky. Brother Lin, it will take about 5 years to reach our certified territory from here. There are many Empire books in the cabin. You can read them when you are free, Yulin said with a smile. Lin Fei could feel the change in his attitude towards him. All right, 5 years was not a long time. Time passed in the blink of an eye as he meditated in seclusion. Lin Fei rarely came out. Other than flipping through the Empire's books, he spent his time comprehending the moves of the unparalleled Emperor armor. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Lin Fei gained a lot, and his understanding of the Wan Tian Empire deepened. Brother Lin, we've arrived. Yulin came to find Lin Fei. Lin Fei knew that they were about to reach the Azure Dragon City, one of the 4 secondary cities. The Wan Tian Empire controlled a lot of territory, so there were 4 main cities. These 4 main cities were Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. These 4 main cities were guarded by the 4 great generals of the Wan Tian Empire. Among the 4 main cities was the Wan Tian Empire's imperial capital. The 4 main cities were like barriers. Anyone who wanted to attack the imperial capital had to break through the 4 main cities, and there was a super formation set up between the four main cities. To destroy the four main cities, they had to attack them together. Only then could they break through the super formation. So big. As he stood on the deck, a vast and boundless weave appeared in his field of vision. The tempest weave paled in comparison to this vast and boundless weave. If the wind cloud weave was 10, then the azure dragon weave was 100. This was the huge difference between the two weaves. Powerful. This was what Lin Fei felt deeply. It was not without reason that the Wan Tian Empire could rule over large and small weaves. Lin Fei was glad that he had not been rash. The Wan Tian Empire was more terrifying than he had imagined. If the azure dragon weave was already so powerful, then the remaining three weaves would probably be even more terrifying. There was also the unfathomable imperial capital. This time, I must find out the location on the galaxy map and see which weave it is in. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "This is the azure dragon weave? It's so big." Yulin laughed heartily. "Brother Lin, this must be your first time out here. Once you visit the other three weaves, you'll understand that the azure dragon weave is still a far cry from theirs." "No way." Lin Fei was shocked. "You will know in the future." The silver-white warships sailed into the azure dragon weave. When they entered the azure dragon weave, there were mountains and rivers everywhere. What surprised Lin Fei the most was the existence of gravity in the azure dragon weave. This did not exist in the wind cloud weave. Under the influence of gravity, there was a strong layer of resistance in places that could not be seen. With this layer of resistance, flying and moving would require even more strength. "You can feel the difference now, right?" Yulin said, "The azure dragon weave is different from the other weaves. The entire weave has been set up with a large formation. That's why you can feel the gravity. Right now, the gravity is at the lowest level. If anything happens, the entire weave's gravity will be adjusted to become very terrifying. Anyone will be instantly suppressed. Even an immortal expert will not be able to do anything except leave." Lin Fei was secretly shocked. If the lowest level of gravity was already like this, then even he might not be able to withstand it if it was at full strength. It is indeed not easy to become the home of one of the four main cities. Lin Fei had a deeper understanding of the place. The azure dragon weave was huge. After flying for more than half a month, they finally saw a truly large city. It was like a colossus with no end in sight. That was the Azure Dragon City. Chapter 3680. Azure Dragon City was huge. The major cities of the wind cloud weave paled in comparison to this city. Yulin was very familiar with Azure Dragon City. You can't fly in Azure Dragon City. Remember this. Yulin led Lin Fei into Azure Dragon City, explaining as they walked, "This is a rule of the four main cities. Unless you're an immortal, you'll be treated as an intruder by Azure Dragon City and killed on the spot, regardless of your background." Lin Fei raised his head, squinting his eyes. He really saw the difference. What a powerful formation! Even Lin Fei himself could only see traces of the formation. It was indeed powerful, he had to admit. Yulin smiled without saying a word. "Brother Lin, you can rest here for the next few days. I'll arrange for the certification for you." Yulin brought Lin Fei to stay in a mansion. This mansion was very high class, and it definitely belonged to a rich family. "Then I'll have to trouble brother you." Lin Fei smiled. "No trouble," Yulin said. "If you need to go out, you can ask the housekeeper to bring you. I've already told them." No matter what Yulin thought, Lin Fei always had a smile on his face. After Yulin left, Lin Fei laid on the bed. The four main cities really live up to their name. Azure Dragon City was a colossus in Lin Fei's eyes. In Azure Dragon City, there were many strong auras, some of which were faintly discernible. Even Lin Fei couldn't clearly sense them. It could only be said that Azure Dragon City was full of experts. "I'll rest today. Tomorrow, I'll go understand a galaxy map and confirm the entrance to Earth." Azure Dragon City's size exceeded Lin Fei's imagination. Naturally, it was easier to find out the general location of Earth. Azure Dragon City, in another mansion, Yulin was standing in the study, his body slightly leaning forward as if he was listening. "Young master, I've arranged for Lin Fei. We can meet anytime," Yulin said in a low voice. "There's no hurry." In the study sat an impressive-looking young man. He gave off a boundless, domineering aura, giving off an unfathomable feeling. "It's not easy for me to come to the Azure Dragon City. No matter what, I should take a look around." Yulin continued, "Young master, I'm worried that other forces will try to rope in Lin Fei once they find out about the situation. After all, his battle prowess is extraordinary. His combat power is not bad, but Lin Fei might not be able to last long." The young man said with a smile. Back then, Emperor God Gu Heng's might shook the world. That was because he found the secret method. However, this Lin Fei probably hasn't found it yet. Yulin stopped talking. That seemed to be the case. You just need to arrange for people to watch over it. The young man laughed. In Azure Dragon City, who would have the guts to snatch someone I've taken a liking to? Unless they don't want to leave the Azure Dragon Weave alive. After a night's rest, Lin Fei walked out of the mansion with a butler behind him. It was Butler Su, who was at the first level of the God King realm. He had an honest look on his face. "Butler Su, is there a place in our Azure Dragon City where we can browse through information?" With a local tyrant around, Lin Fei definitely had to make use of it. Browse through information? Butler Su was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. He immediately recovered. "Yes, Lord Lin. In Azure Dragon City, there's a library that's open to the public." Lin Fei was delighted. Azure Dragon City is really keeping up with the times. Butler Su laughed. "When Lord Lin familiarizes yourself with Azure Dragon City, you'll realize that Azure Dragon City is really interesting." "Is that so?" Lin Fei smiled. Under Butler Su's lead, they arrive at a remote place in Azure Dragon City. This place was extremely quiet. If not for Butler Su leading the way, Lin Fei really wouldn't have known that the library was located in such a place. "Lord Lin, the library is here," Butler Su said. "You can browse through the hall on the first floor for free. However, you have to pay for the second and third floors. You can only enter after passing a test." After a round of explanation, Lin Fei understood. "Butler Su, you can go back first." Lin Fei said, "I think I'll have to stay in a library for a few days. If Big Brother Yu comes looking for me, come and inform me." Butler Su nodded repeatedly to express his understanding. "It's huge." This was Lin Fei's first impression of the library when he walked into it. Other than being huge, it was quite quiet. There weren't many people in the library. There were only a few people browsing through the books on the first floor. The first floor was filled with books according to their categories. Lin Fei didn't go straight to the geographical region. Instead, he casually looked around and saw many interesting things. For example, the history of the rise of the 4 main cities. There was also the history of the 10,000 Sky Empire. It was basically the same. After all, it was written by the victors. Lin Fei treated it as a story. It was quite interesting, and he gained a lot of knowledge. Unknowingly, Lin Fei arrived at the geographical region. This was what he was most concerned about. There really is a star chart. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and began to flip through it. If one book wasn't enough, he would read 2. He flipped through it unhurriedly. This time, it took him 3 to 4 days. Nothing, still nothing. Lin Fei clearly remembered the star charts he had obtained back then. He had flipped through the star charts, but none of them had any relevant records. Lin Fei couldn't help but frown. Could it be in those ancient books? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. This is also possible. Not being able to find what he wanted, Lin Fei was quite unwilling. However, he still had to continue reading, afraid that he would miss what he wanted. Another day passed. Lin Fei's 5th day in the library was still fruitless. Do ancient books need to go up? Lin Fei could only hope that it was on the 2nd floor. On the stairs leading to the 2nd floor of the library, Lin Fei saw an old man. He didn't have any aura, but he instantly gave Lin Fei a great threat. This was an expert. The ancient books are on the 2nd floor, but you have to pass this old man's test. The old man said indifferently, "If you don't pass, it's useless no matter who comes." This kind of old man in the library indeed made Lin Fei feel shocked and surprised. An old man whose strength was not inferior to his. Did he have to be so fierce? This one Tian Empire was really full of hidden experts. "Senior, please speak," Lin Fei said. The old man glanced at Lin Fei. This old man loves to eat the Azure Dragon Claw in the Azure Dragon Mountain Range. If you bring a pair back, it will be considered as passing this old man's test. Azure Dragon Claw. Lin Fei suspected that he had heard wrongly. When he wanted to ask again, the old man had unknowingly disappeared. He didn't even feel it at all. And at this time, a few people nearby came over. "Friend, it's your first time here, right? Are you scared?" The few people who came over all had smiles on their faces. Obviously, it wasn't the first time they encountered such a thing. "Yes," Lin Fei nodded. "This test seems to be... This is very normal." Chapter 3681. After understanding the specific situation, Lin Fei couldn't help but admit that the experts of the Azure Dragon City's Compendium Pavilion really knew how to have fun. They were already so old, but their hobbies were still so unique and strange. Ordinary people really couldn't think of it. "Young man, that Azure Dragon is not easy to kill. He's a member of the Dragon Clan. Even the weakest among them has the strength of a God Emperor. His physical body is so strong that even God Emperors of the same realm wouldn't be able to fight him." Lin Fei had yet to become a divine emperor. In everyone's eyes, he was just a fifth-level celestial deity young man. Kill the Azure Dragon. Seize the Azure Dragon Claw. Save it. Many people immediately turned tail and ran when they heard about the test. Kill the Azure Dragon, and the Azure Dragon killed them. They were on completely different levels. He exited the library. Lin Fei pondered whether he should make a trip to the Azure Dragon Mountain Range, which was said to be one of the headquarters of the Dragon Clan. As for why the Dragon Clan was in the mountain range, no one knew. In any case, it was not a small secret. "Are you Lin Fei?" Before Lin Fei could make up his mind, two black-clothed men appeared at the entrance of the library. They spoke rather politely and did not have a fiendish attitude. "I am." Lin Fei looked at the two of them. "What can I do for you?" Polite? Naturally, Lin Fei would speak politely to him. After all, this was the Azure Dragon City. "Our young master has been looking forward to meeting Emperor God Lin for a long time. He would like to invite you over for a drink and sit down for a chat," one of the men in black said. He was shocked. Fifth level, celestial god? He could unleash the power of a god emperor. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't see anything wrong with it. However, this was an order from the young master, so he didn't dare to question it. "Who is your young master?" Lin Fei asked. He was also very curious. He had only been in the Azure Dragon City for a few days, and there was already someone who wanted to see him. "Our family's young master is a member of the Azure Dragon City's Long clan," the black-clothed man said in a serious tone. His body unconsciously stood up straight, feeling exceptionally proud of himself. Long family. After flipping through the information in the library, Lin Fei understood a lot about Azure Dragon City. In the Azure Dragon City, the number one family was the Long family. The current Azure Dragon City Lord was from the Long family. At the same time, it was rumored that the relationship between the Long family and the Dragon Clan was mysterious. There was even a saying that they had a big backer. However, the Dragon Clan had never said anything about it. Everyone knew that those fellows from the Dragon Clan were a bunch of lunatics, true battle maniacs. In the entire Azure Dragon Weave, only the Dragon City Lord could suppress them. As for the others, none of them could. The young master of the Long family wanted to see him. Lin Fei smiled. He couldn't wait any longer. "Lead the way." From the moment Lin brought him to Azure Dragon City, Lin Fei vaguely sensed that there was someone here who wanted to see him. The only thing he didn't expect was that this person was the young master of the Long family. Lin Fei did not go far. Not far from the library, in a rather inconspicuous small mansion, the young master of the Long family was waiting for him. "Emperor God Lin, please come in." The man in black led Lin Fei into the mansion, and then they came to a garden on the mountain. Before they entered, The sound of trickling water could be heard. Lin Fei walked into the garden. This garden was not big. There were fake mountains, flowing water, and a pond of lotus flowers. Mist lingered around it, like a paradise. A figure came up to greet him. This must be the famous Emperor God Lin Fei. With a hearty laugh, a burly and domineering young man came up to greet him. What a handsome man, Lin Fei thought to himself. This person's aura was very strong and domineering. This domineering aura seemed to be innate. Even if this person did not deliberately release it, no matter who it was, it was not a small pressure that would be suppressed imperceptibly. An expert, an absolute expert. Young Master Long, you flatter me, Lin Fei said, cupping his hands. Ha ha ha. Long Tianjun laughed. Your strength is worthy of his praise. Back then, Emperor God Gu Heng's prestige shook the world. You are his successor. Your future is limitless. I was just lucky. Emperor God Gu Heng is an old senior. How can I compare? Lin Fei said, smiling bitterly. Young Master Long, don't mock me. Come in and have a seat. There was a pavilion in the middle of the garden. A pot of tea was placed on the stone platform. The fragrance of the tea made people feel relaxed and happy. The two sat down facing each other. Although he did not know what status this young Master Long had, Lin Fei knew from his strength that he was not a lowly person. In Azure Dragon City, he was definitely a powerful person. I am Long Tianjun. After sitting down, Long Tianjun took the initiative to pour tea for Lin Fei and introduced himself. The City Lord of Azure Dragon City is my father. I am his third son. It wasn't a very detailed introduction, but this brief introduction made Lin Fei's heart skip a beat. He really had a background. The City Lord's third son. This was really a top-notch young master in Azure Dragon territory. Moreover, his strength was extraordinary. He was definitely a genius. I didn't know you were third young Master Long. Please forgive me, Lin Fei said, cupping his hands. Those who don't know are innocent. Long Tianjun smiled. It's rare to come here. Have some tea. Although it was their first time meeting, Lin Fei knew that this third young Master Long had come personally to recruit him. It was because he had the arch armor and his battle strength was not inferior to an Immortal Realm expert. Such strength was worthy of being recruited by anyone. In fact, Long Tianjun did have this thought. God Emperors were easy to recruit. With a large population of 10,000 Skies Empire, it was naturally not that difficult to recruit God Emperors. But an Immortal Realm expert was like a carrot in a hole. Every Immortal Realm expert who successfully advanced would be immediately recruited by the Empire's royal family. Even if they failed, they would be given important responsibilities. In 10,000 Skies Empire, they would definitely be a top figure. A situation like Lin Fei's was indeed rare. Long Tianjun had personally come to recruit him because he was qualified. The pot of tea was quickly finished. The two chatted casually. Long Tianjun was also restraining his aura, as if he had been frightened by Lin Fei. But this pressure might affect others, but it was nothing to him. Third young Master Long, you've drunk this good tea. You can say what you want to say now. Lin Fei put down the cup and went straight to the point. Straightforward. Long Tianjun also felt that this Lin Fei was not simple. Many people had failed for the ancient Darch armor, but in the end, Lin Fei had succeeded. Of the 9 God Emperors in Windy Weave, only 2 were left, and they were 2 unremarkable God Emperors. I'm interested in you. I hope you can help me with some things. Long Tianjun was straightforward. I can promise you that in the future, I can make you the Deputy City Lord of Azure Dragon City. I can even give you a real chance to break through to the Immortal Realm and become a true Immortal Realm expert. Long Tianjun took out a box and placed it in front of him. This is Azure Dragon City, Azure Dragon Army, and the General of the 15th Army. I won't take it out for ordinary people, but you are worth it. Chapter 3682. Lin Fei walked out of the small courtyard. Long Tianjun offered such good conditions, but Lin Fei was not in a hurry to agree. Instead, he suggested to think about it for a few days. Long Tianjun agreed. Immortal level battle prowess is quite popular. It's just that my immortal level battle prowess can't last long. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. He decided to go back and think about it first. To be honest, Long Tianjuan's conditions were very good, especially the position of general. Not everyone could sit on that position. Young master, do you want me to persuade him? Yulin walked out and stood behind Long Tianjun, speaking in a low voice. Long Tianjun took a sip of tea. This matter can't be rushed. He has immortal-level battle prowess. This kind of person must be sincere. Isn't there a good saying, haste makes waste? Young master is right. I was prejudiced. Yulin said. Long Tianjun didn't care. Have you figured out what Lin Fei's intention is in the library? According to the feedback from our people, this Lin Fei basically flipped through all kinds of materials in the few days he was in the library. It's very hard to confirm. For now, we can't figure out what Lin Fei wants to do. Yulin said, but according to my guess, he might be related to the Arch-Armor. The Arch-Armor? Long Tianjun lost interest. That's right. Back then, Emperor God Guheng also spent a lot of effort. Looks like Lin Fei is going to learn from Emperor God Guheng. That's good. The stronger he is, the more I like him. Do we still need someone to watch over him? No need. Long Tianjun stood up and stepped out. A space-time gate appeared. I've seen him. I'll leave the rest to you. Don't mess it up. I understand. Lin Fei returned to the mansion. He didn't resist Long Tianjuan's recruitment too much. With such an identity, it would be easy to do things in Wantian Empire. Especially now that he didn't know where to go to Earth, this was the biggest headache. If it was in a special place, this matter would be even more difficult. Let's leave it hanging for a few days first. Lin Fei made up his mind, but he still decided to go out and find out more about Long Tianjun in the next few days. At least for the first time, Lin Fei was pretty good. To be able to get the other party to come personally to recruit him, he was indeed sincere. This wasn't like some young masters who wanted others to obediently submit to them just by calling out their name. Lin Fei would never approve of such a person. Long Tianjun was fine. In the next few days, Lin Fei left early and returned late. He spent most of his time getting to know Long Tianjun. Needless to say, the harvest was not small. Long Tianjun was very famous in Azure Dragon City and even the territory. At such a young age, it was said that he already had the battle prowess of a half-step immortal. His strength was unfathomable. In the 10,000 Sky Empire, his reputation was also very resounding. He was said to be the next Azure Dragon City Lord. Regardless of whether the news was true or not, Long Tianjun was very popular in the 10,000 Heaven Empire. With this, it was more or less enough. Lord Lin, you're finally back. Returning to the mansion, the moment he entered the door, Lin Fei felt a few unfamiliar auras. Butler Su hurried over with an ugly expression on his face. What's the matter? Lin Fei asked. Butler Su said in a low voice, Young Master Long is here. He said he wants to see you. Long Tianfei. These few days, Lin Fei got to know the situation of Long City Lord's sons. Among them, the most outstanding was young Master Long, followed by third young Master Long. Both of them had the same strength. One liked to do things crudely and advocated force. The other liked to use his brain. As long as it could be solved with brains, he would not use force. The former was young Master Long Tianfei. The latter was third young Master Long Tianjun. Yes, Butler Su said, I've already contacted Lord Yu. Lord Lin, why don't you wait for a while? It's fine. Lin Fei shook his head. He came to see me. Even if I avoided him this time, I'll still meet him next time. Hearing that young Master Long was here, Lin Fei actually understood what it meant. He was definitely here to recruit him. In the hall, Long Tianfei, who was dressed in black armor, was sitting with a golden saber and a golden horse. His whole body was full of hostility, which caused the temperature in the hall to drop suddenly. It was as if they had come to a world of ice and snow. Behind Long Tianfei stood 6 silver-armored experts, and each of them was an immortal emperor expert. Only the top childs of the 4 main cities could have such a lineup. When Lin Fei walked into the hall, Long Tianfei, who had been resting, suddenly opened his eyes. Endless hostility gushed out, and the world seemed to darken. Lin Fei, Long Tianfei called him by his name. I admire you very much. I happen to lack a confidant. You can come with me. This person was even more straightforward than Long Tianjun's way of talking. He didn't give Long Tianjun any chance to refuse. Direct, not just any kind of direct. Lin Fei sensed the baleful aura and viciousness, and he finally understood why this person was Long Tianjun's greatest competitor. The other party was indeed capable. In Long Tianjun, Lin Fei saw tyranny and self-righteousness, a great contrast to Long Tianjun. It wasn't strange at all that he could say such words. Young Master Long, I can only thank you for your kindness. Lin Fei said. How dare you? Long Tianfei hadn't arranged for anyone to keep an eye on the windy weave until recently. When he heard this, two beams of hostility shot out of his eyes. His saber and sword merged into one, slashing fiercely. The saber and sword came ferociously, and the boundless hostility turned the hall into a dark, gloomy hell. Long Tianfei's move was a thunderous and tyrannical strike, not giving anyone a chance to resist. He had to destroy what he couldn't get. Lin Fei's arch armor instantly appeared, covering his entire body. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared, one layer after another, forming 6 reincarnation barriers. The strength of this young Master Long was also impressive. The sword and saber formed from his baleful aura were extremely powerful. They broke through the worlds of reincarnation, and in an instant, he destroyed 5 of them. Only the last one was destroyed by a single punch from Lin Fei. This son of the Long family is really strong. Lin Fei had always thought that he was very strong, but now he realized that the Myriad Sky Empire was indeed full of experts. Ancient Arch armor. Long Tianfei stared at the black armor. Now, it's the Peerless Arch armor. Lin Fei smiled. I hope you didn't get the name wrong. You're quite bold. Long Tianfei said coldly, if you don't side with me, then you're my enemy. Believe it or not, even if you have the Peerless Emperor armor, I can still easily kill you. Don't forget, this is Azure Dragon City. Young Master Long, are you threatening me? Ha ha ha. So what if I'm threatening you? Long Tianfei said disdainfully. Either submit to me or die here. Boom! A figure appeared in the air. Chapter 3683. Long Tianfei wanted to force Lin Fei to agree. The only thing he didn't expect was that his younger brother valued Lin Fei so much that he showed up immediately after Long Tianfei made his move. Boundless pressure instantly collided with Long Tianfei's. Crash! Under the terrifying pressure, everything in the hall was instantly shattered into pieces. Third brother, are you going to fight me? Long Tianfei didn't make another move. From the moment his third brother appeared, he knew he had lost his chance. His third brother's strength was not inferior to his, and the most frightening thing was that he had mastered spatial mystique. Other than suppressing him, it was very difficult to kill him. Big brother, you're thinking too much. Long Tianjun smiled. You're my big brother. I wouldn't dare, even if I were 100 times braver. Hypocrite. Long Tianfei didn't like his third brother. I want this subordinate of yours. Are you willing to let me go? Long Tianjun shook his head. Big brother, there's no room for negotiation. What a joke. He definitely wouldn't agree to something like this. Long Tianfei already knew this would happen. He glanced at Lin Fei. You're lucky. However, the Azure Dragon Weave is very dangerous. Don't be careless and disappear. Lin Fei wasn't afraid. Thank you for your warning, young Master Long. I'll be very careful. Let's go. Long Tianfei left with his men. My big brother is like this. Long Tianjun watched his big brother leave. He's used to being in the army and always thinks that he can settle everything with his fists. He forgot that the scariest thing in this world isn't strength, but brains. Lin Fei said, no matter what, I still have to thank young Master Long for helping me. Otherwise, I'd probably be a fugitive. Ha ha ha. Long Tianjun laughed. He really wanted to thank his hot-tempered big brother for pushing Lin Fei to his side. Don't worry. As long as you're in the Azure Dragon Weave, my big brother wouldn't dare to kill a general even if he were 100 times braver. Lin Fei cupped his hands. Since you think so highly of me, I'll be a general. Good. Long Tianjun said happily. Men, prepare a banquet. I'm going to welcome little Lin tonight. Bastard! How dare you refuse my good intentions? Long Tianfei returned to his mansion and killed more than 10 slaves on the spot. The hall was filled with blood. The strong smell of blood permeated the air. Long Tianfei enjoyed this smell very much, and his whole person was intoxicated. The guards in the hall were already used to it and did not find it strange. Arrange for someone to keep an eye on him. As long as he dares to leave Third Brother's residence, find a chance to kill him. He was just a god emperor. Even if he had the ancient emperor armor, Long Tianfei could still find someone to kill him. The guards immediately went to make arrangements. Not long after, a figure walked in and reported to Long Tianfei. Damn it, he smashed the table next to him. Third bro got ahead of us again. Long Tianfei's killing intent was ice cold. Just keep an eye on him for now. There's no need to do anything. Third Brother's spies reported that Lin Fei had chosen to side with Third Brother, and Third Brother had appointed him as the general of the 15th Division. This general was not someone Long Tianfei could easily kill. I'll kill you sooner or later. Don't think that you'll be fine just because you're a general. Long Tianfei said gloomily. I can't kill you, but I can make you feel uncomfortable. This is something I can do. That night, Long Tianjun held a welcome dinner for Lin Fei. Because of this, almost all the people under Long Tianjun's command came. Everyone was all smiles when they saw the new addition, Lin Fei. They kept congratulating him, and all sorts of people came to drink with him. The mansion was bustling with noise and excitement. Because the general's position needed to be reported, it would take some time. Lin Fei could not go to the barracks for the time being. Long Tianjun was also generous and rewarded a tall mansion to Lin Fei as his residence in Azure Dragon City. At the same time, there were corresponding maids, servants, and guards. It could be said that everything was available. I really have to go to this Azure Dragon Mountain range. Originally, he thought that by joining Long Tianjun's camp, he could skip the test and enter the second floor. However, he heard bad news from Long Tianjun. That old man was an expert on the same level as Long City Lord. What he liked most was to set up some test missions. No one came to plead for him, unless you completed the mission yourself. Long Tianjun wanted to help, but he could not. Fortunately, the Azure Dragon in Azure Dragon Mountain Range is not a true Azure Dragon, but a pseudo-Azure Dragon. It belongs to a hybrid breed, so it will not fight with the Dragon Clan. As for the map of the universe and the region where Earth was, Lin Fei did not intend to tell anyone. This could only be done by himself secretly. Azure Dragon Mountain Range was very big. When Lin Fei approached Azure Dragon Mountain Range, he felt a strong aura. Even with his current strength, he could feel the aura that made his heart palpitate. Those were definitely the top experts of the Dragon Clan. Lin Fei descended from the sky above the mountain range. According to Long Tianjun, it was best not to fly in Azure Dragon Mountain Range, lest the Dragon Clan misunderstand, because the Dragon Clan always liked to divide the sky as their territory. The sky above Azure Dragon Mountain Range was actually their territory. No matter who entered the sky, they would be their enemy. No matter what, they would fight first. Everyone in the Azure Dragon territory knew about this fiery temper. After a while, everyone entered the mountain range from the entrance. Deep in Azure Dragon Mountain Range, on an island on a lake. Brother Long, I'll have to trouble you with this. Long Tianfei smiled and raised the cup in his hand. It's just taking care of, bastard. It's a piece of cake. Sitting opposite him was a muscular man covered in scales. He patted his chest and said, I guarantee that he will be crippled for life. All right, cheers. The two cups clinked in midair. Long Tianfei could not take this lying down. No matter what, he had to teach his third brother a lesson. For example, crippling Lin Fei was definitely a slap in the face. Lin Fei, this is the first feast I prepared for you. I hope you'll be satisfied, haha. According to the information, the inferior Azure Dragon lives beside the lake in Azure Dragon Mountain Range. Lin Fei kept moving in the mountain range, adjusting his direction at the same time. With the information from Third Young Master Long, Lin Fei knew the range of the inferior Azure Dragon. Now he just had to go and kill one. It was not difficult for him. No matter how strong the inferior Azure Dragon was, could it be stronger than him, who had the combat power of an immortal? Lin Fei was very confident. The information clearly stated that the inferior Azure Dragon's combat power was at most around the level of a pseudo-emperor god. Because of the existence of their bloodline, their strength was limited, and very few of them could become emperor gods. Chapter 3684. The beasts in the Green Dragon Mountain range were all very powerful. Along the way, he encountered many god-king level beasts. They surrounded him and attacked him fiercely. Even when Lin Fei released his aura, they still attacked him without fear of death. In the end, they were all killed by Lin Fei. 5 days later, Lin Fei arrived at an inner lake in the Azure Dragon Mountain range. What entered his eyes was a stretch of rippling bluish-green waves, and moisture drifted in the wind. Inferior Azure Dragon. Lin Fei saw the inferior Azure Dragons flying above the lake. However, they were very different from the real Azure Dragon. To put it more seriously, they were like giant lizards. They are not weak. Each of the Azure Dragons was roughly 300 meters long, and their bodies were covered in scales. They looked very majestic, and there were 3 to 5 of them gathered together, looking very relaxed and content. After some observation, they were a group. There were about 70 to 80 inferior Azure Dragons. It was considered a huge group. The most powerful of them all was a pseudo-Azure Dragon. It was 1,500 meters long, and its body seemed to be covered in a thick layer of armor. It occupied a small island and basked in the sunlight. A group of inferior Azure Dragons is equivalent to dozens of pseudo-god emperors. No wonder no one dares to come. It was not difficult. Even if it was a first or second stage god emperor, Lin Fei would not dare to come. If he was surrounded, there would be nothing but despair. To me, this is not difficult at all. Lin Fei smiled and stared at an inferior Azure Dragon. It was 200 zhang long. It had a well-proportioned body and was in good condition. Boom! 6 paths of reincarnation enveloped it. The inferior Azure Dragon that was flying at a low altitude was attacked by the 6 paths of reincarnation. Roar, roar, roar. All the inferior Azure Dragons were enraged. That damned fellow dared to provoke them. Did he not know that the inferior Azure Dragons were famous for their violence? Even 2-legged humans did not dare to offend them. After a round of attacks, the inferior Azure Dragon was covered in wounds. Space-time saber slash. Lin Fei reached out, and the space-time blade, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, appeared in his hand. He slashed it across the Azure Dragon's thigh, and the 4 huge claws fell off. The inferior Azure Dragon's huge body fell into the lake below, dyeing the lake red. Huge figures emerged from the bottom of the lake and bit the inferior Azure Dragon, tearing its flesh apart. The inferior Azure Dragon's screams echoed through the sky. In a short time, the Azure Dragon was completely devoured by the lake beasts at the bottom of the lake. Wow, there's a demonic beast at the bottom of this lake that is not inferior to the Azure Dragon. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Although he was shocked, he had obtained the 4 Azure Dragon claws. It was time to go back. Boom! Before Lin Fei could turn around and leave, a frightening dragon might have assaulted him. The entire world seemed to be shaking. Cracks appeared in the void. A colossal creature rushed out of the void. It was actually an Azure Dragon that was 10,000 feet long. With a sway of its body, it transformed into a tall and sturdy figure with a cold gaze. Human brat, who told you to kill my rations? The tall and sturdy figure's voice was extremely loud. The moment he appeared, he roared with terrifying might. Rations? Lin Fei really didn't know about this. In Long Tianjuan's words, in the Azure Dragon weave, as long as you didn't offend the dragons, nothing was a big deal. However, if you accidentally offended the Azure Dragons, you would definitely have a headache. They were a bunch of lunatics, and lunatics never considered the consequences. If you could avoid offending the Azure Dragons, then don't offend the Azure Dragon tribe. This was Long Tianjuan's careful instruction. Lin Fei was speechless. He had killed an inferior Azure Dragon, but it was still someone else's rations? What was going on? It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Lin Fei said, "There's no misunderstanding here." The tall and sturdy figure pointed at the inferior azure dragons. "They're accusing me of killing them. Don't you know that no one has ever dared to touch the rations of the azure dragon tribe?" The tall and sturdy figure pounced forward with a sinister smile. "If you want to kill my rations, then you'll have to be obedient and become my rations." With this pounce, the figure flashed past. Speed was the azure dragon's forte. 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Fei summoned the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, for the first time, the 6 paths of reincarnation crumbled under the opponent's pounce. A terrifying force burst from the opponent's body. The azure dragon tribe is so powerful. The 6 paths of reincarnation had always been successful against God Emperor experts. However, this time, the opponent easily broke through it, and Lin Fei couldn't feel any signs of power from the opponent. The tall and sturdy figure pounced and punched out. A huge tornado formed and swept towards Lin Fei. Tornado kill. A huge tornado appeared and trapped Lin Fei within. The power was like the wind, and the wind was like a knife. The knife light swept out in all directions. At this moment, Lin Fei was facing a terrifying attack. The unparalleled dark armor covered his entire body. The power of the wind was like a knife, and it was abnormally terrifying. Lin Fei was bombarded by thousands of attacks on the unparalleled dark armor. Wave after wave of power seeped into him. The strength of this power shocked Lin Fei. Not only was the speed fast, but the power was also so strong. Lin Fei seemed to understand why the Azure Dragon Weave was named after the Azure Dragon. This was a really strong tribe, and their racial talent was enviable. If not for the unparalleled dark armor, this attack alone could have killed a God Emperor 30 or 50 times. Moreover, it would have been a fatal blow. Terrifying, it was really terrifying. Lin Fei had to admit the strength of the Azure Dragons. With the powerful defense of the unparalleled dark armor, Lin Fei looked like he was surrounded, but he was not injured at all. As for the power that seeped into him, it was all blocked. Since I can't afford to offend them, I'll just run. Lin Fei was very open-minded. At least he could not fight the Azure Dragons now. Lin Fei did not want to waste his strength here. It was not easy to accumulate strength. Whoosh! Lin Fei punched open the storm, opened up a gap, and flew out. Not bad. The burly figure squinted his eyes. No wonder young Master Long wanted me to attack. This armor is very powerful, and this kid's strength is only SOSO. The burly figure pounced. So fast, Lin Fei waved his hand and set up space-time power, guiding out layers of space. But the Azure Dragon expert broke through with brute force and was not affected at all. Damn it! Lin Fei used his space-time power to increase his speed again. In the sky above the Azure Dragon mountain range, it was a scene of a chase. This guy controls space-time power. Damn it, just a little bit more. The burly figure was extremely fast, but when faced with the opponent's obstruction, there was always a distance between them, and he could not catch up. This movement also made countless people, demonic beasts, and human experts look up. Wow, something big happened. Chapter 3685. Just a little bit more. Long Tianhao transformed into his true form. His huge body crossed the sky, but he was still a little bit away. Damn it! As a member of the Azure Dragon tribe, his strength was infinitely close to the immortal level. Even a 5th Sky God Emperor was not his match. But this time, he was really at a disadvantage. A guy with a low realm, relying on a set of the arch armor, made him helpless. It was a rare thing. Boom, boom, boom. Another 6 paths of reincarnation attack came, leaving many wounds on Long Tianhao's body. This made him want to rush up and cut the opponent into pieces. You can't catch me. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The speed of the Azure Dragon tribe was really shocking. Don't waste your energy. Lin Fei said, I only killed one of your pseudo-Azure Dragons. Do you have to chase me all the way? Do you have something going on with the pseudo-Azure Dragons? Lin Fei was not happy being chased by an Azure Dragon. The pseudo-azure dragon was the lowest level thing. Since when was it kept by the azure dragon tribe? What a joke. It was not normal. I will definitely tear you apart. Hearing this, Long Tianhao was even angrier. I will wait for you. Lin Fei was not afraid. He decided to go to Infinity Land after finding out the exact location. Not having enough energy was a big shortcoming. The two chased him all the way. Lin Fei relied on the 6 paths of reincarnation, killer move, and space-time power to open up a large distance, calmly running back to Azure Dragon City. Long Tianhao also gave up on attacking after seeing Azure Dragon City. This time, although he had a good reason to attack, it was not enough. The Azure Dragon tribe never cared about a low-level existence like the pseudo-Azure Dragon. If they really caused trouble, Long Tianhao would have to face the interrogation of the Azure Dragon Elder Group. He could only watch the opponent leave. Consider yourself lucky. Don't come out if you can. Long Tianhao transformed into human form. Lin Fei also stopped. You better be glad that you didn't meet me. Lin Fei smiled. When I become stronger, the first thing I will deal with will be you. What a pity. In the void outside Azure Dragon City, Long Tianfei shook his head in disappointment. If I wasn't afraid of being suspected by that brat, I would have stopped him just now. Young master, the Dragon Clan is very stingy. Lin Fei made Long Tianhao suffer a little. That lord will make his move sooner or later, unless Lin Fei doesn't leave Azure Dragon City. You should know that the Dragon Clan is very patient. 100 or 1,000 years is really nothing. Long Tianfei laughed heartily. Ha, that's true. After Lin Fei entered the Azure Dragon City, he first returned to his residence. The chase had consumed a lot of energy. He used the Heaven God's power in the Myriad Origin Pool. The Azure Dragon is really powerful. Looks like it's a top-notch race in the Wan Tian Empire. No wonder third young Master Long kept saying that it's okay to offend anyone but the Azure Dragon race. Those fellows are a bunch of lunatics. Lin Fei had learned something new. They were indeed lunatics. For example, Long Tianhao, who was chasing him, was just an Azure Dragon. This recovery took 2 days. Only then did Lin Fei recover. This time, he had learned something new. At the same time, he knew his flaws. He didn't have enough energy. Whether it was the 6 paths of reincarnation or the river of time, each use required a huge amount of energy, which also limited Lin Fei's performance. Of course, there was endurance. What kind of expert was he if he couldn't fight for a long time? Lin Fei now had a taste of it. He had to go to the land of infinity. For example, he had to go back this time. Even if it was just to try his luck, he believed that if Emperor God Guhong could do it, so could he. Before Lin Fei went to the library, Lin Fei had already left. Long Tianjun came over. Lin Fei, you offended Long Tianhao of the Azure Dragon race. Long Tianjun was still very concerned about this newly recruited Lin Fei. After all, this was the combat power of an immortal. Lin Fei got angry at the mention of this matter. Don't talk about it. That Azure Dragon is too much. Lin Fei scolded. Young Master Long, you have to help me out. I only killed a pseudo-Azure Dragon. Is there a need to chase after me? If it weren't for my strength, I would have died long ago. Lin Fei told him what had happened. Long Tianjun was indeed worried that Lin Fei had offended the Azure Dragon race. One had to know that those guys were unreasonable. If possible, Long Tianjun definitely hoped that it wouldn't happen. He wanted it to be resolved peacefully. Long Tianjun had come to ask Lin Fei about the specific situation. But after hearing this, Long Tianjun's face darkened. No one knew better than him the meaning of the Azure Dragon's existence. It was definitely not a captive. Long Tianjun immediately determined that someone was trying to trick Lin Fei. So that's how it is. I'll help you resolve this matter. Long Tianjun knew what was going on. Killing a pseudo-Azure Dragon was not a big deal at all. In fact, he was making a mountain out of a molehill. If something like this happens again in the future, you must tell me. I'll stand up for you. Long Tianjun heaved a sigh of relief. When he heard this, how could Lin Fei not know what he meant? It was very likely that someone was taking revenge on him. As for who it was, it didn't take a genius to figure it out. It was young Master Long Tianfei. I'll kill him sooner or later. Lin Fei added this young master to his kill list. After comforting him, Long Tianjun took out a dragon head token. Your general position has been decided. From now on, you're the general of the 15th Azure Dragon Army. Thank you, young Master Long. Lin Fei took the dragon head token. It was made of a special material and was covered in cold air. You have 15 years to prepare, Long Tianjun said. You can go back to the Windy Weave. As for the certification, I'll take care of it for you. Certification was indeed a small matter. Moreover, Lin Fei was strong enough. Now that Long Tianjun had spoken, his subordinates naturally knew what to do. Moreover, the Windy Weave was only a small weave. Long Tianjun didn't mind doing Lin Fei a favor. As long as Lin Fei was satisfied, they would work for him with peace of mind. For example, the Great Weave wore this time. At the library, after receiving the general token, Lin Fei immediately went to the library. At the same time, he brought the Azure Dragon Claws, a total of 4 Azure Dragon Claws. Young man, I smell the aura of the Azure Dragon Claws. As he entered the library again and neared the second floor, a figure suddenly appeared. Lin Fei was shocked because he hadn't sensed it at all. Terrifying, truly terrifying. This was an expert in the Tao of space. Senior, I've completed your test. Lin Fei took out 4 Azure Dragon Claws. I heard that Senior likes to eat, so I specially found a suitable Azure Dragon. At the same time, I want to contribute a delicacy to Senior. I hope Senior can fulfill my wish. There were also many people in the library. Seeing this scene, they all admired this fellow's courage. Everyone knew that this old man was like a stone in the latrine. He had a bad temper, and no one dared to act tough in front of him. Delicious, I like this. Chapter 3686. The expressions of many people in the library changed. However, Lin Fei's expression did not change at all. Instead, he smiled in his heart. His idea might succeed. I guarantee that Senior will be satisfied. Lin Fei said seriously. It's just that this place doesn't seem to be suitable. Why don't we change places? The old man reached out and grabbed Lin Fei's shoulder. The surrounding space kept jumping. In the next second, the old man and the young man arrived at a lake. This is a place that I like quite a lot. You can make delicacies here, the old man said. He turned around and sat on a rock in the distance. He actually started fishing. What a powerful spatial technique. Lin Fei was very unfamiliar with this place. He had no idea how far he was away from it. The Myriad Sky Empire is really full of experts. A great spatial expert has terrifying destructive power against any enemy. Lin Fei thought to himself, at the very least, if he were to encounter such an expert, even the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the river of space-time might not be of much use. After suppressing these thoughts in his heart, Lin Fei began to take out the things that he had prepared. Today, Lin Fei planned to make a barbecue for the old man. Azure Dragon City was very big, but there was almost no method to barbecue. How could an Azure Dragon Claw be delicious? Of course, it was barbecue. Although it was big, it was no different from chicken claw. As long as there was enough seasoning, the taste was good. He took out the barbecue rack and took out the marinated Azure Dragon Claw. He lined them up. Lin Fei took out a brush and began to control the fire to cook a feast. This is fire roasting? That doesn't seem right. Why haven't I seen it before? The old man looked like he was fishing, but in fact, he had been concerned about what kind of delicacy this young man would make. When the barbecue rack was taken out, the old man was puzzled at first. Then, he brushed on the strange seasoning, which made the old man even more interested. Time passed minute by minute. The 4 Azure Dragon Claw on the barbecue rack began to emit oil. With the help of the seasoning, it gradually released a unique fragrance. This fragrance spread all the way. Just the fragrance alone is so tempting. Good heavens, this kid has really made a delicacy. The old man usually ate the Azure Dragon Claw using the normal method of barbecuing. It was not as complicated as the young man in front of him. He continuously swung the Azure Dragon Claw and controlled the size of the flames perfectly. It could be said that this was a perfect work of art. I can't take it anymore. The old man couldn't take it anymore and walked to the grill. "Kid, what kind of delicacy is this?" Lin Fei explained. "Senior, this is the roasted green dragon claw that I created. It's different from the usual roasted ones. However, it's not fully cooked yet, so you'll have to wait a little longer." Not cooked yet. The old man had just stretched out his hand when he subconsciously stopped. He was about to grab an azure dragon claw to taste it. That's not right. This old man sees that this azure dragon claw is thoroughly cooked from the inside out. "Senior, this azure dragon claw is fully cooked, but still lacking some heat." Lin Fei brushed the seasoning on the claw again. Only when the inside and outside of the claw is the best taste, the best delicacy. The old man seemed to be deep in thought. "Then hurry up. I can't wait any longer." In the next 2 hours, almost all of the old man's desires were aroused by the azure dragon claw. The fragrance that wafted in the air was something that the old man had never smelled before in his life. If not for his good self-control, the old man would have taken a bite. "Ha ha ha, so this is the delicacy." In the sky above the clouds, a huge figure suddenly rushed out and grabbed at the 4 azure dragon claw. "This delicacy is mine." As for the person who was roasting and the old man who had his back to him, Long Tianhao didn't care about them at all. Long Tianhao had been unhappy for a few days ever since he failed to kill the human brat. Even the group of elders had given him a warning because of this matter. Long Tianhao couldn't go and find trouble with that human brat, so he could only walk around. Along the way, he met some weak humans and was all killed until he was attracted by the smell in this area. When he saw the azure dragon claw, the fragrance that wafted in the air made Long Tianhao not pay attention to the person who was roasting it. He just wanted to eat to his heart's content. Such a delicacy could only be enjoyed by him alone. Long Tianhao felt that his luck was pretty good to be able to encounter such a good thing. He decided that as long as the taste was really good, this human would let him go. My delicacy is not something that an azure dragon like you can touch." The old man was staring at the azure dragon claw. When he heard this, he turned his head violently, his eyes cold. Long Tianhao's speed was extremely fast, but when the old man turned around, his entire face changed. He was completely terrified, and the void around him started to condense. He couldn't move at all. Damn it, why is it him? Long Tianhao couldn't move at all, and just stood there in the air. Only he knew that he was being crushed by the power of space. Cracks appeared on his tough skin, and fresh blood dripped down. "Continue roasting," the old man said calmly. "Yes." Lin Fei also recognized the other party at this time. His heart jumped, and he couldn't help but let out a look of joy. This bastard had actually offended the old man, and was even imprisoned in the sky by the old man. There was no one else like this. Lin Fei felt that his luck was too good. He was thinking of taking revenge, but Long Tianhao ran over himself, and even wanted to snatch the old man's azure dragon claw. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Lin Fei could swear to the heavens that he really didn't do this on purpose. It was definitely a coincidence. After all, this place was chosen by the old man. Long Tianhao couldn't speak, and all his strength was suppressed. If not for his identity as an azure dragon, he might have already died. That kid, why is he here? How is this possible? Long Tianhao saw that Lin Fei, and he could no longer remain calm. How does he know the Space Emperor? Long Tianhao wanted to speak, but he couldn't. Everything was imprisoned, and his heart turned cold. This is the end. Lin Fei focused on roasting the azure dragon claw until he grabbed a handful of seasoning and sprinkled it on. The azure dragon claw was done, and its fragrance filled the air. "Senior, please have a taste." The old man couldn't hold it in any longer, but when he thought that he wasn't in a perfect state, he forcefully held it in. He reached out and grabbed an azure dragon claw. Just from the surface, it made one salivate. He took a bite unhurriedly, and a brand new taste filled his mouth. "Delicious," the old man blurted out. "It's really delicious." It was the same barbecue, but it tasted so good. This was the first time the old man had tasted it. "Young man, you're not bad, really not bad." The old man was curious at first, but he didn't expect that because of curiosity, he really tasted a different barbecue taste. It's been a long time since this old man couldn't stop praising something.